Night Calls the Green Falcon by Robert McCammon. Chapter 1. Never Say Die. He was in the airplane again, falling toward the lights of Hollywood. Seconds ago the craft had been a sleek silver beauty with two green-painted propellers, and now it was coming apart at the seams like wet cardboard. The controls went crazy. He couldn't hold the stick level, and as the airplane fell, he cinched his parachute pack tighter around his chest and reached up to pop the canopy out. But the canopy was jammed shut, its hinges red with clots of rust. The propellers had seized up, and black smoke whirled from the engines. The plane nosed toward the squat, ugly buildings that lined Hollywood Boulevard, a scream of wind passing over the fuselage. He didn't give up. That wasn't his way. He kept pressing against the canopy, trying to force the hinges, but they were locked tight. The buildings were coming up fast, and there was no way to turn the airplane because the rudder and ailerons were gone too. He was sweating under his green suit, his heart beating so hard he couldn't hear himself think. There had to be a way out of this. He was a never-say-die type of guy. His eyes, in the slits of the green cowl, ticked to the control panel, the jammed hinges, the dead stick, the smoking engines, back to the control panel in a frantic geometry. The plane trembled. The portside engine was ripping away from the wing. His green boots kicked at the dead rudder pedals. Another mighty heave at the canopy, another jerk of the limp control stick, and then he knew his luck had, at long last, run out. It was all over. Going down fast now, the wings started to tear away. Klieg lights swung back and forth over the boulevard, advertising somebody else's premiere. He marked where the plane was going to hit, a mustard-yellow 5-floored brick building about 8 blocks east of the Chinese Theater. He was going to hit the top floor, go right into somebody's apartment. His hands in their green gloves clenched the armrests. No way out. No way out. He didn't mourn for himself so much, but someone innocent was about to die, and that he couldn't bear. Maybe there was a child in that apartment, and he could do nothing but sit in his trap of straps and glass and watch the scene unfold. No, he decided as the sweat ran down his face. No, I can't kill a child. Not another one. I won't. This script has to be rewritten. It wasn't fair that no one had told him how this scene would end. Surely the director was still in control. Wasn't he? "Cut!" he called out as the mustard-yellow building filled up his horizon. "Cut!" he said again, louder, then screamed it. "Cut!" The airplane crashed into the building's 5th floor, and he was engulfed by a wall of fire and agony. Chapter 2. An Old Relic. He awoke, his flesh wet with nightmare sweat and his stomach burning with the last flames of an enchilada TV dinner. He lay in the darkness, the springs of his mattress biting into his back, and watched the lights from the boulevard, reflections of light, move across the cracked ceiling. A fan stuttered atop his chest of drawers, and from down the hall he could hear the La Prestas hollering at each other again. He lifted his head from the sodden pillow and looked at his alarm clock on the table beside his bed. 26 minutes past 12, and the night had already gone on forever. His bladder throbbed. Right now it was working, but sometimes it went haywire and he peed in his sheets. The laundromat on the corner of Cosmo Street was not a good place to spend a Saturday night. He roused himself out of bed, his joints clicking back into their sockets, and the memory of the nightmare scorched in his mind. It was from Chapter 1 of Night Calls the Green Falcon, RKO Studios, 1949. He remembered how he'd panicked when he couldn't get the plane's canopy up because he didn't like close places. The director had said, "Cut!" and the canopy's hinges had been oiled, and the sequence had gone like clockwork the second time around. The nightmare would be back, and so would the rest of them. A reel of car crashes, falls from buildings, gunshots, explosions, even a lion's attack. He had survived all of them, but they kept trying to kill him again and again. Mr. Thatcher at the Burger King said he ought to have his head looked at, and maybe that was true, but Mr. Thatcher was only a kid, and the Green Falcon had died before Mr. Thatcher was born. He stood up, slid his feet into slippers, picked his robe off a chair and shrugged into it, covering his pajamas. His eyes found the faded poster taped to the wall. "Night calls the Green Falcon," it said, and showed an assemblage of fistfights, car crashes, and various other action scenes. "In 10 exciting chapters," the poster promised, "starring Creighton Flint, the Green Falcon." "The Green Falcon has to piss now," he said, and he unlocked the door and went out into the hallway. The bathroom was on the other side of the building. He trudged past the elevator and the door where the La Prestas were yelling. Somebody else shouted for them to shut up, but when they got going there was no stopping them. Seymour, the super's cat, slinked past, hunting rats, and the old man knocked politely at the bathroom's door before he entered. He clicked on the light, relieved himself at the urinal, and looked away from the hypodermic needles that were lying around the toilet. When he was finished, he picked up the needles and put them in the trash can, then washed his hands in the rust-stained sink, and walked back along the corridor to his apartment. Old gears moaned. The elevator was coming up. It opened when he was almost even with it. Out walked his next-door neighbor, Julie Softly, and a young man with close-cropped blonde hair. She almost bumped into him, but she stopped short. "Hi, Cray. You're prowling around kind of late, aren't you?" "Guess so." Cray glanced at the young man. Julie's latest friend had pallid skin that was odd in sun-loving California, and his eyes were small and very dark. "Looks like an extra in a Nazi flick," Cray thought, and then returned his gaze to Julie, whose dark brown hair was cut in a mohawk and decorated with purple spray. Her spangled blouse and short leather skirt were so tight he couldn't fathom how she could draw breath. "Had to use the bathroom," he said. Didn't that just sound like an old fool, he asked himself. When he was 40 years younger, such a statement to a pretty girl would have been unthinkable. "Cray was a movie star," Julie explained to her friend. "Used to be. What did they call them, Cray?" "Serials," he answered, smiled wanly. "Cliffhangers. I was the—" "I'm not paying you for a tour of the wax museum, baby." The young man's voice was taut and mean, and the sound of it made Cray think of rusted barbed wire. A match flared along the side of a red matchbook. The young man lit a cigarette, and the quick yellow light made his eyes look like small ebony stones. "Let's get done what we came here for," he said, with a puff of smoke in Cray Flint's direction. "Sure," Julie shrugged. "I just thought you might like to know he used to be famous, that's all." "He can sign my autograph book later. Let's go." Spidery white fingers slid around her arm and drew her away. Cray started to tell him to release her, but what was the use? There were no gentlemen anymore, and he was too old and used up to be anyone's champion. "Be careful, Julie," he said as she guided the man to her apartment. "My name's Crystal this week," she reminded him. Got her keys out of her clutch purse. "Coffee in the morning?" "Right." Julie's door opened and closed. Cray went into his room and eased himself into a chair next to the window. The boulevard's neon pulse painted red streaks across the walls. The street denizens were out, would be out until dawn, and every so often a police car would run them into the shadows, but they always returned. The night called them, and they had to obey. Like Julie did. She'd been in the building 4 months, was just 20 years old, and Cray couldn't help but feel some grandfatherly concern for her. Maybe it was more than that, but so what? Lately he'd been trying to help her get off those pills she popped like candy, and encouraging her to write to her parents back in Minnesota. Last week she'd called herself Amber. Such was the power of Hollywood, a city of masks. Cray reached down beside his chair and picked up the well-worn leather book that lay there. He could hear the murmur of Julie's voice through the paper-thin wall, then her customer saying something. Silence. A police car's siren on the boulevard heading west. The squeak of mattress springs from Julie's apartment. Over in the corner, the scuttling of a rat in the wall. Where was Seymour when you needed him? Cray opened his memory book and looked at the yellowed newspaper clipping from the Belvedere, Indiana Banner on March 21st, 1946. that said Hometown Football Hero Hollywood Bound. There was a picture of himself when he was still handsome and had a head full of hair. Other clippings, his mother had saved them, were from his high school and college days, and they had headlines like Boomer Wins Gymnastic Medal and Boomer Breaks Track Meet Record. That was his real name, Creighton Boomershine. The photographs were of a muscular, long-legged kid with a lopsided grin and the clear eyes of a dreamer. Long gone, Cray thought. Long gone. He had had his moment in the sun. It had almost burned him blind, but it had been a lovely light. He had turned 63 in May, an old relic. Hollywood worshipped at the altar of youth. Anyway, nobody made his kind of pictures anymore. 4 serials in 4 years, and then... Cut, he thought. No use stirring up all that murky water. He had to get back to bed, because morning would find him mopping the floor in the Burger King 3 blocks west, and Mr. Thatcher liked clean floors. He closed the memory book and put it aside. On the floor was a section of yesterday's L.A. Times. He'd already read the paper, but a headline caught his attention. Flip-top killer challenges police. Beneath that was a story about the flip-top, and 8 photographs of the street people whose throats had been savagely slashed in the last 2 months. Cray had known one of them, a middle-aged woman called Auntie Sunglow, who rocketed along the boulevard on roller skates, singing Beatles songs at the top of her lungs. She was crazy, yes, but she always had a kind tune for him. Last week she'd been found in a trash dumpster off Sierra Bonita, her head almost severed from her neck. Bad times, Cray mused. Couldn't think of any worse. Hopefully the police would nail the flip-top before he, or she, killed again. But he didn't count on it. All the street people he knew were watching their backs. Something struck the wall in Julie's apartment. It sounded like it might have been a fist. Cray heard the springs squalling, like a cat being skinned alive. He didn't know why she sold her body for such things, but he'd learned long ago that people did what they had to do to survive. There was another blow against the wall. Something crashed over. A chair, maybe. Cray stood up. Whatever was going on over there, it sounded rough. Way too rough. He heard no voices, just the awful noise of the springs. He went to the wall and pounded on it. "Julie?" he called. "You all right?" No answer. He put his ear to the wall and heard what he thought might have been a shuddering gasp. The squall of the springs had ceased. Now he could hear only his own heartbeat. "Julie?" He pounded the wall again. "Julie, answer me!" When she didn't respond, he knew something was terribly wrong. He went out to the corridor, sweat crawling down his neck, and as he reached out to grip the doorknob of Julie's apartment, he heard a scraping noise that he knew must be the window being pushed upward. Julie's window faced the alley. The fire escape, Cray realized. Julie's customer was going down the fire escape. "Julie!" he shouted. He kicked at the door and his slipper flew off. Then he threw his shoulder against it, and the door cracked on its hinges, but didn't give way. Again he rammed into the door, and a third time. On the 4th blow the door's hinges tore away from the wood, and it crashed down, sending Cray sprawling into the apartment. He got up on his hands and knees, his shoulder hurting like hell. The young man was across the untidy room, still struggling with the reluctant windowsill, and he paid Cray no attention. Cray stood up and looked at the bed where Julie lay, naked on her back. He caught his breath as if he'd been punched in the stomach. The blood was still streaming from the scarlet mass of Julie Softly's throat, and it had splattered across the yellow wall like weird calligraphy. Her eyes were wet and aimed up at the ceiling, her hands gripped around the bars of the iron bed frame. Without clothes, her body was white and childlike, and she hardly had any breasts at all. The blood was everywhere, so red. Cray's heart was laboring, and as he stared at the slashed throat, he heard the window slide up. He blinked, everything hazy and dreamlike, and watched the young blond man climb through the window onto the fire escape. Oh, God, Cray thought. He wavered on his feet, feared he was about to faint. Oh, my God! Julie had brought the flip-top killer home to play. His first impulse was to shout for help, but he squelched it. He knew the shout would rob his breath and strength, and right now he needed both of them. The La Prestas were still fighting. What would one more shout be? He stepped forward. Another step, and a third one followed. With the rusty agility of a champion gymnast, he ran to the open window and slid out to the fire escape. The flip-top killer was about to go down the ladder. Cray reached out, grabbed the young man's T-shirt in his freckled fist, and said hoarsely, "No!" The man twisted toward him. The small black eyes regarded him incuriously, the emotionless gaze of a clinician. There were a few spatters of blood on his face, but not many. Practice had honed his reflexes, and he knew how to avoid the jetting crimson. Cray gripped his shirt. They stared at each other for a few ticks of time, and then the killer's right hand flashed up with an extra finger of metal. The knife swung at Cray's face, but Cray had already seen the blow coming in the tension of the man's shoulder, and as he let go of the shirt and scrambled backward, the blade hissed past. And now the flip-top killer stepped toward him, a long stride, knife upraised, the face cold and without expression, as if he were about to cut a hanging piece of beef. But a woman screamed from an open window, and as the man's head darted to the side, Cray grasped the wrist of his knife hand and shouted, "Call the Pope!" A fist hit him in the face, crumpling his nose and mashing his lips. He pitched back, stunned, and he fell over the fire escape's railing into empty space. Chapter 3. A Red Matchbook. His robe snagged on a jagged edge of metal. The cloth ripped, almost tore off him, and for 3 awful seconds he was dangling 5 floors over the alley, but then he reached upward, and his fingers closed around the railing. The flip-top killer was already scrambling down the fire escape. The woman, Mrs. Sargenza, bless her soul, was still screaming, and now somebody else was hollering from another window, and the flip-top killer clambered down the alley with the speed and power of a born survivor. Cray pulled himself up, his legs kicking, and his shoulder muscles standing out in rigid relief. He collapsed onto his knees when he'd made it to the landing's safety. He thought he might have to throw up enchiladas, and his stomach heaved, but mercifully there was no explosion. Blood was in his mouth, and his front teeth felt loose. He stood up, black motes buzzing before his eyes, looked over the edge, gripping hard to the railing. The flip-top killer was gone. Back to the shadows. "Call the police," he said, but he didn't know if Mrs. Sargenza had heard him, though she disappeared from her window and slammed it shut. He was trembling down to his gnarly toes, and after another moment he climbed back into the room where the corpse was. Cray felt her wrist for a pulse. It seemed the sensible thing to do. But there was no pulse, and Julie's eyes didn't move. In the depths of the wound he could see the white bone of her spine. How many times had the killer slashed, and what was it inside him that gave him such a maniacal strength? "Wake up," Cray said. He pulled at her arm. "Come on, Julie, wake up." "Oh, Jesus!" Mr. Myers from across the hall stood in the doorway. His hand went to his mouth, and he made a retching sound and staggered back to his apartment. Other people were peering in. Cray said, "Julie needs a doctor," though he knew she was dead, and all a doctor could do was pull the bloodied sheet over her face. He still had her hand, and he was stroking it. Her fingers were closed around something. It worked loose, and fell into Cray's palm. Cray looked at it. A red matchbook. The words Grinder Switch Bar printed on its side, and an address just off Hollywood and Vine, 3 blocks over. He opened the red matchbook. 2 matches were missing. One of them had been used to light the flip-top killer's cigarette out in the hallway. The flip-top killer had been to the Grinder Switch, a place Cray had walked past, but never entered. "Cops are on their way," Mr. Gomez said, coming into the room. His wife stood at the door, her face smeared with blue anti-aging cream. "What happened here, Flint?" Cray started to speak, but found no words. Others were entering the room, and suddenly the place with its reek of blood and spent passions was too tight for him. He had a feeling of suffocation. and a screen flailed behind his teeth. He walked past Mr. Gomez, out the door, and into his own apartment, and there he stood at the window, the brutal neon pulse flashing in his face, and a red matchbook clenched in his hand. The police would come and ask their questions. An ambulance without a siren would take Julie's corpse away, to a cold vault. Her picture would be in the Times tomorrow, and the headline would identify her as the Flip-Top Killer's 9th victim. Her claim to fame, he thought, and he almost wept. "I saw him," he realized. "I saw the flip-top. I had hold of the bastard." And there in his hand was the matchbook Julie had given him. The bartender at the grinder switch might know the flip-top. The bartender might be the flip-top. It was a vital clue, Cray thought, and if he gave it up to the police, it might be lost in shufflings of paper, envelopes, and plastic bags that went into what they called their evidence storage. The police didn't care about Julie Softly, and they hardly cared about the other street victims either. No, Julie was another statistic. A crazy, the cops would say. The flip-top killer loved to kill crazies. Julie had given him a clue, had perhaps fought to keep it with her dying breath. And now what was he going to do with it? He knew, without fully knowing. It was a thing of instincts, just as his long-ago gymnastic training, track and field, and boxing championships were things of instincts. Inner things that once learned and believed in could never be fully lost. He opened the closet's door. A musty mothball smell rolled out, and there it was, on its wooden hanger amid the cheap shirts and trousers of an old dreamer. It had once been emerald green, but time had faded it to more of a dusky olive. Bleach stains had mottled the flowing green cape, and Cray had forgotten how that had happened. Still, he'd been a good caretaker. Various rips had been patched over. The only really noticeable mark was a poorly stitched tear across the left leg. The cowl, with its swept-back, crisply wing-like folds on either side of the head and its slits for the eyes, was in almost perfect condition. The green boots were there on the floor, both badly scuffed, and the green gloves were up on the shelf. His green Falcon costume had aged, just like its owner. The studio had let him keep it, after he came out of the sanitarium in 1954. By then, serials were dying anyway, and of what use was a green suit with a long cape and wings on the sides of its cowl? In the real world, there was no room for green falcons. He touched the material. It was lighter than it appeared, and it made a secret and dangerous whispering noise. The green falcon had made mincemeat out of a gallery of villains, roughnecks, and killers every Saturday afternoon in the cathedrals of light and shadow all across America. Why, then, could the green falcon not track down the flip-top killer? Because the green falcon is dead, Cray told himself. Forget it. Close the door. Step back. Leave it to the police. But he didn't close the door, nor did he step back, because he knew, deep at his center, that the green falcon was not dead, only sleeping, and yearning to awaken. He was losing his mind. He knew that clearly enough, as if somebody had thrown ice water in his face and slapped him too. But he reached into the closet, and he brought the costume out. The siren of a police car was approaching. Cray Flint began to pull the costume on over his pajamas. His body had thinned, not thickened, with age. The green tights were loose, and though his legs were knotty with muscles, they looked skinny and ill-nourished. His shoulders and chest still filled out the tunic portion of the costume, though, but his thin, wiry arms had lost the blocky muscularity of their youth. He got the costume zipped up, worked his feet into the scuffed boots, then put on the cape and laced it in place. The dust of 1,000 moth wings shimmered gold against the green. He lifted the gloves off the shelf, but discovered the moths had enjoyed an orgy in them, and they were riddled with holes. The gloves would have to stay behind. His heart was beating very hard now. He took the cowl off its hanger. The police car siren was nearing the building. Cray ran his fingers over the cowl, which still gleamed with a little iridescence, as it had in the old days. "I shouldn't do this," he told himself. "I'm going crazy again, and I'm nothing but an Indiana boy who used to be an actor. I shouldn't—" He slipped the cowl over his head and drew its drawstring tight. And now he saw the world through cautious slits, the air coming to his nostrils through small holes and smelling of mothballs and— yes, and something else, something indefinable, the brassy odor of a young man's sweat, the sultry heat of daredeviltry, maybe the blood of a split lip incurred during a fight scene with an overeager stuntman. Those aromas, and more. His stomach tightened under the green skin. "Walk tall and think tall," he remembered a director telling him. His shoulders pulled back. How many times had he donned this costume and gone into the battle against hoodlums, thugs, and murderers? How many times had he stared death in the face through these slits, and walked tall into the maelstrom? "I'm Creighton Flint," he thought. And then he looked at the faded poster that promised a world of thrills and saw, starring Creighton Flint, the Green Falcon. The one and only. The police car's siren stopped. It was time to go if he was going. The Green Falcon held the matchbook up before his eye slits. The grinder switch was a short walk away. If the flip-top killer had been there tonight, someone might remember. He knew he was one stride away from the loony bin, and if he went through that door dressed like this, there was no turning back. But if the Green Falcon couldn't track down the flip-top, nobody could. It was worth a try. Wasn't it? He took a deep breath, and then the one stride followed. He walked out into the hallway, and the residents gathered around Julie Softly's door saw him, and every one of them recoiled as if they'd just seen a man from Mars. He didn't hesitate. He went past them to the elevator. The little numerals above the door were on the upward march. The policemen were coming up, he realized. It would not be wise to let them see the Green Falcon. "Hey!" Mr. Gomez shouted. "Hey, who the hell are you?" "He must be nuts," Mrs. La Presta said, and her husband, in a rare moment, agreed. But Cray was already heading toward the door marked stairs. The cape pinched his neck, and the mask was stuffy. He didn't remember the costume being so uncomfortable. But he pulled open the door and started quickly down the stairway, the matchbook clenched in his hand, and the smell of Julie's blood up his nostrils. He was puffing by the time he reached the ground floor, but he crossed the cramped little lobby, went out the revolving door, and onto Hollywood Boulevard, where the lights and the noise reminded him of a three-ring circus. But he knew full well that shadows lay at the fringes of those lights, and in those shadows it was dangerous to tread. He started walking west, toward Vine Street. A couple of kids zipped past him on skateboards, and one of them gave a fierce tug at his cape that almost strangled him. Horns were honking as cars passed, and ladies of the night waved and jiggled their wares from the street corner. A punk with his hair in long red spikes peered into Cray's eye-holes and sneered, "Are you for real, man?" The Green Falcon kept going. A man with a mission. A black prostitute jabbed her colleague in the ribs, and both of them hooted and made obscene noises as he passed. Here came a group of Hare Krishnas, banging tambourines and chanting, and even their blank eyes widened as they saw him coming. But the Green Falcon, dodging drunks and leather-clad hustlers, left them all in the flap of his cape. And then there was the Grinder Switch Bar, jammed between a porno theater and a wig shop. Its blinking neon sign was bright scarlet, and out in front of the place were 6 big Harley-Davidson motorcycles. Cray paused, fear fluttering around in the pit of his stomach. The Grinder Switch was a place of shadows. He could tell that right off. There was a meanness even in the neon's buzz. Go home, he told himself. Forget this. Just go home and... Do what? Vegetate? Sit in a lousy chair, look at clippings, and reflect on how lucky you are to have a job sweeping the floor at a Burger King? No. He was wearing the armor of the Green Falcon now, and why should he fear? But still he paused. To go into that place would be like walking into a lion's den after rolling around in fresh meat. Who was Julie Softly, anyway? His friend, yes, but she was dead now, and what did it matter? Go home. Put the costume back on its hanger, and forget. He looked at the door, and knew that beyond it the monsters waited. Go home. Just go home. Chapter 4. One-Eyed Skulls. He swallowed thickly. Walk tall and think tall, he told himself. If he did not go in, the very name of the Green Falcon would be forever tainted. Pain he could take. Shame he could not. He grasped the door's handle, and he entered the grinder switch. The 6 motorcycle owners, husky bearded men wearing black jackets that identified them as members of the One-Eyed Skulls gang, looked up from their beers. One of them laughed, and the man sitting in the center seat gave a low whistle. The Green Falcon paid them no attention. Bass-heavy music pounded from the ceiling-mounted speakers, and on a small upraised stage, a thin blonde girl wearing a G-string gyrated to the beat with all the fervor of a zombie. A few other patrons watched the girl, and other topless girls in G-strings wandered around with trays of beers and cheerless smiles. The Green Falcon went to the bar, where a flabby man with many chins had halted in his pouring of a new set of brews. The bartender stared at him, round-eyed, as the Green Falcon slid onto a stool.
"I'm looking for a man,"
Cray said.
"Wrong joint, Greenie," the bartender answered. "Try the Brass Screw over on Selma." "No, I don't mean that."
He flushed red under his mask. Trying to talk over this hellacious noise was like screaming into a hurricane.
"I'm looking for a man who might have been in here tonight."
"I serve beer and liquor, not Lonely Hearts Club news. Take a hike."
Cray glanced to his left. There was a mug on the bar full of grinder switch matchbooks.
"The man I'm looking for is blond, maybe in his early or mid-20s. He's got pale skin and his eyes are very dark, either brown or black. Have you seen anybody who—"
"What the hell are you doing walking around in a friggin' green suit?" the bartender asked. "It's not St. Patrick's Day. Did you jump out of a nut house wagon?"
"No. Please, try to think. Have you seen the man I just described?"
"Yeah, 100 of 'em. Now I said move it, and I'm not going to say it again."
"He took one of those matchbooks," Cray persisted. "He might have been sitting on one of these stools not long ago. Are you sure you—"
A hand grasped his shoulder and swung him around. 3 of the bikers had crowded in close, and the other 3 watched from a distance. A couple of go-go dancers rubbernecked at him, giggling. The bass throbbing was a physical presence, making the glasses shake on the shelves behind the bar. A broad, brown-bearded face with cruel blue eyes peered into Cray's mask. The biker wore a bandana wrapped around his skull, and a necklace from which rusty razor blades dangled.
"God almighty, dog meat! There's somebody inside it!"
The biker called Dogmeat, the one who'd whistled as Cray had entered, stepped forward. He was a burly, gray-bearded hulk with eyes like shotgun barrels and a face like a pissed-off pit bull. He thunked Cray on the skull with a thick forefinger.
"Hey, man, you got some screws loose or what?"
Cray smelled stale beer and dirty armpits.
"I'm all right,"
he said with just a little quaver in his voice.
"I say you ain't,"
Dogmeat told him.
"What's wrong with you, coming into a respectable joint dressed up like a Halloween fruitcake?"
"Guy was just on his way out," the bartender said. "Let him go."
The bikers glared at him, and he smiled weakly and added,
"Okay?"
"No, not okay,"
Dogmeat answered. He thunked Cray's skull again, harder.
"I asked you a question. Let's hear you speak, man."
"I'm looking for someone,"
Cray said.
"A young man, blond, about 20 or 25, wearing a T-shirt and blue jeans. He's got fair skin and dark eyes. I think he might have been in here not too long ago."
"What are you after this guy for? He steal your spaceship?"
The others laughed, but Dogmeat's face remained serious. Another thunk of Cray's skull.
"Come on, that was a joke. You're supposed to laugh."
"Please," Cray said, "don't do that anymore."
"Do what? This?"
Dogmeat thunked him on the point of his chin.
"Yes, please don't do that anymore."
"Oh, okay."
Dogmeat smiled.
"How about if I do this?"
and he flung his half-full mug of beer into Cray's face. The liquid blinded Cray for a few seconds, then washed out of his mask and ran down his neck. The other one-eyed skulls howled with laughter and clapped Dogmeat on the back.
"I think I'd better be going."
Cray started to get up, but Dogmeat's hand clamped to his shoulder and forced him down with ridiculous ease.
"Who are you supposed to be, man?"
Dogmeat asked, feigning real interest.
"Like a big bad superhero or something?"
"I'm nobody."
He stopped himself. They were watching and listening, smiling with gap-toothed smiles. And then Cray straightened up his shoulders, and it came out of him by instinct.
"I'm the Green Falcon,"
he said. There was a moment of stunned silence, except for that thunderous music. Then they laughed again, and the laughter swelled. But Dogmeat didn't laugh. His eyes narrowed, and when the laughter had faded, he said,
"Okay, Mr. Green Falcon, sir. How about taking that mask off and, let's see your secret identity?"
Cray didn't respond. Dogmeat leaned closer.
"I said, Mr. Green Falcon, sir, that I want you to take your mask off. Do it. Now."
Cray was trembling. He clenched his fists in his lap.
"I'm sorry. I can't do that."
Dogmeat smiled a savage smile.
"If you won't, I will. Hand it over."
Cray shook his head. No matter what happened now, the die was cast.
"No, I won't."
"Well,"
Dogmeat said softly,
"I'm really sorry to hear that."
and he grasped the front of Cray's tunic, lifted him bodily off the stool, twisted, and threw him across a table 8 feet away. Cray went over the table, crashed into a couple of chairs, and sprawled to the floor. Stars and rockets fired in his brain. He got up on his knees, aware that Dogmeat was advancing toward him. Dogmeat's booted foot drew back, the kick aimed at the Green Falcon's face. Chapter 5. The Star and Question Mark. A shriek like the demons of hell singing Beastie Boys tunes came from the speakers.
"Christ!"
Dogmeat shouted, clapping his hands to his ears. He turned, and so did the other one-eyed skulls. A figure stood over at the records turntable near the stage, calmly scratching the tone arm back and forth across the platter. The Green Falcon pulled himself up to his feet and stood shaking the explosions out of his head. The figure let the tone arm skid across the record with a last fingernails on chalkboard skreel, and then the speakers were silent.
"Let him be,"
she said, in a voice like velvet smoke. The Green Falcon's eyes were clear now, and he could see her as well as the others did. She was tall, maybe 6'2", or possibly an inch above that, and her Amazonian body was pressed into a tiger-skin one-piece bathing suit. She wore black high heels, and her hair was dyed orange and cropped close to her head. She smiled a red-lipped smile, her teeth startlingly white against her ebony flesh.
"What did you say, bitch?"
Dogmeat challenged.
"Gracie," the
bartender said.
"keep out of it."
She ignored him, her amber eyes fixed on Dogmeat.
"Let him be," she repeated. "He hasn't done anything to you."
"Lord, Lord!"
Dogmeat shook his head with sarcastic wonder.
"A talking female monkey. Hey, I ain't seen you dance yet. Hop up on that stage and shake that black ass."
"Go play in somebody else's sandbox,"
Gracie told him.
"Kitty time's over."
"Damned right it is."
Dogmeat's cheeks burned red, and he took a menacing step toward her.
"Get up on that stage. Move your butt."
She didn't budge. Dogmeat was almost upon her. The Green Falcon looked around, said, "Excuse me," and lifted an empty beer mug off a table in front of a pie-eyed drunk. Then he cocked his arm back, took aim, and called out, "Hey, Mr. Dogmeat!" The biker's head swiveled toward him, eyes flashing with anger. The Green Falcon threw the beer mug, as cleanly as if it were a shot put on an Indiana summer day. It sailed through the air, and Dogmeat lifted his hand to ward it off, but he was way too late. The mug hit him between the eyes, didn't shatter, but made a satisfying clunking sound against his skull. He took 2 steps forward and 1 back. His eyes rolled to show the bloodshot whites, and he fell like a chopped-down sequoia.
"Son of a bitch,"
the brown-bearded one said, more in surprise than anything else. Then his face darkened like a storm cloud, and he started toward the Green Falcon with 2 other bikers right behind him. The Green Falcon stood his ground. There was no point in running. His old legs would not get him halfway to the door before the bikers pulled him down. No, he had to stand there and take whatever was coming. He let them get within 10 feet, and then he said in a calm and steady voice,
"Does your mother know where you are, son?"
Brownbeard stopped as if he'd run into an invisible wall. One of the others ran into him and bounced off.
"Huh? Your mother,"
the Green Falcon repeated.
"Does she know where you are?" My mother, what's she got to do with this, man?" "She gave birth to you and raised you, didn't she? Does she know where you are right now?"
The Green Falcon waited, his heart hammering, but Brownbeard didn't answer.
"How do you think your mother would feel if she could see you?"
"His mother wouldn't feel nothin',"
another of them offered.
"She's in a home for old sots up in Oxnard."
"You shut up,"
Brownbeard said, turning on his companion.
"She's not an old sot, man. She's just like a little sick. I'm going to get her out of that place. You'll see."
"Quit the jawing,"
a third biker said.
"We gonna tear this green fruit apart or not?"
The Green Falcon stepped forward, and he didn't know what he was about to say, but lines from old scripts were whirling through his recollection like moths through Klieg lights.
"Any son who loves his mother,"
he said,
"is a true American, and I'm proud to call him friend."
He held his hand out toward Brownbeard. The other man stared at it and blinked uncertainly.
Who the hell are you?"
"I'm the Green Falcon, defender of the underdog, righter of wrongs, and champion of justice." That's not me talking, he realized. It's from Night Calls the Green Falcon, Chapter 5. But he realized also that his voice sounded different, in a strange way. It was not the voice of an old man anymore. It was a sturdy, rugged voice, with a bass undertone as strong as a fist. It was a hero's voice, and it demanded respect. No one laughed. And the biker with the brown beard slid his hand into the Green Falcon's, and the Green Falcon gripped it hard and said, "Walk tall and think tall, son." At least for a few seconds he had them. They were in a thrall of wonder, just like the little children who'd come to see him during the public relations tour in the summer of 1951, when he'd shaken their hands and told them to respect their elders, put up their toys, and do right. The simple secret of success. Those children had wanted to believe in him so badly, and now in this biker's eyes there was that same glimmer, faint and far away, yes, but as clear as a candle in the darkness. This was a little boy standing here, trapped in a grown-up skin. The Green Falcon nodded recognition, and when he relaxed his grip, the biker didn't want to let go. "I'm looking for a man whom I think is the Flip-Top Killer," the Green Falcon told them. He described the blond man who'd escaped from the window of Julie Softly's apartment. "Have any of you seen a man who fits that description?" Brownbeard shook his head. None of the others offered information either. Dogmeat moaned, starting to come around.
"Where is he?"
Dogmeat mumbled.
"I'll rip his head off."
"Hey, this joint's about as much fun as a mortician's convention," one of the bikers said. "Women are ugly as hell, too. Let's hit the road."
"Yeah,"
another agreed. "Ain't nothing happening around here."
He bent down to help haul Dogmeat up. Their leader was still dazed, his eyes roaming in circles. The bikers guided Dogmeat toward the door, but the brown-bearded one hesitated.
"I've heard of you before,"
he said.
"Somewhere. Haven't I?"
"Yes," the Green Falcon answered.
"I think you probably have."
The man nodded, pitched his voice lower so the others couldn't hear.
"I used to have a big stack of Batman comics. Read 'em all the time. I used to think he was real, and I wanted to grow up just like him. Crazy, huh?"
"Not so crazy," the Green Falcon said. The other man smiled slightly, a wistful smile.
"I hope you find who you're looking for. Good luck."
He started after his friends, and the Green Falcon said, "Do right." And then they were gone, the sounds of their motorcycles roaring away. The Green Falcon glanced again at the bartender, still hoping for some information, but the man's face remained a blank. "You want a beer, Greenie?" someone asked, and the Green Falcon turned to face the tall black go-go dancer.
"No, thank you. I've got to go."
To where he didn't know, but the grinder switch was a dead end. He had taken 2 steps toward the door when Gracie said, "I've seen him. The guy you're after." The Green Falcon abruptly stopped. "I know that face," Gracie went on. "He was in here maybe 2-3 hours ago."
"Do you know his name?"
"No, but I know where he lives." His heart kicked.
"Where?"
"Well, he might live there or he might not," she amended. She came closer to him, and he figured she was in her late 20s, but it was hard to tell with all the makeup. "A motel on the Strip. The Palmetto. See, I used to, work there. I was an escort." She flashed a quick warning glance at the bartender as if she just dared him to crack wise, then back to the Green Falcon again. "I used to see this guy hanging out around there. He comes in here maybe 2 or 3 times a week. Asked me out one time, but I wouldn't go."
"Why not?"
She shrugged. "Too white. Amazing Grace doesn't have to go out with just anybody. I choose my own friends."
"But you remember seeing him at the Palmetto?"
"Yeah, or at least somebody who fits that description. I'm not saying it's the same guy. Lots of creeps on the Strip, and those hot springs motels lure most of them one time or another." She licked her lower lip. The shine of excitement was in her eyes. "You really think he's the flip-top?"
"I do. Thank you for telling me, miss."
He started toward the door, but again her husky voice stopped him. "Hey, hold on. The Palmetto's about 10 or 12 blocks east. You got a car?"
"No."
"Neither do I, but there's a cab stand down the street. I'm just clocking out. Right, Tony?" "You're the star," the bartender said with a wave of his hand. "You want some company, Greenie? I mean—" She narrowed her eyes. "You're not a crazy yourself, are you?" Gracie laughed at her own question. "Hell, sure you are. You've got to be. But I'm heading that way, and I'll show you the place if you want. For free."
"Why would you want to help me?"
he asked. Gracie looked wounded. "I've got civic pride, that's why. Hell, just because I strut my butt in this joint 5 nights a week doesn't mean I'm not a humanitarian." The Green Falcon considered that and nodded. Amazing Grace was obviously intelligent, and she probably enjoyed the idea of a hunt. He figured he could use all the help he could get.
"All right. I'll wait while you get dressed."
She frowned. "I am dressed, fool. Let's go." They left the grinder switch and started walking east along the boulevard. Gracie had a stride that threatened to leave him behind, and his green suit drew just as many double takes as her lean ebony body in its tiger skin wrapping. The cab stand was just ahead, and a cab was there, engine running. A kid in jeans and a black leather jacket leaned against the hood. He was rail thin, his head shaved bald except for a tuft of hair in the shape of a question mark on his scalp. "You got a fare, kid," Gracie said as she slid her mile-long legs in. "Move it." The kid said, "I'm waiting for—" "Your wait's over," Gracie interrupted. "Come on, we don't have all night." The kid shrugged, his eyes vacant and disinterested, and got behind the wheel. As soon as the Green Falcon was in, the kid shot away from the curb with a shriek of burning rubber and entered the flow of westbound traffic. "We want to go to the Palmetto Motel," Gracie said. "You know where that is?" "Sure." "Well, you're going the wrong way. And start your meter unless we're going to ride for free." "Oh, yeah." The meter's arm came down, and the mechanism started ticking. "You want to go east, huh?" And without warning, he spun the wheel violently, throwing the Green Falcon and Gracie up against the cab side, and the vehicle careened in a tight U-turn that narrowly missed a collision with a BMW. Horns blared and tires screeched, but the kid swerved into the eastbound lane as if he owned Hollywood Boulevard. and the Green Falcon saw a motorcycle cop turn on his blue light and start after them, at the same time as a stout Hispanic man ran out of a Chock-full-o'-nuts coffee shop, yelling and gesturing frantically.
"Must be a caffeine fit,"
Gracie commented. She heard the siren's shrill note and glanced back.
"Smart move, kid. You just got a blue-tailed fly on your ass."
The kid laughed, sort of. The Green Falcon's gut tightened. He'd already seen the little photograph on the dashboard that identified the cab driver. It was a stout Hispanic face.
"Guy asked me to watch his cab while he ran in to pick up some coffee," the kid said with a shrug. "Gave me $1, too."
He looked in the rearview mirror. The motorcycle cop was waving him over.
"What do you want me to do, folks?"
The Green Falcon had decided, just that fast. The police might be looking for him since he'd left the apartment building, and if they saw him like this, they wouldn't understand. They'd think he was just a crazy old man out for a joyride through fantasy, and they'd take the Green Falcon away from him. And if anyone could find the flip-top killer and bring him to justice, the Green Falcon could. He said, "Lose him." The kid looked back, and now his eyes were wide and thrilled. He grinned.
"Roger Wilco,"
he said, and pressed his foot to the accelerator. The cab's engine roared. The vehicle surged forward with a power that pressed the Green Falcon and Gracie into their seats, and the kid whipped around a Mercedes and then up onto the curb where people screamed and leaped aside. The cab, its exhaust pipe spitting fire, rocketed toward the plate glass window of a lingerie store. Gracie gave a stunned little cry, gripped the Green Falcon's hand with knuckle-cracking force, and the Green Falcon braced for impact. Chapter 6. Handful of Straws. The kid spun the wheel to the left, and the cab's fender knocked sparks off a brick wall as it grazed past the window. Then he veered quickly to the right, clipped away 2 parking meters, and turned the cab off Hollywood onto El Centro Avenue. He floorboarded the gas pedal.
"Let me out of here,"
Gracie shouted, and she grasped the door's handle, but the cab's speedometer needle was already nosing past 40. She decided she didn't care for a close acquaintance with asphalt, and anyway, the Green Falcon had her other hand and wasn't going to let her jump. The motorcycle cop was following, the blue light spinning and the siren getting louder. The kid tapped the brakes and swerved in front of a gasoline truck, through an alley and behind a row of buildings, then back onto El Centro and speeding southward. The motorcycle cop came out of the alley and got back on their tail, again closing the gap between them.
"What's your name?" the Green Falcon asked.
"Me? Quess," he answered. "Because of—"
"I can guess why. Quess, this is very important."
The Green Falcon leaned forward, his fingers clamped over the seat in front of him.
"I don't want the policeman to stop us.
Again, lines from the scripts danced through his mind.
"I'm on a mission," he said. "I don't have time for the police. Do you understand?"
Quess nodded.
"No," he said, "but if you want to give the cop a run, I'm your man."
The speedometer's needle was almost to 60, and Quess was weaving in and out of traffic like an Indy racer.
"Hold on,"
he said. Gracie screamed. Quess suddenly veered to the left, almost grazing the fenders of cars just released from a red light at the intersection of El Centro and Fountain Avenue. Outraged horns hooted, but then the cab had cleared the intersection and was speeding away. Quess took a hard right onto Gordon Street, another left on Lexington, and then pulled into an alley behind a Taco Bell. He drew up close to a dumpster and cut the headlights. Gracie found her voice.
"Where the hell did you learn to drive? The demolition derby?"
Quess got himself turned around in the seat so he could look at his passengers. He smiled, and the smile made him almost handsome.
"Close. I was 3rd unit stunt driver in Beverly Hills Cop 2. This was a piece of cake." "I'm getting out right here."
Gracie reached for the door's handle.
"You two never saw me before, okay?"
"Wait."
The Green Falcon grasped her elbow. The motorcycle cop was just passing, going east on Lexington. The siren had been turned off, and the blue light faded as he went on.
"Not in the clear yet," Quess said. "There'll be a lot of shellheads looking for us. We'd better sit here for a while."
He grinned at them.
"Fun, huh? Like screwing in a thorn patch."
Gracie opened the door.
I'm gone."
"Please don't go," the Green Falcon said. "I need you."
"You need a good shrink is what you need. Man, I must have been crazy myself to get into this. You thinking you could track down the flip-top."
She snorted.
"Green Falcon, my ass."
"I need you," he repeated firmly. "If you've got connections at the Palmetto, maybe you can find someone who's seen him."
"The flip-top?"
Quess asked. His interest perked again.
"What about that son of a bitch?"
"I saw him tonight," the Green Falcon said. "He killed a friend of mine, and Grace knows where he might be."
"I didn't say that, man. I said I knew where I'd seen a guy who looked like the guy who's been coming into the grinder switch. That's a big difference."
"Please stay. Help me. It's the only lead I've got."
Gracie looked away from him. The door was halfway open, and she had one leg out.
"Nobody cares about anybody else in this city,"
she said.
"Why should I stick around and get my ass in jail? Or worse."
"I'll protect you,"
he answered. She laughed.
"Oh yeah, a guy in a green freak suit's going to protect me. Wow, my mind feels so much better. Let me go."
He hesitated, then did as she said. She sat on the seat's edge, about to get out. About to. But a second ticked past, and another, and still she sat there.
"I live on Olympic Boulevard," she said. "Man, I am a long way from home."
"Green Falcon, huh?" Quess asked. "That what you call yourself?"
"Yes, that's—"
A second or two of indecision.
"That's who I am."
"You got information about the flip-top. Why don't you give it to the cops?"
"Because—"
Why not, indeed? He asked himself.
"Because the flip-top's killed 9 times, and he's going to kill again. Maybe tonight, even. The police aren't even close to finding him. We are."
"No, we're not," Gracie objected. "Just because I saw a guy at a motel a few times doesn't mean he's the flip-top. You've got a handful of straws, man."
"Maybe I do. But it's worth going to the Palmetto to find out, isn't it?"
"You just don't want to go to the cops because you're afraid they'll pitch you into the nut house,"
Gracie said, and the way the Green Falcon settled back against the seat told her she'd hit the target. She was silent for a moment, watching him.
"That's right, isn't it?"
"Yes,"
he said, because he knew it was. He hesitated, but they were listening, and he decided to tell it as it had been, a long time ago.
"I've spent some time in a sanitarium. Not recently. Back in the early 50s. I had a nervous breakdown. It wasn't a nice place."
"You used to be somebody for real?"
Quess inquired.
"The Green Falcon. I starred in serials."
The kid's face showed no recognition.
"They used to show them on Saturday afternoons,"
Cray went on.
"Chapter by chapter. Well, I guess both of you are too young to remember."
He clasped his hands together in his lap. His back bowed.
"Yes, I used to be somebody. For real."
"So how come you went off your rocker?" Gracie asked. "If you were a star and all, I mean."
He sighed softly.
"When I was a young man, I thought the whole world was one big Indiana. That's where I'm from. Some talent scouts came through my town one day, and somebody told them about me. Big athlete, they said. Won all the medals you can think of. Outstanding young American and all that."
His mouth twitched into a bitter smile.
"Corny, but I guess it was true. Heck, the world was pretty corny back then. But it wasn't such a bad place. Anyway, I came to Hollywood and I started doing the serials. I had a little talent, but I saw things."
He shook his head.
"Things they didn't even know about in Indiana. It seemed as if I was on another world, and I was never going to find my way back home. And everything happened so fast, it just got away from me, I guess. I was a star, whatever that means, and I was working hard and making money, but Cray Boomershine was dying. I could feel him dying a little bit more every day, and I wanted to bring him back, but he was just an Indiana kid, and I was a Hollywood star. The Green Falcon, I mean. Me, Cray Flint. Does that make any sense to you?"
"Not a bit,"
Gracie said.
"Hell, everybody wants to be a star. What was wrong with you?"
His fingers twined together, and the old knuckles worked.
"They wanted me to do a public relations tour. I said I would. So they sent me all across the country, dressed up like this. And the children came out to see me, and they touched my cape, and they asked for my autograph, and they said they wanted to grow up just like me. Those faces, they gave off such an innocent light."
He was silent, thinking, and he drew a deep breath and continued because he could not turn back.
"It was in Watertown, South Dakota. April 26th, 1951. I went on stage at the Watertown Palace Theater right after they showed the 10th and final chapter of Night Calls the Green Falcon. That place was packed with kids, and all of them were laughing and happy."
He closed his eyes, his hands gripped tightly together.
"There was a fire. It started in a storeroom in the basement."
He smelled acrid smoke, felt the heat of flames on his face.
"It spread so fast. And some of the kids, some of them even thought it was part of the show. Oh, God. Oh, my God. The walls were on fire, and children were being crushed as they tried to get out, and I heard them screaming, 'Green Falcon! Green Falcon!'"
His eyes opened, stared without seeing.
"But the Green Falcon couldn't save them, and 31 children died in that fire. He couldn't save them. Couldn't."
He looked at Quess, then to Gracie and back again, and his eyes were wet and sunken in the mask's slits.
"When I came out of the sanitarium, the studio let me keep the costume. For a job well done, they said. But there weren't going to be any more Green Falcon serials. Anyway, everybody was watching television, and that was that."
Neither Quess nor Gracie spoke for a moment. Then Gracie said,
"We're going to take you home. Where do you live?"
"Please."
He put his hand over hers.
"I can find the flip-top killer. I know I can."
"You can't. Give it up."
"What would it hurt?" Quess asked her. "Just to drive to that motel, I mean. Maybe he's right." He held up his hand before she could object. "Maybe. We could drive there and you could ask around and then we'll take him home. How about it?"
"It's crazy,"
she said.
"And I'm crazy."
But then she pulled her leg back in and shut the door.
"Let's try it."
The Palmetto Motel was a broken-down stucco dump between Normandy and Mariposa on the cheap end of Hollywood Boulevard. Quess pulled the cab into the trash-strewn parking lot, and he spoke his first impression.
"Place is a crack gallery, folks."
He saw shadowy faces peering through the blinds of second-floor windows, and blue firelight played across a wall.
"Bullet holes in a door over there."
He motioned toward it.
"From here on, we watch our asses."
He stopped the cab next to a door marked Office, and cut the engine.
"It's sure enough gone to hell since I worked here,"
Gracie said.
"Nothing like addicts to junk a place up."
Not far away stood the hulk of a car that looked as if it had been recently set afire.
"Well, let's see what we can see."
She got out, and so did the Green Falcon. Quess stayed behind the wheel, and when Gracie motioned him to come on, he said nervously,
"I'll give you moral support." "Thanks, jerk-off. Hey, hold on,"
she said, because the Green Falcon was already striding toward the office door. He grasped the knob, turned it, and the door opened with a jingle of little bells. He stepped into a room where lights from the boulevard cut through slanted blinds, and the air was thick with the mingled odors of marijuana, a dirty carpet, and— what else was it? Spoiled meat, he realized. And that was when something stood up from a corner and bared its teeth. The Green Falcon stopped. He was looking at a stocky black-and-white pit bull, its eyes bright with the prospect of violence.
"Oh, shit,"
Gracie whispered. Soundlessly, the pit bull leaped at the Green Falcon. Its jaws opened for a bone-crushing bite. Chapter 7. The Watchman. The Green Falcon stepped back, colliding with Gracie. The pit bull's body came flying toward him, reached the end of its chain, and its teeth clacked together where a vital member of the Green Falcon's anatomy had been a second before. Then the dog was yanked back to the wall, but it immediately regained its balance and lunged again. The Green Falcon stood in front of Gracie, picked up a chair to ward the beast off, but again the chain stopped the pit bull short of contact. As the animal thrashed against its collar, a figure rose up from behind the counter and pulled back the trigger on a double-barreled shotgun.
"Put it down,"
the man told the Green Falcon. He motioned with the shotgun.
"Do it, or I swear to God I'll blow your head off."
The man's voice was high and nervous, and the Green Falcon slowly put the chair down. The pit bull was battling with its chain, trying to slide its head out of the collar.
"Ain't nobody gonna rob me again,"
the man behind the counter vowed. Sweat glistened on his gaunt face.
"You punks gonna learn some respect, you hear me?" "Lester,"
Gracie said. The man's frightened eyes ticked toward her.
"Lester Dent, it's me."
She took a careful step forward, where the light could show him who she was.
"Sabra Jones."
The Green Falcon stared at her. She said,
"You remember me, don't you, Lester?" "Sabra? That really you?"
The man blinked, reached into a drawer, and brought out a pair of round-lensed spectacles. He put them on, and the tension on his face immediately eased.
"Sabra? Well, why didn't you say so?"
He uncocked the shotgun and said,
"Down, Bucky,"
to the pit bull. The animal stopped its thrashing, but it still regarded the Green Falcon with hungry eyes.
"This is a friend of mine, Lester, the Green Falcon."
She said it with all seriousness.
"Hi."
Lester lowered the shotgun and leaned it behind the counter.
"Sorry, I'm a little jumpy. Things have changed around here since you left. Lots of freaks in the neighborhood, and you can't be too careful." "I guess not."
Gracie glanced at a couple of bullet holes in the wall. Flies were buzzing around the scraps of hamburger in Bucky's feed bowl.
"Used to be a decent joint. How come you're still hanging around here?"
Lester shrugged. He was a small man, weighed maybe 130 pounds, and he wore a Captain America t-shirt.
"I crave excitement, what can I say?"
He looked her up and down with true appreciation.
"Life's being pretty good to you, huh?" "I can't complain, much. Lester, my friend and I are looking for somebody who used to hang around here."
She described the man.
"I remember he used to like Dolly Winslow. Do you know the guy I mean?" "I think I do, but I'm not sure. I've seen a lot of them." "Yeah, I know, but this is important. Do you have any idea what the guy's name might have been, or have you seen him around here lately?" "No, I haven't seen him for a while, but I know what his name was."
He grinned, gap-toothed.
"John Smith. That's what all their names were."
He glanced at the Green Falcon.
"Can you breathe inside that thing?"
"The man we're looking for is the Flip-Top Killer,"
the Green Falcon said, and Lester's grin cracked.
"Do you know where we can find Dolly Winslow?"
"She went to Vegas,"
Gracie told him.
"Changed her name, the last I heard. No telling where she is now." "You're looking for the Flip-Top Killer?" Lester asked. "You a cop or something?"
"No, I've got a personal interest."
Lester drummed his fingers on the scarred countertop and thought for a moment.
"The Flip-Top, huh? Guy's a mean one. I wouldn't want to cross his path, no sir."
"Anybody still around who used to hang out here?" Gracie asked. "Like Jelly Roll? Or that weird guy who played the flute?"
"That weird guy who played the flute just signed $1 million contract at Capitol Records," Lester said. "We should all be so weird. Jelly Roll's living uptown somewhere. Pearlie's got a boutique on the Strip making money hand over fist. Bobby just drifted away."
He shook his head.
"We had us a regular club here, didn't we?"
"So everybody cleared out?"
"Well, not everybody. There's me and the Watchman."
"The Watchman?"
The Green Falcon came forward, and the pit bull glowered at him but didn't attack.
"Who's that?"
"Crazy old guy lives down in the basement,"
Lester said.
"Been here since the place was new. You won't get anything out of him, though."
"Why not?"
"The Watchman doesn't speak. Never has, as far as I know. He goes out and walks, day and night, but he won't tell you where he's been. You remember him, don't you, Sabra?" "Yeah. Dolly and me saw him walking over on the beach at Santa Monica one day, and Bobby saw him in downtown L.A. All he does is walk."
"Can he speak?"
the Green Falcon asked.
"No telling,"
Lester said.
"Whenever I've tried talking to him, he just sits like a wall."
"So why do you call him the Watchman?"
"You know the way, Sabra."
Lester motioned toward the door.
"Why don't you show him?"
"You don't want to see the Watchman," she said.
"Forget it. He's out of his mind. Like me for getting into this. See you around, Lester."
She started out, and Lester said,
"Don't be such a stranger."
Outside, Gracie continued walking to the cab. The Green Falcon caught up with her.
"I'd like to see the Watchman. What would it hurt?"
"It would waste my time and yours. Besides, he's probably not even here. Like I said, he walks all the time."
She reached the cab, where Quess was waiting nervously behind the wheel.
"Let's go,"
Quess said.
"Cars have been going in and out. Looks like a major deal's about to go down."
"Hold it."
The Green Falcon placed his hand against the door before she could open it.
"If the Watchman's been here so long, he might know something about the man we're looking for. It's worth asking, isn't it?"
"No, he doesn't speak to anybody. Nobody knows where he came from or who he is, and he likes it that way."
She glanced around, saw several figures standing in a second-floor doorway. Others were walking across the lot toward a black Mercedes.
"I don't like the smell around here. The faster we get out, the better."
The Green Falcon stepped back and let her get into the cab, but he didn't go around to the other door.
"I'm going to talk to the Watchman,"
he said.
"How do I get to the basement?"
She paused, her eyelids at half-mast.
"You're a stubborn fool, aren't you? There's the way down."
She pointed at a door near the office.
"You go through there, you're on your own."
"We shouldn't leave him here," Quess said.
"We ought to stay—" "Shut up, Cue-Ball. Lot of bad dudes around here, and I'm not getting shot for anybody."
She smiled grimly.
"Not even the Green Falcon. Good luck."
"Thanks for your help. I hope you—"
"Can it?"
she interrupted.
"Move out, Quess."
He said sorry to the Green Falcon, put the cab into reverse and backed out of the lot, turned left across the boulevard and headed west. And the Green Falcon stood alone. He waited, hoping they'd come back. They didn't. Finally, he turned and walked to the door that led to the Palmetto Motel's basement, and he reached for the knob. But somebody came out of another room before he could open the door, and the Green Falcon saw the flash of metal.
"Hey, amigo,"
the man said, and flames shot from the barrel of the small pistol he'd just drawn. Chapter 8. Yours truly. The Hispanic man lit his cigarette with the flame, then put the pistol-shaped lighter back into his pocket.
"What kind of party you dressed up for?"
The Green Falcon didn't answer. His nerves were still jangling, and he wasn't sure he could speak even if he tried.
"You looking for a score or not?"
the man persisted.
"I'm looking for the Watchman,"
he managed to say.
"Oh, yeah, I should have figured you were. Didn't know the old creep had any friends."
Somebody called out,
"Chico, get your ass over here now!"
The man sneered,
"When I'm ready."
And then he sauntered toward the group of others who stood around the Mercedes. The Green Falcon went through the door and into darkness. He stood on a narrow staircase, tried to find a light switch, but could not. 2 steps down, and his right hand found a light bulb overhead with a dangling cord. He pulled it, and the light bulb illuminated with a dim yellow glow. The concrete stairs descended beyond the light's range, the walls made of cracked gray cinder block. The Green Falcon went down, into a place that smelled as damp and musty as a long-closed crypt. Halfway down the steps, he halted. There had been a sound of movement over on the right.
"Anyone there?"
he asked. No answer, and now the sound had ceased. Rats, he decided. Big ones. He came to the bottom of the stairs, darkness surrounding him. Again he felt for a light switch, again with no reward. The smell was putrid. Wet and decaying paper, he thought. He took a few steps forward, reaching out to both sides. His right arm brushed what felt like a stack of magazines or newspapers. And then the fingers of his left hand found a wall and a light switch, and when he flicked it, a couple of naked bulbs came on. He looked around at the watchman's domain. The basement, a huge cavernous chamber, might have put the periodicals department of the LA Public Library to shame. Neat stacks of books, newspapers, and magazines were piled against the walls and made corridors across the basement, their turns and windings as intricate as a carefully constructed maze. The Green Falcon had never seen anything like it before. There had to be thousands, no, hundreds of thousands, of items down here. Maps of Los Angeles, Hollywood, Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, and other municipalities were mounted on the walls, tinged with green mold, but otherwise unmarred. Here stood a stack of telephone books, 6 feet tall. There were multiple stacks of old Hollywood reporters. The place was an immense repository of information, and the Green Falcon was stunned because he'd never expected anything like this. A bank of battered filing cabinets stood against one wall, more newspapers stacked on top of them. There had to be 30 years of accumulated magazines and papers just in this part of the basement alone, and the chamber stretched the length of the motel. He couldn't restrain his curiosity. He went to one of the filing cabinets, which had precise little alphabet letters identifying their contents, and opened a drawer. Inside were hundreds of notebook pages covered with what appeared to be license plate numbers, and the make and color of the cars that carried them, all written in an elegant, almost calligraphic handwriting. Another drawer held lists of items found in various trash cans at scores of locations and dates. A third drawer bulged with pages that seemed to record the routes of pedestrians through the city streets, how long to the second they stayed in this or that store or restaurant, and so forth. And it dawned on the Green Falcon that this was exactly what the watchman did. He watched, recorded, filed away, all to the service of some bizarre inner logic, and he'd been doing it for years. Something moved, back beyond the room in which the Green Falcon stood. There was a quick rustling sound of papers being disturbed. Then silence. The Green Falcon wound his way through the maze, found another light switch that illuminated 2 more bulbs at the rear of the basement. Still more periodicals, maps, and filing cabinets stood in that area of the basement as well, but there was a cot, too, and a desk with a blue blotter. And a man in a long, dirty olive coat, huddled up with his back wedged into a corner, and his Peter Lorre eyes looked as if they were about to pop from their sockets. "Hello," the Green Falcon said quietly. The man, gray-bearded and almost emaciated, trembled and hugged his knees. The Green Falcon walked closer and stopped, because the watchman was shaking so hard he might have a heart attack. "I've come to talk to you." The watchman's mouth opened in his sallow face, gave a soft gasp, and closed again. "I'm looking for someone you might help me find." The Green Falcon described the man. "I think he might be the flip-top killer, and I understand a man fitting that description used to come around here. He might have been friends with a girl named Dolly Winslow. Do you know the man I'm talking about?" Still no response. The watchman looked as if he were about to jump out of his skin. "Don't be afraid. I'm the Green Falcon, and I wish you no harm." The watchman was so terrified there were tears in his eyes. The Green Falcon started to speak again, but he realized the futility of it. The watchman was a human pack rat, and Amazing Grace had been right. There was nothing to be gained here. He almost took off his mask and threw it aside in disgust. What had made him think he could track down the flip-top, he asked himself. A red matchbook from a dead girl's hand? A glimpse of the killer's face, and an ill-founded yearning for a counterfeit past? It was ridiculous. He was standing in a motel's dank basement with a drug deal going on over his head, and he'd better get out of here as fast as he could before he got his throat cut.
"I'm sorry to have bothered you,"
he told the watchman, and he started walking toward the stairs. He heard the watchman gasp and crawl across the floor, and he looked back to see the man rummaging with frantic speed inside an old mildewed cardboard box. This is no place for me, the Green Falcon realized. In fact, there was no place at all left for the Green Falcon, but Cray Flint's mop was waiting at the Burger King. He kept going to the stairs, burdened with age.
"Dear Davy,"
the voice rang out.
"I am sorry I can't come to Center City this summer, but I'm working on a new mystery."
The Green Falcon stopped.
"And I'm very busy. I just wanted you to know that I appreciate your letter, and I like to hear from my fans very much. Enclosed is something I want you to have, and I hope you'll wear it with pride. Remember to respect your elders, put up your toys, and do right."
He turned, his heart pounding.
"Yours truly, the Green Falcon."
And the watchman looked up, smiling, from the yellowed, many times folded letter in his hands.
"You signed it,"
he said.
"Right here, remember?"
He held it up, then scrambled to the box again, rummaged, and came up with an old wallet covered in multicolored Indian beads. He flipped it open and showed what was pinned inside.
"I kept it all this time. See?"
The plastic button said the Green Falconeers.
"I see."
Cray's voice cracked.
"I did right,"
Davy said.
"I always did right."
"Yes,"
the Green Falcon nodded.
"I know you did."
"We moved from city center."
Davy stood up. He was at least 6 inches taller than the Green Falcon.
"My dad got a new job when I was 12. That was—"
He hesitated, trying to think.
"A long time ago,"
he decided. A frown slowly settled on his deeply lined face.
"What happened to you?"
"I got old,"
the Green Falcon said.
"Yes, sir. Me too."
His frown started to slip away, then took hold again.
"Am I still a Falconeer?"
"Oh, yes, that's a forever thing."
"I thought it was,"
Davy said, and his smile came back.
"You've got a nice collection down here."
The Green Falcon walked amid the stacks.
"I guess gathering all this takes a lot of time."
"I don't mind. It's my job."
"Your job?"
"Sure. Everybody's got a job. Mine is watching things and writing them down. Keeping them, too."
"Have you actually read all these papers and magazines?"
"Yes, sir. Well, most of them."
he amended.
"And I remember what I read, too. I've got, like, a Kodak in my brain."
Did he mean a photographic memory? The Green Falcon wondered. If so, might he recall the man Gracie remembered?
"Davy,"
he said in his heroic voice,
"I've come to you because I need your help. I'm trying to find the Flip-Top Killer. Have you heard of him?"
Davy nodded without hesitation.
"Can you think of a man like the one I described? A man who is a friend of—"
"Dolly Winslow."
Davy finished for him.
"Yes, sir. I remember him. I never liked him, either. He laughed at people when he didn't think they were looking."
So far, so good. The Green Falcon felt sweat on the back of his neck.
"I want you to concentrate very hard, like a good falconeer. Did you ever hear the man's name?"
Davy rubbed his mouth with the back of his hand, and his eyes took on a steely glint. He walked to a filing cabinet, bent down and opened the bottom drawer, looked through dozens of envelopes, and then he pulled one of them out, and he brought it to the Green Falcon. On it, Davy had written 23.
"Dolly's room,"
he said.
"He cleaned his wallet out in her trash can one night."
The Green Falcon went to the desk and spilled the envelope's contents out on the blotter. There was a torn-open Trojan's wrapper, 2 dried-up sticks of doublemint gum, a few cash register receipts, a ticket stub to a Lakers game, and—
"His name's Rod Bowers. It's on the library card,
Davy said.
His address, too.
The library card had been torn into quarters, but Davy had taped it back together again. And there was the name and address. Rodney E. Bowers, 1416D Jericho Street, Santa Monica.
That was over a year ago, though. He might not be there now,
Davy said. The Green Falcon's hands were shaking. Davy had taped together another piece of paper, a receipt that had been torn into many fragments. On that receipt was the name of a business, the House of Blades. On December 20th, 1986, Rodney Bowers had bought himself a Christmas present of a John Wayne commemorative hunting knife.
Did I do right?
Davy asked, peering over the Green Falcon's shoulder.
You sure did, son.
He grasped the younger man's arm.
You're,
he said the first thing that came to mind,
the #1 Falconeer. I have to go now. I've got a job to do.
He started striding, his pace quick, toward the stairs.
Green Falcon, sir?
Davy called, and he paused.
I'll be here, if you ever need my help again.
I'll remember,
the Green Falcon answered, and he climbed the stairs with the taped-together library card and the House of Blades receipt gripped in his hand. He went through the door into the parking lot and instantly heard someone shouting in Spanish. Somebody else was hollering from the second floor, and there were other angry voices. The man named Chico was standing next to the Mercedes, and suddenly he drew a pistol, not a cigarette lighter this time, but a .45 automatic. He shouted out a curse and began firing into the Mercedes, glass from the windshield exploding into the air. At the same time, 2 men got out of another car, flung themselves flat on the pavement, and started spraying Chico with gunfire. Chico's body danced and writhed, the .45 going off into the air.
Kill him!
Somebody yelled from the second floor. Machine gun fire erupted, and bullets ricocheted off the concrete in a zigzagging line past the Green Falcon. Oh my God, Cray thought, and he realized he'd come out of the basement into the middle of a drug deal gone bad. The 2 men on the pavement kept firing. Now figures were sprinting across the parking lot, shooting at the men on the second floor. Machine gun bullets cut one of them down, and he fell in a twitching heap. The Green Falcon backed up, hit the wall, and stayed there. And then a man in a dark suit turned toward him, a smoking Uzi machine gun in his hand, his face sparkling with the sweat of terror. He lifted the weapon to spray a burst at the Green Falcon. Chapter 9. Hell or High Water. A black and white streak shot across the parking lot, and the pit bull hit the gunman like a miniature locomotive. The man screamed and went down, the Uzi firing an arc of tracers into the sky. And Lester ran past, stopped almost in front of the Green Falcon, fired a shotgun blast at another man, and then skidded on his belly behind the protection of a car. The Green Falcon ran toward the street, and was almost struck by a cab that whipped into the lot with a shriek of burning rubber. Quess hit the brake, and Gracie shouted, "Come on, fool!" as she threw the door open. The Green Falcon heard a bullet hiss past his head, and then he grasped the door and hung on as Quess reversed out of the lot and sped away on Hollywood. Gracie pulled the Green Falcon in, and they got the door closed, but Quess still kept a leaden foot on the accelerator.
"Slow down," she told him. "We don't want the cops stopping us."
He didn't respond, and she slapped him on the question mark.
"Slow down."
Quess did, but only by a little.
"They had guns," he said shakily. "Real guns." "What did you expect drug dealers to carry? Slingshots?"
She looked at the Green Falcon.
"You in one piece?"
He nodded, his eyes huge behind his mask.
"We were circling the block waiting for you to come out. We figured you'd never get out of this neighborhood alive. We were almost right, huh?"
"Yes,"
he croaked.
"Welcome to the big city. You find the watchman?"
"I did."
He drew a couple of deep breaths, could still smell the gun smoke.
"And something else, too."
He gave the library card to Quess.
"That's where we're going. I think it's the Flip-Top Killer's name and address.
Not that again,
Gracie protested.
Man, we're taking you home.
No, we're going to Santa Monica. You don't have to get out of the cab if you don't want to. In fact, I'd rather you didn't. But I'm going to find the Flip-Top, with you or without you.
It'll be without me, all right,
she answered. But the way he'd said that let her know he was through talking about it. The man had a mission, and he was going to do it, come hell or high water. She settled back into her seat, muttering, and Quest turned toward the Santa Monica freeway. The address was near the beach, so close they could smell the sea. The building was dark-bricked, one of those old Art Deco places that probably used to be a hotel when Santa Monica was young. Quest pulled the cab to a halt in front of it and cut the engine.
I want both of you to stay here, the Green Falcon said. I'm going in alone.
He started to get out, but Gracie caught his arm.
Hey, listen, if the Flip-Top's really in there, this is the time to call the cops. No joke.
I don't know that he's in there. It's an old library card. He might have moved. But if he's there, I've got to see his face for myself. Then we can call the police.
She's right,
Quest told him.
Listen, it's crazy to go in there. You don't have a gun or anything.
The Green Falcon, he said adamantly, never carries a gun.
Yeah, and the Green Falcon's only got one life, fool.
Gracie didn't release her grip.
Playtime's over, I mean it. This isn't some old serial, this is real life. You know what reality is?
Yes, I do.
He turned the full wattage of his gaze on her.
The reality is that I think I'd rather die as the Green Falcon than live as an old man with a screwed-up bladder and a book of memories. I want to walk tall just once more. Is that so terrible?
It's nuts,
she answered.
And you're nuts.
So I am. I'm going.
He pulled loose from her and got out of the cab. He was scared, but not as much as he thought he'd be. It wasn't as bad as indigestion, really. And then he went up the front steps into the building, and he checked the row of mailboxes in the alcove. The one for Apartment D had Bowers on it. Apartments A, B, and C were on the first floor. He climbed the stairs, aided by a red-shaded light fixture on the wall, and stood before Apartment D's door. He started to knock, stopped his hand, the fist clenched. A thrill of fear coursed through him. He stood there, facing the door, and he didn't know if he could do it or not. He wasn't the Green Falcon. There was no such entity. Not really. It was all a fiction. But Julie's death was not a fiction, and neither was what he'd been through tonight to reach this door. The sane thing was to back off, go down those stairs, get to a phone, and call the police. Of course it was. He heard a car's horn blare a quick tattoo. The cab, he thought. Quest, urging him to come back. He knocked at the door and waited. His heart had lodged in his throat. He tensed for a voice or the sudden opening of the door. The stairs creaked. He heard the cab's horn again. This time Quest was leaning on it, and suddenly the Green Falcon knew why. He turned in awful slow motion and saw the shadow looming on the wall. And there he was, the young blond, dark-eyed man who'd slashed Julie's throat, coming up the staircase, step by step, not yet having seen the Green Falcon. But he would, at any second, and each step brought them closer. The Green Falcon didn't move. The killer's weight made the risers moan, and he was smiling slightly. Perhaps, the Green Falcon thought, musing over the feel of the blade, piercing Julie's flesh. And then the Flip-Top killer looked up, saw the Green Falcon at the top of the stairs, and stopped. They stared at each other, standing not quite an arm's length apart. The killer's dark eyes were startled, and in them the Green Falcon saw a glint of fear.
"I've found you," the Green Falcon said.
The Flip-Top killer reached to his back, his hand a blur. It returned with the bright steel of the hunting knife, taken from a sheath, that must fit down at his waistband. He moved fast, like an animal, and the Green Falcon saw the blade rising to strike him in the throat or chest.
"It's him!"
Gracie shouted as she burst into the alcove and to the foot of the steps. The killer looked around at her, and it was the Green Falcon's turn to move fast. He grasped the man's wrist and struck him hard in the jaw with his right fist, and he felt one of his knuckles break, but the killer toppled backward down the stairs. The man caught the railing before he'd tumbled to the bottom, and he still had hold of the knife. A thread of blood spilled from his split lower lip, his eyes dazed from a bang of his skull against a riser. The Green Falcon was coming down the steps after him, and the flip-top killer struggled up and backed away.
"Watch out!"
the Green Falcon yelled as Gracie tried to grab the man's knife. The killer swung at her, but she jumped back, and the blade narrowly missed her face. But she had courage, and she wasn't about to give up. She darted in again, clutching his arm to keep the knife from another slash. The Green Falcon tensed to leap at the man, but suddenly the killer struck Gracie in the face with his left fist, and she staggered back against the wall. Just that fast, the man fled toward the front door. The Green Falcon stopped at Gracie's side. Her nose was bleeding, and she looked about to pass out. She said, "Get the bastard," and the Green Falcon took off in pursuit. Out front, the flip-top killer ran to the parked cab. Quest tried to fight him off, but a slash of the blade across Quest's shoulder sprayed blood across the inside of the windshield. The flip-top killer looked up, saw the man in the green suit and cape coming after him. He hauled Quest out of the cab and leaped behind the wheel. As the cab's tires laid down streaks of rubber, the Green Falcon grasped the edge of the open window on the passenger side and just had an instant to lock his fingers, broken knuckle and all, before the cab shot forward. Then he was off his feet, his body streamlined to the cab's side, and the vehicle was roaring north along serpentine Jericho Street at 50 miles an hour. The Green Falcon hung on. The killer jerked the wheel back and forth, slammed into a row of garbage cans, and kept going. He made a screeching left turn at a red light that swung the Green Falcon's body out from the cab side and all but tore his shoulders from their sockets, but still the Green Falcon hung on, and now the flip-top killer leaned over, one hand gripping the wheel, and jabbed at the Green Falcon's fingers with the knife. Slashed 2 of them, but the Green Falcon's right hand darted in and clamped around the wrist. The cab veered out of its lane, in front of a panel truck whose fender almost clipped the Green Falcon's legs. The killer thrashed wildly, trying to get his knife hand free, but the Green Falcon smashed his wrist against the window's frame, and the fingers spasmed open. The knife fell down between the seat and the door. Beachfront buildings and houses flashed by on either side. The cab tore through a barricade that said, "Warning, no vehicles beyond this point." The Green Falcon tried to push himself through the window. A fist hit his chin and made alarm bells go off in his brain. And then the flip-top killer gripped the wheel with both hands because the cab was speeding up a narrow wooden ramp. The Green Falcon had the taste of blood in his mouth, and now he could hear a strange thing. The excited shouts of children, the voices of ghosts on the wind. His fingers were weakening, his grip about to fail. The voices, overlapped and intermingled, said, "Hold on, Green Falcon, hold on." And then, before his strength collapsed, he lunged through the window and grappled with the flip-top killer as the cab rocketed up onto a pier, and early-morning fishermen leapt for their lives. Fingers gouged for the Green Falcon's eyes, could not get through the mask's slits. The Green Falcon hit him in the face with a quick boxer's left and right, and the killer let go of the wheel to clench both sinewy hands around the Green Falcon's throat. The cab reached the end of the pier, crashed through the wooden railing, and plummeted into the Pacific Ocean 20 feet below. Chapter 10 Nightmare Netherworld. The sea surged into the cab, and the vehicle angled down into the depths. The flip-top killer screamed. The Green Falcon smashed him in the face with a blow that burst his nose, and then the sea came between them, rising rapidly toward the roof as the cab continued to sink. The last bubbles of air exploded from the cab. One headlight still burned, pointing toward the bottom, and for a few seconds the instrument panel glowed with weird phosphorescence, and then the lights shorted out, and darkness claimed all. The Green Falcon released his prey. Already his lungs strained for a breath, but still the cab was sinking. One of the killer's thrashing legs hit his skull, a hand tearing at his tunic. The Green Falcon didn't know which was up and which was down. The cab was rotating as it descended, like an out-of-control aircraft falling through a nightmare netherworld. The Green Falcon searched for an open window, but found only the windshield's glass. He slammed his fist against it, but it would take more strength than he had to break it. "Cut," he thought. Panic flared inside him, almost tore loose the last of the air in his lungs. "Cut!" But there was no director here, and he had to play this scene out to its end. He twisted and turned, seeking a way out. His cape was snagged around something. The gear shift, he thought it was. He ripped the cape off and let it fall, and then he pulled his cowl and mask off, and it drifted past him like another face. His lungs heaved, bubbles coming out of his nostrils, and then his flailing hands found a window's edge. As he pushed himself through, the flip-top killer's fingers closed on his arm. The Green Falcon grasped the man's shirt and pulled him through the window too. Somewhere below the surface he lost his grip on the flip-top killer. His torn tunic split along the seams and left him. He kicked toward the top with the legs that had won a gold medal in his junior year swim meet, and as his lungs began to convulse, his head broke the surface. He shuddered, drawing in night air. People were shouting at him from the pier's splintered rail. A wave caught him, washed him forward. The rough surface of a barnacled piling all but ripped the green tights off his legs. Another wave tossed him, and a third. The fourth crashed foam over him, and then a young arm got him around the neck and he was being guided to the beach. A moment later his knees touched sand. A wave cast him onto shore, and took the last tatters of his Green Falcon costume back with it to the sea. He was turned over, somebody trying to squeeze water out of him. He said, "I'm all right," in a husky voice, and he heard someone else shout, "The other one washed up over here." Cray sat up. "Is he alive?" he asked the tanned face. "Is he alive?" "Yeah," the boy answered. "He's alive." "Good. Don't let him go." Cray snorted seaweed out of his nostrils. "He's the flip-top killer." The boy stared at him, then shouted to his friend, "Sit on that dude till the cops get here, man." It wasn't long before the first police car came. The two officers hurried down to where Cray sat at the edge of the land, and one of them bent down and asked his name. "Cray." He stopped. A piece of green cloth washed up beside him, was pulled back again just as quickly. "Cray Boomershine," he answered. And then he told them the rest of it. "This guy got the flip-top," one of the kids standing nearby called to his friend, and somebody else repeated it, and it went up and down the beach. People crowded around, gawking at the old man who sat in his pajamas on the sand. The second police car came, and the third one brought a black go-go dancer and a kid with a question mark on his scalp and a bandage around his shoulder. They pushed through the crowd, and Gracie called out, "Where is he? Where's the Green Falcon?" She stopped, because the old man standing between two policemen was smiling at her. He said, "Hello, Gracie. It's all over." She came toward him, didn't speak for a moment. Her hand rose up, and her fingers picked seaweed out of his hair. "Lord have mercy," she said. "You look like a wet dog." "You got that sucker, didn't you?" Quess watched the cops taking the flip-top, in handcuffs, to one of the cars. "We got him," Cray said. A TV news truck was pulling onto the beach. A red-haired woman with a microphone and a guy carrying a video camera and power pack got out, hurrying toward the center of the crowd. "No questions," a policeman told her, but she was right there in Cray's face before she could be restrained. The camera's lights shone on him, Gracie, and Quess. "What happened here?
Is it true that the flip-top killer was caught tonight?"
"No questions," the policeman repeated, but Gracie's teeth flashed as she grinned for the camera.
"What's your name?"
the woman persisted. She thrust the microphone up to Cray's lips.
"Hey, lady,"
Quest said. The microphone went to him.
"Don't you recognize the Green Falcon?"
The newswoman was too stunned to reply, and before she could find another question, a policeman herded her and the cameraman away.
"We're going to the station and clear all this mess away,"
the officer who had hold of Cray's elbow said.
"All three of you, move it."
They started up the beach, the crowd following and the newswoman trying to get at them again. Gracie and Quest got into one of the police cars, but Cray paused. The night air smelled sweet, like victory. The night had called, and the Green Falcon had answered. What would happen to him, Gracie, and Quest from this moment on he didn't know, but of one thing he was certain. They had done right. He got into the police car and realized he still wore his green boots. He thought that maybe, just maybe, they still had places to go. The police car carried them away, and the TV news truck followed. On the beach, the crowd milled around for a while. Who was he? Somebody asked. The Green Falcon? Did he used to be somebody?
Yeah, a long time ago. I think I saw him on a rerun. He lives in Beverly Hills now. Went into real estate and made about $10 million, but he still plays the Green Falcon on the side.
Oh yeah, somebody else said. I heard that too. And at the edge of the ocean, a green mask and cowl washed up from the foam, started to slip back into the waves again. A little boy picked it up. He and his dad had come to fish on the pier this morning, before the sun came up and the big ones went back to the depths. He had seen the cab go over the edge, and the sight of this mask made his heart beat harder. It was a thing worth keeping. He put it on. It was wet and heavy, but it made the world look different, kind of. He ran back to his dad, his brown legs pumping in the sand, and for a moment he felt as if he could fly. Bargain Cinema by J. Sheckley.
"Chuck, look!"
The serrated molybdenum knife moved back and forth across a cardboard photo of a chuck roast.
"No, sweetheart," Chuck said. "You're no steak."
With a stubby forefinger, he followed the knife's motorized path, pointing out the serving spears. Patty admired the gleaming electroplate blade. Admiring it, she twisted a stringy lock of blonded hair around her finger.
"Come on," Chuck said. "Get a look at these."
Hungrily, Patty examined the case of hunting knives. What kinds there were. Folding knives, imitations of Swiss Army issue, small oval blades incised with woodland animals.
"Look, a bobcat," she said. "Oh, a cute beaver."
"We don't need it for the picture on it," Chuck said.
"Yeah,"
Patty said.
"That's for sure."
They looked at each other shyly, knowing that no one knew their plan. No one who hadn't seen the movie.
"For $1 more than those animals," Chuck said, "we could get that one."
"Ooh."
Patty imagined Chuck's hand wrapped around the dagger's real brass hilt, coming at her. The brass-hilted dagger was the most expensive knife in Gristleton. $49.95. But nothing was too good that Tuesday. Die with love and a flourish. That's what the movie had been about. Bargain Cinema was 2 blocks from Patty's apartment, so every Saturday, regardless of the program, Chuck and Patty would go there arm in arm. Often the rumpled ticket-taker remembered them and would refuse their $1.50 admissions.
"Go on in,"
he'd croak affectionately.
"You're nice kids."
They were nice kids, too. They knew each other from Marrowville High, and hadn't gone out with anyone else in 3 years. Well, once Chuck had kissed some girl named Diane Tartar at a big party in Gristleton, but that was all over with. It wasn't worth risking their happiness, even though their happiness bored them. They needed glamour. Chuck cooked at a Chewy Burger stand. Patty was the receptionist at Red's Lockers. Neither earned much or knew how to manage money. For fun, Chuck had an old Chevy. Patty dyed her hair. Sometimes she dyed it gravy brown, sometimes charcoal black, and now butter sauce yellow. "Sure I like it," Chuck said. Patty's hair looked like threshed straw. Chuck said, "You could be a movie star." Patty smiled. She nestled into her liver-colored parka as if it was a good fur. Glamour. It was all they needed. A dashing trim for their secure couplehood. The Italian movie Amplitude gave them direction. It gave them hope that they could triumph over the commonness and the pettiness of love. "They risked all," the bargain cinema poster said, "to be lovers like the world had never seen. Violent and tender, shocking and beautiful. Was it murder or eternal romance? Amplitude. Rated R." Chuck and Patty did not even glance at the marquee. This had been a Saturday movie night. That was enough for them. "Go on in," the ticket-taker said. "You're nice kids." The nice kids went on in. They didn't smoke marijuana in the theater. They didn't spill popcorn. They didn't shout. They abstained from public necking. Arms around one another's shoulders, they watched the screen couple make their vows. After the movie, they went out for a couple of Cokes and some pie. "I hate foreign movies," Patty said, "but this one was okay." "Yeah," Chuck said. He was finishing his pie. "Should have been in English," Patty said. "Nobody reads that fast." "Uh-huh." Chuck sucked the last of his Coke up the straw. Patty hadn't finished her mincemeat. "Can you tell me it?" "What?" "The story," Patty said. "How the guy comes to slit her throat for love." "Eat your pie," Chuck said. He was paying for it. "If you tell me." "Eat," Chuck said. "Okay, it was like this. The guy, he had a funny name. He loved that girl, right? And she loved him. But they didn't get married because when their friends got married, they saw it wasn't no good. So they wanted to love each other like they already were." "That's us," Patty said. "Isn't it, Chuck?" "Yeah," he said, "but eat." So then she got knocked up, or something makes her father yell at the guy, and then the guy and his girl have a fight. "They have a fight," Patty said with enthusiasm. "And then they get together again and kiss, and there's all that music." "Right," Chuck said. "But they saw there was going to be trouble. They loved each other. They knew they would fight or get bored or break up or just forgive each other year after year. So he says, 'Don't forgive me. I'm not going to live like that,' or something." "Then," Patty said, "they came up with the plan." "I thought you didn't understand it." "It was in Italian. How can I be sure?" Okay, I'll tell you," Chuck said. "Eat." So she says she doesn't want to lose him or ever be with another man. She wants him to change her so the bad things can't happen. She asks him to kill her. "Yeah," Patty said. And he says, no way, man, that's too dangerous. But he loves her. Finally, he agrees to it. "That's beautiful," Patty said. "It's scary if you ask me." "But he did it," Patty said, "because he loved her." "And because they had problems," Chuck said, "and so she wouldn't screw around." "That's not why," Patty said. She was pouting. "It's so their love would be pure. What's-his-name was the bravest man I've ever seen." "Oh, yeah?" Chuck said. They were both starting to take it personally. "Yeah? Even the girl was a lot braver than you." "Sure," Patty said. "You're just embarrassed green that you could never do a thing like that. Even for me." "What do you know?" Chuck said. 2 weeks later, they bought the knife. After the plan, how happy they were. Nobody understood but them. They took long drives among farmlands and made every detail part of their vow. No one understood but them. Once Patty asked,
What will you say when somebody tells you I've been found dead?
I'll try to act natural, Chuck said. Maybe I'll cry. I'll say, "Shit, you're kidding."
Patty kissed him. How happy they were. This, they knew, was love. This was glamour, intimacy and risk. Their fates were bound together by their pact. More than making love, this was something they would do only once, only with one another. On the final day, the knife was selected.
"Meet you at the car,"
Patty whispered. Alone, she paid cash for the dagger. Then upstairs in the ladies' room she combed her stiff hair and tucked her new top neatly into her new jeans. She felt high. Patty jumped into the car.
"Got it?"
Chuck said. It was like a bank robbery.
"Here."
Patty handed him the paper bag and the sales receipt.
"You have everything?"
"Checklist," Chuck said. "Blanket, bottle of wine."
"What kind?"
"It's here somewhere."
Chuck fished around on the Chevy's floor and found a bottle.
"Here, Uncle Jack's grape wine."
"Yuck."
"Oh, come on, sweetheart," Chuck said. "Not now. We're never going to argue again, right?"
"I'm sorry."
"Let's see. I also have 3 Quaaludes."
"Really?"
Patty said.
"Downs?"
"Only the best," Chuck bragged, "for my best girl. You want to do this thing now?"
"No,"
Patty said.
"No?"
Chuck was amazed.
"Why didn't you say so before? Jeez."
No,
Patty said.
I didn't mean it like that. I want to do it, really. But now I'm hungry."
They dined at Burger Bonanza. They had 2 big burgers each. Under the table their ankles touched. They spent $5.40, but it was worth it. They were stuffed. It was 6:30 when they left Burger Bonanza. By the time they got out to the old barn, the light was fading fast. There, in view of the full moon, they spread the blanket and undid the twist-off cap on the wine.
"Better take these now,"
Chuck said. He handed her the Quaaludes.
3?
She said.
"Don't you want one?"
"I don't want to get sloppy,"
Chuck said. He tried to sound like he knew what he was doing.
"but I will help you kill the wine."
Patty laughed and took her medicine. They drank and huddled and waited for Patty to relax. The last thing she said was,
"You'll fix us, won't you, Chuck?"
There was no counting time. The moon was high. Finally, the pills acted like tiny weights in her lips and cheeks. Chuck zipped Patty's parka. She must be getting cold. Then he unzipped it a little so the neckline was accessible. He recalled one of his last conversations with her.
"Well, why don't you kill me?"
he had asked. Patty had said,
"No, it should be like it was in the movies."
Now she murmured drunkenly.
I'll never hear her speak again.
He felt the burden of his duty like a hideous bird that had him by the neck. He could hardly breathe, yet the cool, fresh air burned his throat. He wanted to leave and never see Patty again.
"I love her,"
he told himself. The knife was in her small hands. She slept with it, as she once slept with a Barbie doll.
"Better hurry."
He took the knife.
"This is so difficult. I am a man. A man can do this."
Chuck slung the faintly conscious girl across his lap. Her head lolled back. The expanse of her throat gleamed.
"Like it was in the movies. Or how could I keep her?"
He had to have the nerve.
"A man."
He raised the knife, slashed at her.
"No!"
she cried, waking. She tensed, trembling in the unsureness of his cut. She felt suddenly defiant and alone, uncoupled, intending to live.
"Lie back,"
Chuck hissed. He stroked her cheek.
"I'll get it right." "She's suffering," he thought. "I'm failing."
Patty's left hand came up, clasped her throat. She picked at the new flap of flesh. She felt damaged. He should finish.
"Chuck,"
she said dreamily. She leaned back limply into his lap, returned her hand to her side, sighed. Her fingers were sticky and slimy. Blood? Yes, of course. "Dear Chuck," she whispered. She thought she was composing a gentle letter to him from far away. Then the blade became decisive and changed them forever. The night air was cold. A new silence pointed at Chuck. He was shaking. For a moment he didn't know why any of this was here. A blanket, a bottle of Uncle Jack's grape wine, a girl all messy under the big moon, her head separate from her body. Chuck was very cold. There was a thick jelly between his fingers. Somewhere a dog barked twice. Chuck was supposed to leave. Now. He wiped his hands on the coarse wet weeds. He wrapped the blanket across the corpse. Before, he thought he would say, "Goodbye, sweetheart," and kiss her. But his gut hurt him, and Patty wasn't there playing movies anymore. Chuck recited, "Shit, you're kidding. Shit, you're kidding," all the way to the car. And the car started like a dream. The headlights were twin projectors. From his seat he watched his own life, moving slowly. Lifecast by Craig Spector. By the time the temperature hit 99 degrees, Philip Thomas was completely insane. He sat by the table in the cramped, airless confines of his kitchen, sweat pasting his Dawn of the Dead t-shirt to his back and sides. A white plastic egg timer sat on the table before him, ticking off the seconds. He still had some time to go, but he was getting impatient. The phone would be ringing any minute, sure as shit. It ought to be ready by now. Phil cracked the door of the oven and peered in at the contents. Waves of heat leached out, adding a horrible stench to the already unbearable air in the kitchen. The contents of the oven peered back unseeing. Ready enough. Inside, nestled in a baking pan, was the exact alginate replica of a human face. In the past hour it had dehydrated considerably, shriveling from its normal adult size to that of a child, 2-3 years tops, and getting younger by the minute. Phil stared into the oven. It was an act of madness for several reasons, perhaps the least of which being that it was August in New York, which was a very good time to be someplace else. Another high-pressure system had stalled over the entire eastern seaboard, and it had turned the concrete canyons of Manhattan into the world's largest convection oven, baking the unfortunate inhabitants into a miserable, short-tempered stupor. Nights were no better, as the accumulated heat of the day radiated out from the walls, the streets, everywhere. On his block alone, a dreary strip of brownstones slicing across Avenue D in an area of the East Village that passed clear through Trendy into simple squalor, there had been 2 shootings, 3 stabbings, and more fistfights than he cared keep track of, all related, directly or otherwise, to the heat. It was felony weather, every brutal second ticking off like a time bomb waiting to blow. Phil could relate. He was feeling a bit murderous himself lately. And inside the oven, the alginate was still shrinking. He smiled. Showtime. When he closed his eyes, he could almost hear the screams. Philip Thomas was a tad young to go over the edge, on the dawn side of 22, with a lingering air of adolescent awkwardness that belied what experience he had. But he made up for his youth with talent and intensity and an obsessiveness that bordered on mania. He was tall, thin, pale, and stoop-shouldered from too many bright summer days spent hunkered over clay models and molds in the basement. Gaunt, haunted features shrouded coal-black eyes that picked up every detail and stored them forever, but the barest hint of facial growth struggled to offset a prematurely receding hairline. He looked like a tuberculous Edwardian poet if you were feeling neo-romantic, or a twerp-faced geek if you weren't. In truth, he was neither. In truth, Philip Thomas was an artist. He stood there, flaking dried bits of rubbery goo off his fingers and checking the alginate's progress with a perverse and resounding glee. Amazing stuff, alginate. It was a makeup artist's best friend, a chalky white powder, actually made from sea algae. Dry, it was inert and generally useless, but add liquid, mix it up, and presto, it became a gelatinous blob, which set to a rubber-like consistency in minutes and picked up the tiniest detail of anything it touched. As with every other aspect of his craft, Phil took alginate very, very seriously. In his brief struggling career, he'd slathered veritable mountains of the stuff across the heads or tits or bellies or behinds of one low-rent starlet or has-been actor after another, in anticipation of their upcoming hatchet-in-the-face scene, or wet T-shirt chainsaw sequence, or chest-burster alien rip-off, or whatever other bit of cinematic cheese whiz to which Herschel Floyd would periodically enslave him. Of course, for most applications you generally mixed it with water, but today called for an extra special effect. And, except for the smell, blood worked surprisingly well. Phil winced as a stinging trickle of sweat found his eyes. He slipped on an oven mitt, gingerly lifting the pan up and out of the heat. This was a delicate phase of the process, no sense in rushing things. He carried the pan out of the kitchen and into the living room, where the heat went from unbearable to merely suffocating. Demons, mutants, and mangled limbs greeted him from every surface of the room, throwing monstrous shadows across the walls and ceiling. They were his creations, and his friends. The great horned troll adorning the mantelpiece of the bricked-up fireplace, and the dwarfish minions flanking it, all cutting-room floor fatalities from Voodoo Vacation. The pair of hacked-off, shredded arms which looked so real in person and so ridiculous in class of Splatter High. The human-faced spider thing, with eyes of glistening marbles, that sadly spun its web across the mirror over the mantel, a pre-production reject from Invasion of the Maggot Eaters. Screaming skulls and mutant body parts adorned the bookshelves. Even the cupboard at the end of the room held the headless female torso from Slaughterhouse Slumber Party, replete with pitchfork tines protruding below the breasts in neatly spaced holes. "Evening, dear," he said, laying the pan on another cluttered table. He flicked on his work light and began inspecting the cooling features. This was serious. Every crease, every wrinkle had to be absolutely perfect, even if the ritual didn't strictly require it. The face in the pan was Herschel Floyd's, taken from the plaster positive Phil had made for Chainsaw Cheerleaders. In sleazoid Hitchcockian imitation, Herschel's ego asserted itself via cameo appearance as the exploding head during the obligatory bone squat make-out scene, thus achieving him immortality, while compelling some feckless bimbo to quaff the big-veined man-thing in take after take. The positive from which the mold was taken was propped on the table, facing him, eyes closed, mouth frozen open like Mr. Bill in hell, bearded jowls drooping, looking altogether more like a death mask than a life cast. "Both, actually," he said to the face. He held up the negative, a bowl-shaped shell of the original with the features on the inside. The alginate shrinkage had left the features looking more like a pissed-off raisin than a man, all pinched in and wrinkled, its little mouth a puckered sphincter in the center. "Your true character revealed, Herschel, buddy." He looked at the shrunken form. "I do good work, yes?" There was no reply. Its lips were sealed. "Aw, poor little fella." Phil took an X-Acto knife and rectified the problem. "That's better, isn't it?" He twisted the alginate slightly, forcing the tiny mouth into a hideous tiny grin. "I've got big plans for you, you know." He addressed it in his best Mr. Rogers voice. "Can you say Santaria?" The tiny face nodded in his grasp. "I knew you could." Phil Thomas had paid his dues, films that were low budget, more often no budget, forcing him to make miracles out of next to nothing in the worst of all possible circumstances. He'd been abused and jerked off, conscripted into constructing the requisite monsters and mayhem out of foam latex and chicken wire, squibs and stage blood, and pure heart sweat, all in the hope of that one big break. 3 years into the business, and that one big break was still as elusive as ever, but Phil had gotten better. Much better. It was inevitable. No matter how vile or trashy the production as a whole, it was still his heart up there, his soul on the screen with his creations. It was more than just a job, after all. It was his life. Phil smiled, laid the alginate face down, and began sifting a few cc's of Ultra-Cal 30 plaster mix into a bowl.
"You've no one to blame but yourself, you know."
He talked to the mask as he worked, a byproduct of habitual solitude.
"You shouldn't expect to go fucking with a man's lifelong ambition and go unpunished, should you?"
He glared at the mask.
"Of course not."
And makeup had been Phil Thomas' dream ever since he first saw Lon Chaney as the Phantom of the Opera, skulking out of the sewers of Paris and into his living room, courtesy of WTAR's Creature Feature matinee. He went apeshit over Creature from the Black Lagoon. He devoured the drawings in creepy and eerie comics before he was even old enough to read the words. In school, he was extremely popular around Halloween, and when they needed someone to run the magic show at the spring fair, and virtually ignored throughout the rest of the year. All of which was fine by Phil. He was a loner by nature, given to pursuing his hobbies under his parents' indulgent inattention. Young Philip Thomas liked magic tricks, music, models, monsters, and movies. Especially horror movies. They were the best, the ones that hit everyone right in the yahooties. Philip was culturally weaned in the 70s at the dawning of the age of excessiveness, a time of ruptured ideals and empathy overload, with all icons fair game and no taboo beyond reproach. A lot of people were shocked at the new explicitness, the brazen disregard for propriety and restraint. To Phil, it seemed the most natural thing in the world. By the time puberty kicked his glands into gear, he'd witnessed 13,942 murders and/or random killings in varying degrees of detail, and easily twice that number of maimings, tortures, and sexual assaults. He'd seen Linda Blair's head twist clean around as she turbo-fucked a crucifix in The Exorcist, observed tongues being ripped out with red-hot pincers as he collected his very own set of stomach distress bags from Mark of the Devil, yucked it up with Count Yorga, Vampire, and a veritable host of Hammer horror films by junior high. By the time he saw the zombies overrunning the shopping malls in Dawn of the Dead, destiny had called. Philip Thomas had found his niche. But he wanted more than to just sit on the one side of the silver screen as the dark, awesome magic came to life. He wanted to make the line disappear altogether. He wanted to create the illusions himself, and he wanted to make them flawlessly, perfectly real. Sloppiness always spoiled the effect. Nylon wires hanging out of a creature's back, seams where the latex didn't lay properly, the flat, waxy pallor of an obviously fake head that took an all-too-real axe. Such gaffes Philip Thomas could not abide. He was fanatical about details, even unto the tiniest minutiae of continuity. If the killer got sprayed with blood running out of the farmhouse, then the spatter pattern had goddamned well better stay the same when he is next seen running through the woods with a chainsaw. He would have offered heart and soul to any of a handful of truly great filmmakers, and any of them surely would have seen the extent of his talent. He came to New York because it was the next best place to L.A., and not too far from that oh-so-vital familial support network. So he came to the big city to hustle and schmooze and weasel his way into the promised land. And he succeeded, after a fashion. Philip Thomas' hard work did not go unnoticed, and within 6 months of his arrival, he was hired to assist on his first feature-length film.
"So who do I end up working with?"
he asked the stifling air. His creations regarded the query in silent assent.
"Do I get Cronenberg? Friedkin? Romero?"
"No. Floyd," he answered, the name flat as copper plating on his tongue.
"I got fucking Floyd."
Herschel Floyd, the producer-director Scheissmeister, Grand High Potentate of Trauma Production Incorporated, formerly Goldenrod Productions, masters of the Technicolor Blowjob. That was before, of course, before video supplanted film as the preferred medium for adult entertainment, and the bulk of the porn film industry sank like a mastodon in a tar pit. In a luckier world, he'd have gone down with the herd. "But this is not a very lucky world, is it?" Phil asked the face in his hands. It frowned. "No, sirree." Because Herschel Floyd fancied himself as more than a sleaze merchant. Herschel Floyd was an auteur. Herschel Floyd had mutated with survival instincts that would shame a cockroach, shifting into the one genre where people with a little bit of money, even less imagination, and absolutely no talent, could still make a killing. And straight into a crash course with Philip Thomas. Of course, he'd brought along the same delicate sensibilities that had allowed him to spawn such rip-off mega-hits as Bondage Bitches in Heat, Beach Blanket Bimbo, or a host of others, which meant that Herschel Floyd made tons of bucks, none of which ever seemed to find its way into the next production budget. He drove a black Mercedes coupe with a cellular phone in it, did prodigious quantities of cocaine, and otherwise brandished his zeal in a way that attracted the young, the unconnected, and the eternally hopeful. And when he had gotten the hungry ones assembled, their vision burning to express itself, he did the only thing an auteur of his caliber could ever possibly do. Hack, chop, slash. Phil glared at the Lifecast, blinking back saline beads from the corners of his eyes. "So what else is new? Herschel Floyd, killer of hopes, mangler of dreams. You attach yourself to real talent like a leech and don't drop off until you've sucked them dry." Herschel Floyd's ash-white image remained fixed, immutable. "You humiliate and bully creative people until their only hope of survival is to become a twisted reflection of yourself. And worse yet," he added under his breath and over the growing knot in his throat, "worst of all, we let you get away with it." It was understandable at first. He didn't know squat about the lurid guts of the dreaded industry and had simply tried to do his best. But the work on Slaughterhouse Slumber Party was ultimately buried by lame editing, a bone-dumb plot, and Herschel's insistence on casting ex-Penthouse Pets and softcore burnouts for the female leads on the basis of their under-the-desk auditions. Of course, the kudos afforded his work in the otherwise scathing reviews in Cinefex, Fangoria, Cineteratologist, and the other FX rags took a little of the sting out of seeing his work brutalized. And, slime though he was, Herschel was smooth, a consummate master of the buttered back entry. Thus, when Herschel called him to work on Trauma's next project, Phil still had that brittle crust of hope that this time would be different. He should have known. Toxic Shock Avenger, the terrifying tale of a deformed boy menacing a wealthy all-girl summer camp with lethal tampons, was a nightmare quickly becoming a disaster. Phil had driven himself, under Herschel Floyd's aesthetic sword of Damocles, to the point of near collapse on the project, designing and redesigning the prosthetics for the dreaded applicator scenes, making the Avenger's super-absorbent head seem really believable. The on-location conditions were, of course, appalling. Weeks at an abandoned dioxin dump in New Jersey, where one of the locals bragged that the EPA had declared its inspection results safe because they only test 6 inches down, and we buried it 2 whole feet. One of the actresses, a former Miss November, quit after an unsightly rash broke out on her thighs. Meals, if you considered such delicacies as cold blue-green spaghetti, so congealed that it retained the shape of the spatula a full half-hour after it was scooped, food, were served on tables made from plywood sheets laid on recently emptied waste barrels. The relentless heat wave made the prosthetics finicky, and the chemicals he worked with unstable. Phil spent half his time inhaling noxious fumes, and the other half trying to avoid blowing up. But it was worth it. The Avenger was scary, damn it. A goddamned masterpiece, the best work he'd ever done. Until Herschel. Gack. Spew. Plork. The bastard ruined it, somehow. When they'd screened the dailies, the head came off looking rubbery and stupid, the horror reduced to cheesy laughability. Herschel blamed Phil. Of course, Phil knew whose fault it really was, whose negligent vision was ultimately responsible for the insipid awfulness unfolding before him. But that didn't stop the creep from screaming, "Who's the incompetent twit that did this shit?" as Phil sank into his seat in the screening room. "Thomas, you asshole! This shit doesn't look real! It doesn't work! It's garbage! Jesus, we're gonna have to reshoot all of this shit! You call yourself a makeup artist? Jesus, you're fired! Get the fuck out of here!" Phil had fled then, unable to cope with the abusive tantrums any longer. This was not the first time, but that was hardly the point. Something in him just snapped. The harangue continued on, echoing off the walls, burning in his mind long after he'd gone. "You call this magic? I want to see some fucking magic, goddammit! Get me somebody who can do it right! Now!" That was 2 days ago. "I got some magic for you now, alrighty," he muttered. "This one's so good that even your participation couldn't fuck it up." He surveyed the array of objects surrounding Floyd's Lifecast on the cluttered tabletop. The telephone answering machine, a TDK high-bias cassette, a wooden box drilled with air holes, a pair of heavy-duty rubber and canvas work gloves, the large votive candle that he'd scored at Los Compañeros Bodega on Avenue D, and the bowl of Ultracal. And, stippling the plaster surface of the Lifecast, perhaps the most important ingredients of all. They were very small, unnoticeable to all by the most observant gaze. They'd been plucked accidentally from the bristling expanse of Herschel's face, back when the original cast had been taken. A few stray whiskers, lifted by the pull of the alginate, then transferred again to the plaster positive, where they even now protruded like saplings on a snow-covered mountainside. Phil looked at the candle. Its inscription read, "Siete Potencias Africana." It had a little picture on it, a crucified Jesus surrounded by a rooster, a ladder, snakes, swords, spear, and skulls, with a wall of fire behind him, and ringed by what Phil presumed were pictures of the 7 saints, African gods brought by slaves to Cuba and annexed into legitimacy by the Church: Chango, Orula, Ogum, Elegua, Obatalia, Yemalia, and Ochum. The 7 African powers. He'd seen the candles every day for years now, crowding the bottom shelf near the door at Los Compañeros, wedged between the 9 Lives Super Supper cans and Goya bean section. They were big and gaudy and ugly as sin, with a cryptic inscription in Spanish on the back, and were every one manufactured by the Blessed Miracle Candle Company of East Laredo, Texas. Just light the candle, recite the prayer, and bang, zoom, your wish would be granted. Maybe it was the crazy-making heat, which nudged adolescent revenge fantasies clear into the kill zone. Maybe it was the fact that last night his video store had finally gotten him a copy of The Believers, which he'd missed in the theaters because he was too busy slaving for Herschel Floyd, and he loved the scene where the spiders crawled out of Helen Shaver's face. Maybe it was because he recognized the candle even before Martin Sheen did, and it inspired him. And maybe it was because he knew that his phone would be ringing any minute now, because he just knew that Herschel Floyd knew that Phil was the best, certainly the best Trauma Productions could ever hope for. He'd call all right, with weasel-dick apologies and backhanded compliments, and just enough empty promises to suck him back into the fold. The last time Floyd fired him, Phil had held out, until Floyd actually agreed to double his salary, a big $100 a week, if the checks cleared. Last time, Phil had been a sucker enough to take it. This time, he wanted a little something extra. He lit the candle and fed the cassette into his stereo, which was his pride and joy and his sole valuable possession. He'd taken the liberty of pre-recording the chant, so that he could better concentrate on the moment. Mood was everything. He'd even mixed in a recording of African rhythms he'd found buried in his record collection, as a kind of a soundtrack. The sound swelled in the room, and his own voice came back as if from another planet. O siete potencias africanas que se encuentran alrededor de nuestro Señor, humildemente me arrodillo ante tu milagroso cuadro a pedir socorro. Phil giggled. It sounded great. Real spook show. He donned the work gloves and reached for the box. The weight shifted as he picked it up. From inside came the frantic skittering of tiny claws. Phil checked the dexterity of the gloves. So-so, the fingertips a bit too thick and squared and clubby for any real precision. He managed to pick up the X-Acto knife, thinking, I'll have to be quick about it. He pried up the lid, reached in, and ensnared one of the screeching prisoners. Good reflexes. He pulled it out. It was a rat, the youngest one, 8, 10 ounces, maybe. Its eyes shiny bright and black as night. A hell of a lot easier to come by than a live chicken in Manhattan, and a lot more appropriate. He'd caught a few last night, just by setting the box trap in the back alley. He hadn't bothered to feed them yet. They were panicked and pissed. The one in his hand tried to bite through the offending digits, got a mouthful of neoprene and duck cloth instead. Phil squeezed it so tightly that it screeched in helpless rage and flipped it over onto its back. "Nighty-night," he offered by way of eulogy, and he buried the blade in the soft fur of its breast. "Pidanle que aleje, di me camino y de mi casa, esas sequoias, que causan todos mis males." The tape droned, "para que nunca vuelvan a atormentarme." Blood pooled instantly around the hilt, matting the rat's fur as its body went all stiff and trembly. Death was a foregone conclusion. The blade was sharp and long enough to crack its sternum like a dirt-gray walnut, skewering the heart muscle beneath in an invasion of cold razored steel. It expended a few feeble kicks, and then it was lights out in Ratville. Before this afternoon, he'd never cold-bloodedly killed anything before. The first one he did to make the alginate. It gave him a giddy, queasy rush in the pit of his stomach. This one felt kinda neat. It felt like he could get used to it. The gloves were hotter than hell in the already stifling room, causing the palms of his hands to sweat like crazy. He peeled one off, the better to work with, leaving on the other to hold the ratty carcass. He held it over the bowl of ultracal and opened its throat, letting the blood squirt down to spatter the mound of powder. There was a surprising amount of it in such a tiny creature. It filled the bottom of the bowl, turning the ultracal into a frothy mush. When it was drained, he laid the corpse on the table, close enough to the box that the others could smell it. They reacted very, very strongly, gnawing and clawing and shoving whiskered snouts through the air holes. Yummy nums," he cooed. "Soon, soon." The rats were not amused. Inside the bowl, the plaster and blood was combining. Outside, the temperature read 99 degrees. He peeled off the other glove and tossed it aside. His palm was moist with perspiration, as much from anticipation now as from the heat. He mixed the plaster, dipping his fingers deep into the bowl and stirring it into a creamy red paste. When it was done, he picked up a pair of tweezers. "Now this won't hurt a bit," he murmured. Then he thought about it a moment. "Wait a minute, who am I kidding?" He smiled grimly at the cast and plucked a few whiskers off its surface. "You're not going to believe this, but I read somewhere, I think it was Psychology Today, but don't quote me on that voodoo requires only the tiniest bit of the victim in order to work. A fingernail paring, a drop of vital fluid, a single hair." He held the tweezers up to the light. "Each contains all the genetic identification necessary. Neat, huh?" The Lifecast said nothing as he placed the hairs in a crucifix pattern, forehead, chin, cheek, in the alginate shell. The fresh blood gave off a ripe, heady odor that permeated the still air of the room. The music on the tape throbbed. In Phil's imagination, which was working overtime, he saw it coming, like a black cloud boiling up on the horizon. Alginate was versatile. You could shrink it, expand it, liquefy it, and remold it into yet another shape, again and again and again. It was infinitely finer than the banal repetitiveness of another dumb psycho-slasher pseudo-plot. He could literally let his imagination run wild. He wondered how Herschel Floyd's shrunken face would look grafted onto his armpit, say, or onto the end of his fat wanger. The phone rang. Showtime. Lights, he whispered, clicking off the work lamp. The candle's glow remained, wavering like a beacon. Camera. The phone rang again. Action. He picked up. Hello? Phil, baby! Whoa, what's that shit in the background? Turn it down, guy. Phil turned the tape down. A whine of static told him that Herschel was on the car phone, probably cruising 11th Avenue for a new female lead. Herschel, what a surprise. Hey, guy, we missed you today. I bet you did. Phil began brushing the paste into the alginate shell. What exactly do you want? I want you, babe, on the set tomorrow, bright and early. Forget it. Phil kept brushing. Thick, hasty strokes. Aw, don't be that way, guy. Herschel's tone was silk-smooth and oh so hip. Mellow, even. You know how I get when I'm under the gun. I get crazy, okay? I say things, but you know I love you. You're the best. He was really laying it on. Phil kept right on brushing, coat after coat. The blood smell was thick in the air. The rats were getting agitated. He could hear them ripping splinters out of the interior of the box. The room seemed to close in around the candle, hot and stifling. The chanting continued, building in intensity. And hey, I'll even double your salary again. 200 big ones, kiddo, every week. Accounting will kill me, but hey, you get what you pay for, right? And besides, we really need you here. The Avenger needs you. I need you. Trauma needs your magic touch, guy. What do you say? One of the problems with Ultra Cal 30 is that it gets hard suddenly. It has a lot to do with temperature and timing. Sometimes it could be a real pain. Then again, sometimes the timing was just right. Did you say something, Hirsch? Phil paused the tape. The voice on the other end of the line was one long, unhealthy vowel movement, spiraling up and up what sounded like intense pain. Herschel, are you all right? Speak up. He was reminded of the old Warner Brothers cartoon, the one where Bugs Bunny tortures the fat opera singer by filling his throat spritzer with liquid alum, and the opera singer goes, Figaro, 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 as his head gets smaller and smaller and smaller. It was kind of funny. For about 2 seconds. Then the rush hit. His heart pounding suddenly in his throat, cold sweat breaking out from every pore on his body as he realized that this was real. This wasn't just an adolescent revenge fantasy anymore. This was it. He was really fucking doing it. He wished he could have a camera rolling, lens focused in tight close-up to drink in every awful detail. He closed his eyes, head reeling, as the mind movie came to life. Skin, muscle, and ligament pulling taut, stretching his eyelids until the socketed orbs burst, follicles shrinking around the bristle of his beard until each shaft poked up thick as a pencil stub, and then shrinking further still, until it was stretched tighter than the sheets on a boot camp bed, cartilage compacting, skull pressing in to trash-mash the brain, arteries blowing like high-pressure hoses, spraying blue-black blood to put out the fire that was the heat of the power, the heat of the plaster setting in his hands. From the receiver came the sound of many things breaking and a rush of car horns. A breeze stirred through the windows, hot as dragon's breath. Phil's vision glitched back to real time, sweat pouring off him. Terror and adrenaline commingled, fueling the buzz in his brain. There was power in the room, uncoiling as days upon weeks upon months upon years of frustration came to a head. "Hey, Hirsch, baby," he howled. "How do you like my new effect, you Bush League douchebag amateur? Is it real enough for you? Do you think it works?" He was screaming now, his face flushed with excitement and rage. "You want my magic touch, huh? Is that what you want, huh? Well, touch this, motherfucker!" He stood up, the shrunken mask still in his hands, and shoved it into the trap.
"Touch this!"
The rodents fell upon the bloody fetish in a feeding frenzy, tearing it to shreds, taking little pieces out of the box, each other, everything. From over the phone came a high-pitched screech and the sound of tires skidding out of control. More horns, blaring hysterically. Phil cranked the volume of the stereo back up, louder than before. It was the point in the recording where he'd gone a little overboard, snatching at foreign bits of phrases as the rhythms built in intensity, until he was practically speaking in tongues, wailing little more than garbled incoherencies. It made for a great soundtrack, true, but very sloppy ritual. Phil fell back from the table as the box wrenched sideways to crash on the floor. The shadows closed in, a hot blanket enfolding him. The phone slipped thuddingly from his grasp, but Floyd's screams carried well. They were matched in perfect stereo by his own. He realized, in that dreadful instant of ultimate collaboration, that he'd underestimated something fundamental regarding the nature of the dark arts, and the even darker powers he'd called upon, how very much in common they had. They, too, hated to be abused, and they required very little of the victim to work. A bit of hair, a fingernail, a drop of blood, or sweat. Phil shrieked and lunged toward the big mirror over the mantel, his voice spiraling up and up. It was small consolation for him to consider that a lesser artist probably could not have pulled it off at all. Blunders notwithstanding, he had given birth to the perfect effect. The line finally disappeared altogether. His dream and his reality fused. From the telephone, a symphony of screaming metal. Before his bulging eyes, a twisted reflection, flawlessly real, and perfectly ravenous. By the time he got both hands to his face, it could fit neatly into the palm of one. By the time the first whiskered snout poked its way through the soft flesh of his cheek, he was too far gone to care. The rats remained long after the tape had played itself through. They dined by candlelight and invited many friends. Sirens by Richard Christian Matheson. A mansion. Black. Curtains breathing slowly. A bed. Sheets twining in her young hands. Bad dreams. Chaotic. Helpless. She turns, wakes, terrified. There is no time to react. Something takes her. No shape. Dimension. She is flung, a roped calf, onto the floor. Her throat fattens. She screams. Dread. Her eyes. The whites grow, absorbing terror. She's held, squeezed, restrained. Perfect body stripped. Legs pulled apart. An ugly runway. Something undetailed, fleshy, climbs between them. Begins to enter. Pulse. A stapling dampness. Her slender wrists are held. No blood. White fingers grasp uselessly. She sees nothing. There is nothing to see. She shakes, struggles, feels a slap. Cruel. The cheek goes hot like a pipe bowl burning. Sweat shivers. Dirty fingernails scar her breasts. Red braille rises. Nipples are twisted, sucked, licked by more than one tongue. Scores of them. Wet, sour, rough. Every kind of tongue. She screams. 100 hands without arms cover her mouth. She searches for faces, finds blackness. More flesh enters, everywhere, like knives using her for a sheath. Pain. Her features are beautiful, even in agony. She hears laughter, low and hateful, a poison chorus. It wants her. They want her. Blunt, shapeless fingers brand her face, pull at her, touch everything. She stares helplessly at photographs of herself on the wall, the smile, the hair, the image. Perfection. Her tan legs are spread wider. Angry fingers reach into her. Her mouth bleeds, lips kissed hard, bitten. Dark laughter rises. Her makeup bottles are grabbed, explode against walls, thrown. Liquid skin runs like blood. Lipstick is scrawled over her mouth and breasts. She is spread more, arms and legs held, a bruised X. They begin to moan, faceless numbers of them, vague, bodiless. She is slapped, scratched. Her skin is numb. The groans fill the humid room. She is pressed deeply into the mattress like a child's open hand into clay. One by one they do it to her. Lick her neck. Fill her mouth. 10, 20, 50, 100, 1,000, always more. She loses count, and as the sheets drench red, her mind is towed into blackness. The ambulance. She is belted down in back, teeth beating. Eyes wide, wet. The attendant wipes her forehead, tells her she'll be all right, tells her they'll get them, tells her she's beautiful. The driver agrees, keeps driving. Sirens scraping night. He remembers movies he saw her in. All his friends do. The men remember it all. Nude scenes, love scenes, seducing the camera, the world. He remembers getting hard, wanting her. He glances into the rear view, fixes on the rise of her chest, the illicit view of her breasts. The perfection blood can't ruin. Another cut opens on her breast as the driver stares, imagining how she'd be under him, how he'd do it to her. Then another as he thinks harder. Hell by Richard Christian Matheson. August, 2:13 a.m. L.A. was turning on a spit, and teenagers were in cars everywhere, cooking alive, tortured. The insanity of summer sauna made the city grow wet and irritable, and blood bubbled at a sluggish boil in the flesh. Animals slept deeply, too hot to move, fur smelling of moist lethargy. Chewing gum came to life on sidewalks, and the glow of fires created arsonist sunsets on the foothills which rimmed the city. Lauren pulled her VW Rabbit into the view area off Mulholland, damp hair sticking to her forehead in fang shapes. The Rabbit rolled against the headstone at the parking slot's end that prevented berserkos from driving over the edge, and she killed the engine. Hollywood was spread before her, eating electricity, hibachi bright. To her side, in the other parked cars, she saw silhouette couples, in back seats, groping, fucking, glistening under the swelter. Her skull slowly steamed open, and she punched on the AM/FM as insects broiled on her radiator. Tiny steaks. She tuned in a station, and a moody DJ came to over the airwaves, laughing softly like a rapist. Lauren was numb from the burning night, and rolled down her window more, letting in the oven.
Here's a track the needle loves to lick.
He made a faint licking noise, laughed more, soft and cruel.
Mick and the boys giving us some sympathy for a bad man. In case you're wondering about L.A.'s needle, it's in the red, babies. 102 in the dark. I feel hot. How about you?
He chuckled as if tying a woman up and lowering onto her terrified body. Then sympathy for the devil's rhythmic trance began, and Lauren leaned back, staring up the windshield, sweat glazing her forehead. Hot wind blew air that felt sour and old, and smog stuck to everything. They called it riot weather after the Watts riots back in the 60s. Bad wind. Poison days. She rubbed her eyes and remembered that kerosene summer a million years ago. It had put a blister on top of L.A., and all those welfare cases cooking up in their crackerbox hells went insane. Killed. Looted. Shoved broken glass into cops' throats and watched them bleed to death for fun. People said it was the thermometer that finally triggered it. Just a hot, wet summer day that made people itch and drink and lose their tempers and carve each other up for relief. She tapped tiredly on the wheel, following Jagger's voice as it stabbed, pulled the knife out, and stabbed again. Ran fingers through sweat-salted hair, feeling as if she'd taken her clothes out of a dryer half wet and put them on. The song thinned to nothing, and the DJ was groaning, sounding like it was all over and he needed a cigarette. She wiped her forehead, starting to feel sick from the heat which crept in her windows. She unbuttoned her blouse lower, inviting what breeze hadn't been baked solid. Felt her mouth parting, her breathing slow. The two cars beside hers started and pulled away, leaving her surrounded by shapes the exhaust formed under moonlight. The DJ came out of a commercial for a detox clinic and hissed lewd amusement.
"Hope you're with the one who makes you get hideous out there."
He paused, and Lauren could see him grinning cynically like a psycho killer in a courtroom, enjoying the grotesque evidence.
"Temperature, 102.5. How about some doors? Back door man, summer of 69. Where were you?"
Sensual torturers breathing.
And who were you tormenting?
The night felt suddenly swampier as requiem notes hit the air, and Lauren closed her eyes, spinning, sweating, feeling creaks of perspiration run down her ribs. She drifted farther, remembering a beach party in August of 69 when she'd taken her first acid trip and glided for 12 hours in a Disney Borealis, able to listen to handfuls of sand that spoke to her in frantic whispers. What was it had said? She tried to remember. Something about mankind suffering, hating itself. It had terrified her. She opened her eyes, trying to forget, as another car pulled into the slot beside hers, a teenage muscle cruiser, primered, deafening. Heavy metal howled, and though the windows were tinted, she could see cigarette tips roving inside, as whoever drove watched the city. She wiped sweat which slid between her breasts, and watched two other cars racing closer, up Mulholland, headlights jabbing, hunting. The cars finally prowled into the view area, one beside her, one behind. She felt massive engines shaking the pavement, and the cars on either side were so close she couldn't open the doors. The one on the right had tinted windows like the one on the left. Inside both, she saw cigarettes, maybe joints, making slow-moving graffiti patterns. Heard muted laughter, unsettling voices, male and female. Restless. She tried her doors and neither would open. Blocked. The DJ sighed depressively.
"Another knifing downtown. Simply Blues Bar."
A yawn. The sound of something icy and long being swallowed.
"Some people just shouldn't drink. Let's get back to the doors."
Lauren pushed harder on her driver's door that felt fused shut. There was no play in it, and she yelled to the driver to move his car. But there was no answer, and when she did the same on the other side, still nothing. She knocked sweating hands on the windows of both cars, and Morrison started screaming. "Well, the music is your only friend. Dance on fire as it intends. Music is your only friend. Until the end." Lauren started the Rabbit, jammed it into reverse, hit the gas and let out the clutch. Her tires gushed black, but the car behind her didn't move. She started to panic, unable to escape, and screamed at the drivers pressing against her on 3 sides to move their cars. She caught her expression in the rabbit's rear view, a fleeting look of terror. The face in the mirror won't stop. The girl in the window won't drop. A feast of friends, alive, she cried, waiting for me outside, outside. She pounded harder on the windows of both cars, but no one responded. Just more murmured amusement behind tinted glass. Cigarette tips burning, shifting like creature eyes. She slid across the front seat again, grunting trapped primitive sounds, and banged on the tinted windows of the opposite car. She could see her helpless features reflected in the black glass, and gripped the door more tightly as she screamed. Before I sink into the big sleep, I want to hear the scream of the butterfly. The doors kicked her harder, and her hands began to bruise, yellow-purple flesh replacing pink. Her throat was etched by screams, and though she couldn't make out voices, the laughter in the surrounding cars grew louder. She began to cry, and the DJ chuckled. "Just stepped outside, and the flames are rising. Don't forget to use your lotion, guys and gals." He made an obscene squirting sound. "Quick thought for the night. Maybe we're all cooking alive and don't know it. Let's party." He killed the doors. Napalm head bleed came next, making Lauren's heart beat too fast. She looked up when the car behind hers began to rumble like a piece of earth-moving equipment and started forward, shoving the rabbit's front tires over the cement block. Then the rear tires. It pushed harder, engine screaming, tires spinning. Ahead, the sequin sea of L.A. glittered. Lauren tried frantically to get out. The other cars rolled over their own cement blocks and stopped her, jamming either side like grisly escorts. She looked ahead, saw the cliff's edge, and grabbed the wheel tightly, trying to lock the tires. But the rabbit kept sliding closer to the edge, tires gouging fat scars in the dirt. She held down the horn, trying to let someone know, then covered her face with both hands, plunging into blackness, a burning spray twisting end over end. As the 3 cars drove away into the gloom, the DJ made a sound of exquisite pain. "Another ghastly evening in the City of Angels. In case you're keeping score, the temperature just went up another degree, and you're losing." The 6 headlights stared around a curve and disappeared, looking for places to go, things to do. Sirens wailed and moved toward Mulholland as the DJ blew smoke into the mic, spun a ballad, and cooed Auschwitz delight. "Stay bad, babies. The night is young, and there's no way out." A Life in the Cinema by Mick Garris. The Mexican woman's freak baby might have been the worst thing ever to happen to her, but it could have been the best thing in the world to ever happen to me. I'd much rather show it than tell it, but that's just not the way things work out in this town. You hear all that shit about only being as good as your last picture, and all those other hoary old saws about the industry with a capital I, but that's ancient Hollywood masturbatory storytelling. If you're smart, you get your next picture set up before the last one comes out. You're as good as your last 2. I guess. It started with film school. We didn't have the kind of money you need to go to USC and use all the stuff that Stephen and George bought for them, but I did get a scholarship to UCLA. So you make do, right? It was great. I mean, just imagine having all that equipment to use for nothing. Sure, most of the study work had to be done on video, but the thesis was always shot on film, with sync sound, even optical titles. I shot mine in 35mm scope and Dolby stereo. One good thing about UCLA is the agent connection. You make a good film or write a good script, and every door in Century City suddenly opens up to you. It's like dogs smelling a bitch in heat. Make a short film on your own, and even if it's Raiders of the Lost Ark, nobody's ever going to see it unless it comes from film school. So that's what happened. It took me 1.5 years to finish Words Without Voices, but it was worth it. I badgered my way into incredible locations, Built weird, wonderful sets that represented every dreamscape you could imagine, and many you couldn't, I'm sure. Got a full orchestral original score, and made my 24-minute epic. If you know lighting, manipulation, composition, and you throw away the zoom lens, directing's easy. After copywriting the film in my name and not the school's, they weren't going to make money off of my talent, I submitted it to film festivals around the world and started collecting ribbons. First place at AFI Fest, first place at USA Film Festival, honorable mention in Seattle. Fuck 'em, who cares about Seattle? And then you learn about taking meetings. I got calls from ICM, William Morris, CAA, Triad, the whole catalog. The hungry young guys have the most hustle, but the old Jewish farts have the connections and the clients. Maybe you wouldn't want to eat with them, but they know how to get a deal green-lighted. I learned quick that it's the agent, not the agency, that makes the difference. The old guys are never too eager to take on the new clients, but some of them can be convinced. Eventually. All of them wanted me to leave a cassette of my film. Can you imagine that? I shot it in Panavision, spent weeks on the stereo mix, and they're going to glance at it through phone calls on a 19-inch screen. I know these lazy bastards all have screening rooms, so I insisted that they run the film in 35. I was nice about it and everything, but very persistent, so they'd know they were dealing with an artist. Well, I got the pick of the litter. I made a couple of mistakes first, like everybody does. One of these 10%ers got real excited about getting me a Miami Vice meeting, as if I would even consider television dreck. Another one thought getting me a sequel would speed things up. Right. Do Police Academy 7 and Hollywood spreads its legs. Then who knows, maybe Hard Bodies 4. So finally, old Rosen at CAA and I reach an understanding. I mean, you don't want to watch this toothless clown take meals, but he knows how to throw his 98 pounds around. We don't want to make development deals, he says. We want to make movies. No TV, no cable. Theatrical features only. My scripts, no options, pay and play. It's good cop, bad cop time. I'm taking meetings in high-altitude offices on every lot, with Sean and Mike and Len and Jeffrey and the big boys, discovering how easy all of this can be. Thank God for film school. These guys love to talk about how there's such a void left by Preston Sturgis and Alfred Hitchcock, and how there's never been an American equivalent to the bicycle thief, and all that other dinosaur shit I flunked in Film History 101. And then I talk Carpenter, Dante, Hooper, my gods. They like that, but only if you talk Poltergeist and not Life Force, Halloween and not The Thing. The supreme measure of art is box office. So I pitch them my movies and listen to their reactions. They give me their thoughts, and I get all excited about some of their ideas, as though they just made my story better than I ever could have alone. Then I hang back and consider their notes a few moments before telling them why those ideas don't work. They get a feeling of give and take, that I'm willing to listen to their suggestions, and yet that I'm strong enough to defend my own ideas. They like me. My job is to charm them. Then Rosen gets to be the asshole. But that's okay, he's used to that. He likes that. He wheels and deals, gets the studios fighting over me. The price goes into the stratosphere, and I get to make my movie in Burbank. Now there's an experience. At UCLA, you've got everybody and his grandmother thrilled to death to be a part of a movie. Tell them it'll be on cable, and you can hose any of the women who took their clothes off for free on camera. Everybody works 20 hours a day just for the sake of making your movie. Commitment, creativity, drive. Everybody wants to help out. But the studio experience is something else again. First, there's the unions. You've never seen so many people to do so few things. You kick out a plug. A union electrician has to plug it in. You're just about to shoot the crucial shot you and the cameraman, cinematographer, have been setting up for the last 3 hours, and the assistant director calls lunch. Of course, everybody dicks around when they get there, so you can't start on time, but there is no going over, or you're into triple golden time. And then there's the 27 Teamster drivers who are assigned to the show, sitting on their asses in their air-conditioned station wagons, waiting around at $2,500 a week in case somebody needs a Diet Dr. Pepper at the company store. But that's the least of it. That shit I can understand. These guys make a living, they do their work, and they get paid. The suits are worse. I mean, I wear a tie on the set, when you can still get into Disneyland on a junior ticket and shaving is an exercise in wishful thinking. You do anything you can to direct from a position of power. But these fuckers in their Armanis, with their cigars and soft voices, are the reason why all the movies you see are shit. Okay, here's how they think. What's good mean to you? Quality? Great. You and I think alike. But good to these guys is familiar. Good is somebody else's hit. God forbid you make something unique with an original vision. No, they want the heart of E.T., the visual kineticism of Star Wars, the pacing of Beverly Hills Cop, the gloss of Top Gun, shit like that. All they know how to sell is what they know how to sell, and that not very well. So once we're in pre-production, there are the fights. They want storyboards, and I don't work with storyboards. We hire a storyboard artist to keep them happy, knowing full well I'm never going to look at the fucking little cartoons once I'm on the set. Then there's casting. Oh God, you wouldn't believe the names they want in my movie. If it were up to me, believe me, it wasn't, I'd cast all unknowns. I want you to see the characters I've created, not famous actors in the roles. But no. I write the scientist role patterned on an old high school biology teacher of mine, and they want Tom Cruise. Tom fucking Cruise to play a biogeneticist. For the social worker, they can get Kelly LeBrock, but they'd have to give her husband executive producer credit. Ultimately, it doesn't matter who I want, because with money and schedule and billing and studio problems, nobody is available anyway, at least not until you get down to the bottom of the list. Dreg City. And then, of course, there is the wonderfully creative hand of Mr. Flotsam, our esteemed producer. He developed this package, and his involvement is primarily to bring in Tangerine Dream for the music, and he gets a presentation credit for that. For that, he should get a black eye. This film demands a full orchestra, and I get 3 fucking synthesizer programmers who can't even speak English. Somehow we get into production. Once the train starts, there is no stopping it. ILM is already shooting plates for the effect shots, the dailies are coming in, the suits are bitching about diffusion and coverage and boom shadows. They haven't the slightest idea how a movie is made. All I can say is trust me, I know what I'm doing. You're going to love it when it's cut. Of course, that's not enough for them. They're insisting on more coverage. At the same time, they're bitching about going over schedule and budget. And this isn't Howard the Duck or Ishtar. This is just a lousy $10 million they're talking about. Okay, I admit I can be a bit tyrannical on the set. But do you blame me? My name is on the line. Written and directed by me. Nobody notices the accountant's name. Nobody cares about the editor or cinematographer or the atmosphere or matte artist. Nobody gives fuck one about costume design. So yeah, if it's going to get done, it's going to get done right. Even if it means a little more time and money. What are they going to do, fire me and replace me 20 days into a 35-day shoot? So maybe a couple of thespians cried. It's the performance that counts, not how you get it. The only thing anybody can judge is what's on the screen. And actors, they'll do anything. Unless they're names, of course. Then the fucking prima donnas won't even give you so much as a little nipple. You've never seen a less cooperative group of people. I never set out to win a popularity contest. I just wanted to make my film. So we made it. It wasn't that much over budget. I mean, it wasn't Heaven's Gate or anything like that. So they sneaked my cut, like the Directors Guild requires. The preview cards were okay. Not as good as we hoped, but okay. And it wasn't made for the carbohydrate crowd anyway. This is a sophisticated film, and they preview it for the horny-handed machinists and their toothless girlfriends in Long Beach. Brilliant. So the studio, of course, recut it and completely fucked the whole thing up and tested their abortion in San Diego, my hometown. Thanks, guys. Somehow the trades found out about the San Diego sneak, and they crucified us. I mean, slit us up the middle and yanked out the entrails. Those guys like nothing more than shitting on an artist. If they know so much about making movies, let them try it. Fuck critics. If you ever met a critic, you wouldn't want to eat with him either. So much for Flavor of the Month. It plays the art house graveyard in 4 major markets, no TV support, no radio, just some print ads in the hip weekly papers that nobody pays for anyway. It plays in the 50-seat house at the Herpes Cineplex, and even Rosen doesn't answer my calls anymore. My one solace is that it killed Anna Marie Longine's career in features. She got a sitcom last season, but it was gone after 3 weeks. They put it up against Cosby. I gloated. Okay, so the brothers Warner, or at least their corporate equivalent, give me the boot. So what? There's 6 or 7 other majors. Yeah, right, except that with the executive circle jerk that goes on, the VP assigned to your picture will be at Universal next week. His girlfriend is being hosed by an exec at Columbia, who's now at TriStar, until his father-in-law makes him exec VP at Disney to keep him from telling about the episode in the private jet with the male lead in their new picture. So the old gray fag gets protection, and I get a chainsaw right in the career. CAA dumped me. The development deal's undeveloped, and before I know it, I'm sniffing around New World, Atlantic, New Line, and the other independents. I'm hosing this 43-year-old Jewish-American princess agent who wants me to call her mama. You should see the claw marks on my back. She's got an office with no secretary in Pacoima or some god-awful place in the valley, but the phone never rings. Never. She's hardly worth spilling my precious bodily fluids over. Or your time. Sorry. She calls in a few favors, getting me meetings with Ramey and Corman and the other guys. I go in, tie and all, and it's inevitably the same song. I'm sorry, Mr. Corman was called out of town at the last minute, but he personally asked Mr. Third-String Pimple-Faced Nobody to hear your pitch. Needless to say, my pitches were never home runs. The galling thing is that these guys are constantly hiring first-time directors, guys who've only made videos of their kids' birthday parties before, wind up getting 10 grand to do these Vegomatic killer thrillers that gross $67 million. I've done a studio picture, for Christ's sake, and get the bottom rung shoved up my ass. By now, my beach condo had flown to repossession land. Ditto my 941. I met Rebecca in a corridor at DEG. I think we were both thinking of fucking the same producer. Her dream was jumping from soaps to features. Personally, I thought she only made widescreen by doing hardcore, but who am I to say so? Shacking up in Rebecca's West Hollywood apartment meant that I could dump Mama as a fuckmate, but keep her on the string as an agent. Rebecca also had a car. By now, I'm starting to think TV sitcom work ain't so bad. The door has slammed in my face so hard that Charles in Charge starts to seem pretty goddamn funny. I had to get out, go somewhere, anywhere, get away from the TV. Rebecca was out on an interview, so I jumped the bus downtown. It's not what you think. Downtown L.A. has no orange trees, no limos or movie stars, nothing you'd ever want to send pictures of to Mom. Just corporate high-rises and a crumbling, decaying but lively city center, virtually 100% Latino, street vendors hustling in Spanish, salsa blasting from cheap torn speakers, outlet stores, huge fantastic old movie palaces now dowdy and rotting, showing 3 Spanish-language hits for $2 24 hours a day. It's much more like Mexico City than the center of an American metropolis. All I can do is wander and watch, chewing churros as the cops make the winos perambulate along, gulping fresh Mexican juice from the vendors while a pimp opens his whore's face in a piss-scented doorway. I like it here. The street's like a 360-degree sense-around movie. One of the things I like best is the collapsible green magazine rack on every corner. They're filled with weird Mexican adult comic books, bosomy romance pulps, and unbelievably bloody wrestling magazines. Really great stuff. They cost next to nothing, and are worth every centavo, even if you don't speak Spanish, like me. But this time I found more than masked wrestlers in bondage. The old woman minding the stand had a basket in the shade, which she kept rocking with her foot. I saw the blanket in the basket squirm. She noticed me looking, and moved in front of it. "Muchacho?" I asked, because I had nothing else to say. "Muchacha." Like it really mattered if it was a boy or a girl. A baby's a baby, right? They all look like Alfred Hitchcock anyway. Then the kid started to cry, this weird, soft mewling sort of sound. I sneaked a peek over the Santo magazine. The crying got louder, but the old lady wouldn't move. She just kept watching me like she was mad at me or something. I can't help it. I watch stuff. All the time. I guess I'm nosy. But show me a filmmaker who isn't a voyeur, and I'll show you a TV hack. The kid's cat-like bellow was a primal screech by now, and even the old lady could no longer pretend to ignore it. She picks up the baby and lifts her blouse to release a stretched, hanging blob of a tit. She carefully lifts the edge of the baby blanket and springs a leaking, incredibly long and erect nipple into the begging mouth. She turns to see me watching her, and our eyes lock. I can't look away, and her grim face defies my stare. Finally, the infant has taken its fill and releases its hold on her breast. The leaking prong of her nipple springs up and is quickly tucked away after splashing drops of lactose on the baby's face. As she wiped its face, I caught my first glance of it. This was no child. I didn't know what it was, but it was nothing I'd seen before. It was slippery-looking, completely hairless, with dark rubbery skin. It looked more like a human than any other kind of animal, but just barely. It seemed like it had been burned or something, except that its skin was wet, oily. It had lips like a fish, large and gasping, breathing like a rich fat man puffs on a Havana, wet and floppy. I tried to get a better look, but she kept shielding it from me, covering it with the blanket and blocking it from view with her girth. I tried to wear as much sympathy as I could get on my face, a mask of soft, gentle caring. I had to see this kid more closely. Talk was useless. She couldn't speak English, and Spanish is Greek to me. But I reached out with all state-sized helping hands to touch the baby. She was hesitant and defensive, but when she saw I had no intention of hurting or making fun of the thing, she let me lift the blanket, still watching my face the whole time. Close up, with time to really see it, this freak baby was incredible. I knew immediately that I was back in business, and if you judge this thing the way you do a real baby, it was a girl. I had Rebecca's rent money in an envelope in my back pocket, and gave it to the old woman. I'm not sure why. I guess I just had to touch it. This thing would make the most incredible story ever. It all rushed through my mind in the time it took for the lights to flash around the marquee of the $1 Million Theater, all the words that had been shoved down my throat from the critics and the development meetings. Heart, story, character, all that shit. I just wanted to hold the thing, feel its reality, touch it. But I didn't just want to do some latex life story. Words without voices had soured me on special effects. This thing was real, and that's what I had to show the world. No state-of-the-art Rob Bottin special effect could ever hope to compete with the beating heart, coursing blood reality of this slippery, shifting-irised creature squirming in the blanket in my hands. This baby was my movie. I couldn't tell how old it was. How do you judge the age of something you've never seen before? It couldn't have been more than a couple months. When it realized that somebody new was holding it, its eyes locked onto mine, and we were both transfixed. The muddy irises seemed to swirl like whirlpools, clearing and changing to blue, then becoming so clear that I swear I could see the brain behind them. I could feel its heartbeat rippling through my hands as I stared into its cortex, distantly hearing it mewl, and seeing music deep within. Not like musical notes, but actually seeing the music itself. I don't know how else to explain it, except to compare it to the acid trips my stepfather always talks about. This kind of eye contact seemed to tire the kid out, and the huge eyes filled with dead brown mud again, then slowly drifted closed. When I looked up, Mamacita was vamoosed. Not that I minded. She had a chance to dump the freak and jumped at it. If I had to sell year-old wrestling magazines to farm workers on a street corner, I'd probably have done the same thing. But I lucked out. I had this incredible treasure in my hands. I would get another chance to thrill the world. and a month's rent for Rebecca's West Hollywood digs would pay for the old bitch's flop for 5 years. Later I would realize that she got the better end of the deal. Rebecca was freaked but fascinated by the little slug in the bassinet in the kitchen. I decided to leave the details out of the story until later, especially the part about the rent money. I'd deal with that when the Arab came around asking for it. "You said you always wanted a baby," I told her. She was not amused, but I knew how to handle her. She wouldn't have any trouble dealing with the freak if she knew she'd get at least a featured role in the picture at scale +10. We quickly discovered how simple the care and feeding of the little monster was. It sucked on anything and everything that found its way into its disgusting little smacking lips. Once Rebecca was leaning over it to get a good look, and the little sucker went for her breast right through the shirt. I tried to joke her into suckling it, but her sense of humor has its limits. I named it Asta. I gave Mama and Pacoima the heave-ho, and set about scaling every bridge I ever burned. I bullied, badgered, and blackmailed my way into meetings everywhere in town, from the sleaziest trauma to the most muscle-bound Paramount. At first, it was always the third-stringers like before. The studios are cautious. You can get the meetings. They don't want to close the door on anybody who might make a hit movie for somebody else and not be able to get them back. The guy who flops with THX 1138 at Warner's might go on to do Star Wars at Fox. The door is shut, but not locked. Anyway, I've got meetings with sons of mucky mucks at other studios, and we talk heart and story and character, and we shoot box office shit, and then I bring up the idea. It's always the same reaction. "Yeah, but it's been done. The Unfortunate Baby is really more a movie of the week, don't you think? But I'd be glad to put you in touch with our TV people." And that's supposed to signal the end of the meeting. I won't let go. We talk Elephant Man and Mask and E.T. and all that other heartfelt mutant crap, and my eyes go misty and caring and gentle. They start to get uncomfortable. I tell them how the idea could be done so cheaply and how much I learned by the last experience. Then I shrug like it's obviously brick wall time, and I say thank you and walk out like a broken man. But they can't see my smile. Before the door closes all the way, I pretend to spot the box I have sitting in the reception area, like I forgot about it, and before Mr. Pimple can finish punching up his next phone call, I scoop it up and swing around to face him, with Asta in my arms under a Smurf baby blanket. "Oh, by the way, you want to see it?" Of course he's too busy, and he has no idea that what I'm talking about is real, and he wants me the hell out of his office. Fruitless meetings never end, so I don't give him a chance to answer. I rush up and put the thing under his nose and pull back the Smurf. The guy shits his pants. He wants to know if the guys who did Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3 made it, and I have to say over and over, no, it's real. They don't believe me. I hold it closer, so close they can smell the acrid urine stink that seeps from its skin, and invite them to touch her. Every single one I ever asked has declined. It's amazing how quickly I get access to the latter. I meet Sonny's boss, then her boss, then his boss, then his boss, and finally it's the rarefied penthouse office of Daddy himself. At this point, Rosen's calling me back. He's caught wind of the Tar Baby story, and he wants to break some backs at the majors. I don't blame the guy for dropping me, after all, I was poison. And Rosen doesn't give a shit about relationships or being my pal. He's a businessman. Right. He yanks mine and I squeeze his, and we both come dollars. He knows I know he can negotiate the hell out of my deals, so I give him the nod. It's Old Home Week, and he's got the studios beating each other up for the baby story. Praise Jesus. We set the deal up in Culver City. I'm writer, producer, and director. No presentation credit, but I'm not crying. We want to keep the budget low, shoot in some right-to-work state in the South, and I finally get to cast my talented unknowns and throw Rebecca a 3-line bone. Now that I'm producing, I can see the wisdom of keeping costs low so that it's tougher for the studio to hide the profits if the film does business. We're talking a below-the-line of maybe 3.5, and most of the above-the-line is me. I decided early not to allow the cast and crew to see the kid until we actually shot the birth scene. I knew the reality of their reactions would make the scene really sing. I couldn't wait. Everybody loved the scripts, even the heart and story and characters. But wait until they saw Pee-wee. I was worried that during 3 or 4 months of pre-production, Asta might grow out of her weirdness. The freakishness might just be a stage. I held my breath every morning before checking under that Smurf blanket, but the thing wasn't changing at all. In truth, I did learn a lot from the Warners' experience. I'm prepared this time. I become the cast and crew's best pal, actually let them make suggestions, and pretend to consider them for a moment before I turn them down to do it my way. They like that. Everything is going fine. We've run a day or 2 over schedule, but stay under budget, so the suits are happy. They like the dailies, love the coverage, and what we call the look of show. I couldn't be happier. During breaks, I'm rocking my Winnebago with Cindy, my superstar discovery, chewing her implants and filling her with my goo. But the headier foreplay is thinking about the birth scene, scheduled for the Monday of week 4. Everybody's asking to see the puppet. Who made the baby? When are we going to see the poor little thing? I just smile, playing the wise man with the secret. B-Day. Crew call is 7 o'clock a.m., and I get there an hour early. Asta's been a little fussy, but seems okay. She's comfortable and well-fed. I've got her in a basket that once held Snooky's cookies. Everybody's excited about the big scene. We'll be shooting Asta for the next 3 days, but this is her debut. I want to shoot the freak in continuity, just in case it changes at all during production. The locations that feature it are limited, so it's easy to shoot the scenes in order. So we've got Cindy Starlet's belly as padded as Dr. Ellen Bogan stuffed her breasts, and she's on her back, hyping up. For authenticity's sake, she has been taking Lamaze classes at the clinic. Whatever works. Rebecca's in the corner studying her line, looking sexy in her nurse outfit. She has no idea about me and Cindy. Not that it matters if she did. I can afford my own place now. Vilmos has just about finished lighting. I rush off and bring in the basket from my Winnie and keep it hidden from view as I move on to my mark. I'm doing my cameo as the doctor who delivers the thing, so I'm in total control. I even gave myself a crucial close-up. I'm mildly surprised to see that Cindy isn't wearing anything under the hospital gown. She winks, knowing I'm the only one in a position to know, and I give her little curls a tickle. She tries not to react in front of the others. Then I bring Asta up onto the table, covered in her little blanket. Still, nobody but me has seen the thing, and my heart is pounding through the stethoscope hanging from my ears. I place the baby thing between Cindy's legs. I like putting things between Cindy's legs. I'm the only one who can see Asta, and I enjoy watching it move wetly up against Cindy's private parts. Cindy tries not to react to the rippling wet pressure. Then the inquisitive little beggar's lips seek out something that resembles a nipple down there, and starts to suckle. "Quiet, rolling." Cindy can scarcely breathe, but she isn't about to blow the shot. "Speed." I can't believe what only I can see, but manage to stifle my laughter and gently try to move it away from Cindy's happy button. I guess I'm sensitive that way. "Slate it." "Settle." "Okay, Cindy. Action." And the camera makes its slow, relentless push into the table. Cindy and I have spray sweat on our brows. I notice Rebecca's watching me sneak a private grope under Cindy's sheet, but she won't bitch while the camera is rolling. It's perfect. Drama. Tension. Cindy really making me believe she's delivering a difficult baby. Maybe this method shit isn't so bad. She was probably really dilating under there. The camera is almost on top of her now. She's spasming with pain, and I'm struggling heroically to save the baby. Special Effects releases the wash of fluid from hoses run through the table, and I lift Asta from between Cindy's thighs, holding the thing up in the blue light directly in front of the camera. Asta played it beautifully, letting loose with that long, weak tremolo, spooking everyone on the stage into bug-eyed silence. I kept it rolling for a full 2 extra minutes, and when I finally yelled "cut," cast and crew alike burst into spontaneous applause. I bowed, holding the thing up in front of them, and Hollywood welcomed me home. When I was sure that there was no camera bobble or sound problem, there was no way I was going to tempt fate. The take was perfect, and we wouldn't do another for Prudential. I cleared the gawkers away and set up for the close-up. Asta was no trouble at all under the lights. It just lay there, as if waiting for direction. Vilmos asked me if I wanted to use a doll for a stand-in to set the lights, and like a supreme dick, I said no. No doll is going to have the same reflective qualities of this kid's weird flesh, and it didn't seem to mind anyway. Well, I don't know how the word got out so quick, but welfare showed up on the set before we even ran through the close-up. They were furious, screaming child abuse. There's some law about not being able to have an infant under stage lights for more than 30 seconds, and there must be a state welfare worker and a nurse and a teacher present at all times, or some shit like that. I tell them there's no child here, that it's special effects, or an animal. They want to know where the Wrangler is. Right. Freak Wrangler. By then we're all yelling, so the AD calls a break, and everybody else is glad to sneak away. While the welfare bitch and I are getting close to fisticuffs, the second AD gently taps my shoulder. What he whispers makes the whole argument moot. After biting his head off for butting in, I push him aside and rush over to the now dark delivery table, where Asta is lying. I try to stand in the way, but the bitch in the gray suit is right behind me, wanting to see. I let her, because the little freak wasn't moving, or breathing, or eating, or smelling, or fucking living. Inside my head there were fireworks, suicide guns, and cacophony, but I stood stock still, my face a bland, vapid wall of I told you so. While the woman was trying to puzzle out the rapidly rubberizing little torso on the table, I slowly turned to look her in the eye, and using all my power, said softly, "Is this really something that concerns you?" We both turned to see what it was not, a glass-eyed, latex-skinned dummy prop. I remember being astonished at how phony it looked with its lights out, that devoid of life it looked like a cast-off from Ghoulies or something. "There's your baby," I gloated, and she split, pissed off, even disappointed. I called a wrap, and while everybody started to get ready for the next day's shoot, I took the little body and retired to the Winnebago. Cindy was waiting for me, looking all smiley and coquettish about the secret gumming she got under the sheet. I threw her out. She looked all upset and hurt, but fuck her. This was the end of my career. I locked the door and sat the little creep on the table and stared at it. The thing now looked ridiculously fake, its skin drying and looking like inner tube rubber, even down to the white dust of powder. The eyes were sightless, soulless, clear glass windows to a dark room. Before I knew it, Rebecca was knocking on the door, but I just ignored her. She gave up quickly. She must not have been as pissed as I thought she would be. I started yelling at the little pile of shit on the table, backhanding it to the floor. "I'm sorry now, but you've got to comprehend the stress I was under. This little fucker was the key to everything I'd worked so long and hard for, and now all that was smoke. Fuck." Suicide was an alternative, but I'm too much of a coward to pull the trigger, and not enough of a coward to go quickly. But as I stared into its ugly rubber mug, a simpler choice came to mind. We had the most important shot in the can already. The establishing shot of the monster was there. I could use the whole take. We'd already moved into a good tight shot anyway, and there was no way the audience wouldn't buy it. Shot properly, maybe one of these effects tyros could help me pull off the rest of the show. Looking at the thing now, with its wick extinguished, the difference between life and latex was obvious, but there was no other way out. We shut down the production for a few weeks while we sent out emergency bids to Stan Winston and Chris Wallace and some non-union guys. When I showed them the kid the next day, they all thought it was nice, but a little simplistic in design. They all wanted to know who made it, and why didn't I just use them? I told them I'd made it myself, based on a dream I'd had, but I needed someone who could articulate and manipulate it better than I could. It had to be exactly the same look, I told them, only with more life. After the bids came in, we went with a local Texas kid who cost us a third of the big boys and was willing to work 34-hour days for the honor. As I was waiting in the screening room to see the birth scene, I held my breath. All the big cheeses were there for the dailies. They knew it was the most important moment in the picture. I had only seen it on the moviola so far, but it was perfect. Everything in perfect focus, no bobbles, and the kid looked great. Unbelievable. When the suits all gasped at the reveal, I started to breathe easy. By now, they all assumed that this thing had always been a special effect anyway, and were almost glad to shut down for a couple weeks to keep the quality up. All we had to do was hook them with the real baby footage, and they'd buy the rubber surrogate. I went home that night feeling almost relaxed. New place, no furniture in it yet, just a bed, a hi-fi VCR, and a projection TV, and a wicker basket with Asta in it. Once the latex clone was finished, I promised to give the thing a decent burial out back, but only if the rubber one was perfect. I didn't have to shoot the next day, so I had my own mini-movie marathon. It's Alive, Rosemary's Baby, and Taboo 4, which put me to sleep, but with a raging erection. It was an engorgement that would not subside in slumber, but rather kept time with my heartbeat until the door opened late that night. I opened my eyes. Unexpectedly, delightfully, Rebecca and Cindy entered in a shaft of light that penetrated the sparse, diaphanous nightclothes they wore. However unlikely, they seemed the best of friends, and got even friendlier when they joined me in the kip. Our acrobatics were like a letter to Penthouse, and featured every erotic combination you could imagine, and 6 or 7 more. It was a release I hadn't felt since pre-production began. I had a mouth at either end of me, and the two of them brought me to the most devastating sphincter-clenching orgasm of my life. But on the second jolt, I woke up, my little friend pumping. My eyes rolled back in abandoned ecstasy. As the waves of orgasm died down, I gradually resumed consciousness. I opened my eyes for real, and almost threw up. That slippery fucking maggot kid from the cookie basket was between my legs, impaled on my divining rod taken so deeply down its throat that I must have fertilized its stomach. The thing was ravenously sucking my milk until I was dry. Its skin was slippery again, oily and alive, as it slid hungrily over my flesh. Barely conscious at 4 a.m. and dazed from the force of the orgasm, I could only stare through slitted, puffy eyes at the monstrosity devouring me. The incredible suction slackened as it sensed there was no more juice to be had, and I weakly backhanded the thing. It didn't even react. Gathering my strength in disgust, I hit out with full force, knocking the piece of shit against the wall, where it hit with a splat before sliding stickily and lifelessly down the wall. I stood up, my head throbbing with every heartbeat, and walked dizzily across the room, following my still-extended wand until I was right over Asta. There was a trail of blood on the wall, as if pointing at the gooey little heap that lay on the floor. Guilt, disgust, and horror welled up in the pit of my stomach, and lurched out of my mouth and onto the dead heap. First with the stage lights, and now literally at my own hand, I had killed the thing again. I jumped into my sweats and scooped the horrid pile into a plastic bag, then carried it out into the yard. There was no moon, which was fine with me, so I took the mess and buried it deep behind the barbecue pit. Blood blisters on my hands, I rushed back into the barren house. I stayed in bed the whole next day just thinking about the little monster. There was no innocence there. This was no child, no infant. In the months I had been in possession of it, there had been no sign of growth or maturity or change. The thing is what it is, not what it's going to be. What that is, I don't know, but I soon would make an educated guess. All I know is that day I was as fucked up as I've ever been. My ecstasy had been linked end to end with extreme revulsion. I'd been blown by the ghost of a monster baby. Not recommended. And then the fucking toilets backed up. I know that may seem mundane in this perspective, but it has everything to do with it. When I tried to flush, there was merely a gurgle, and I knew at once the damned machine was playing with its food. The lid was lowered, and the plumber called. I forgot about it until I had to go again that afternoon. Ready for relief, I lifted the lid, only to see that fucking squirmer Asta settled in the bowl, basking in dinner. I tried to flush it down to greet the legendary sewer gators, but the plumbing just backed up, spewing fouled water onto the bathroom floor. Again, in anger, humiliation, and disgust, I beat the shit out of it, mangled the tortured little body, and killed it a third time. Big fucking deal. It would be back, no matter how often or distant or deeply I buried the thing. The old Mexican woman knew I was her salvation the first time she saw me. I know that now. I must have destroyed the baby 24 times by now, but it'll keep coming back. To feed. I can only imagine how long its last host continued to lactate and suckle the parasite that had claimed and controlled her. It's like giving a stray cat a dish of milk. You'll never shake the fucking thing. My lust to own it was the closest thing to love it ever felt, and now we're paired, mated, for life. It comes, each day after I kill it, to partake of my body's cast-offs, my cells, my essence. It sweats my saliva, lives on my excreta, rejuvenated by my spermatozoa. God help me if it tastes my blood. In the month since we shot the birth scene, sleep has been only a distant dream that comes fleetingly. The phone used to ring before I pulled it out, and many people have come to the door and given up trying to find me. Whenever my defenses drop, it comes home to ravage me. I fade into exhausted sleep, knowing I'll wake to find it devouring me, my sex slid deep into its female region, another slippery appendage behind and inside me, taking, not wasting anything, not even tears. This thing will live as long as I do. Maybe longer. I had to have the little fucker to exploit. It was the strongest emotion I could feel, and now I'm paying up. I know of one sure way to end the torment. I can't believe I've put it off so long. Asta may be indestructible, but I am not. I have only a single regret. I know I'll never make another movie. Splatter, A Cautionary Tale, by Douglas E. Winter. Apocalypse Domani. In the hour before dawn, as night retreated into shadow, the dream chased Rehnquist awake. The gates of hell had opened, the cannibals had taken to the streets, and Rehnquist waited alone, betrayed by the light of the coming day. Soon, he knew, the zombies would find him, the windows would shatter, the doors burst inward, and the hands, stained with their endless feast, would beckon to him. They would eat of his flesh and drink of his blood, but spare his immortal soul. And at dawn he would rise again, possessed of their hunger, their quenchless thirst, to view a grave new world through the vacant eyes of the dead next door. The Beyond.
And you will face the sea of darkness and all therein that may be explored.
Tallis tipped his wine-glass in empty salute.
So much for the poet.
He glanced back along the east wing of the Corcoran Gallery, its chronology of Swiss Impressionists, dominated by Zweig's Ladila, an oceanscape of burned sand littered with mummified remains. His attorney, Gavin Widmark, steered him from the bar and forced a smile, perhaps a bit more restraint. Tallis slipped a fresh glass of Chardonnay from the tray of a passing waiter.
Art,
he said, his voice slurred and overloud,
is nothing but the absence of restraint.
Across the room, a blonde woman faced them with a frown.
Ah, Thorne,
Widmark said, gesturing toward her.
Have you met Cameron Blake?
Cannibal Ferox. Memory. The angry rain washing over Times Square, scattering the women's march against pornography into the ironic embrace of ill-lit theater entrances. She stood beneath a lurid film poster. Make them die slowly, it screamed, adding, as if an afterthought, the most violent film ever. And as she waited in the sudden shadows, clutching a placard whose red ink had smeared into a wound, she surveyed the faces emerging from the grindhouse lobby, the wise-cracking black youths, shouting and shoving their way back onto the streets, the middle-aged couple moving warily through the unexpected phalanx of stern-faced women, and finally the young man, alone, a hardcover novel by Thomas Tallis gripped to his chest. His fugitive eyes, trapped behind thick wire-rimmed glasses, seemed to caution Cameron Blake as she stood with her sisters, hoping to take back the night. Dawn of the Dead. At the shopping mall, the film posters taunted Rehnquist with the California dream of casual sun-baked sex. For yet another summer, teen tedium reigned at the fourplex. He visited instead the video library, prowling the ever-thinning shelves of horror films, each battered box a brick in the wall of his defenses, and wondering what he would do when they were gone. At the cashier's desk, he had seen the mimeographed petition, "Protect your rights. What you need to know about H.R. 1762. But he didn't need to know what he could see even now, watching the shoppers outside, locked in the time-step of the suburban sleepwalk. This was an important place in their lives, he said, although he knew that no one was listening. Eaten alive. After all, said Cameron Blake, as another slide jerked onto the screen, a pale captive writhing in bondage on a dusty motel room bed, what is important about a woman in these films is not how she feels, not what she does for a living, not what she thinks about the world around her, but simply how she bleeds. The slide projector clicked, and the audience fell silent. The next victim arched above a makeshift work table, suspended by a meat hook that had been thrust into her vagina. Moist entrails spilled, coiling, onto the gore-stained floor below. From the back of the lecture hall, as the shocked whispers rose in protest, came the unmistakable sound of someone laughing. Friday the 13th. He had decided to rent an eternal holiday favorite, and now, on his television screen, the bottle-blonde game show maven staggered across the moonlit beach, her painted lips puckered in a knowing smile. "Kill her, Mommy, kill her," she mouthed, a sing-song soliloquy that he soon joined. The obligatory virgin fell before her, legs sprawled in an inviting wedge, and the axe poised, its shiny tip moistened expectantly with a shimmer of blood. Rehnquist closed his eyes. All too soon, he knew, we would visit the hospital room where the Virgin lay safe abed, wondering what might still lurk at Camp Crystal Lake. But he imagined instead a different ending, one without sequel, one without blood, and he knew that he could not let it be. The Gates of Hell. On the first morning of the hearings on H.R. 1762, Tallis mounted the steps to the Rayburn Building to observe the passionate parade. The war film actor, pointing the finger of self-righteous accusation, the bearded psychiatrists, soft-spoken oracles of aggression models and impact studies, the school teachers and ministers, each with a story of shattered morality, and then the mothers, the fathers, the battered women, the rape victims, the abused children, lost in their tears and in search of a cause, pleading to the politicians who sat in solemn judgment above them. He saw without surprise that Cameron Blake stood with them in the hearing room, spokesman for the silent, the forgotten, the bruised, the violated, the sudden dead. Halloween. That night, alone in his apartment, Rehnquist huddled with his videotapes, considering the minutes that would be lost to the censor's blade. Sometimes, when he closed his eyes, he envisioned stories and films that never were, and that now perhaps never would be. As his television flickered with the ultimate holiday of horror, he watched the Starlet's daughter, pressed against the wall, another virgin prey to an unwelcome visitor, but as her mouth opened in a soundless scream, his eyes closed, and he saw her in her mother's place, heiress to that fateful room in the Bates Motel, a full-color nude trapped behind the shower curtain, as the arm, wielding the long-handled knife, stiffened and thrust again, and as her perfect body, spent, slipped to the blood-sprinkled tile, he opened his eyes and grinned. It was the boogeyman, wasn't it? Inferno. "No, my friends," pronounced the Reverend Wilson Maycomer, scowling for the news cameras as he descended the steps of the Liberty Gospel Church in Clinton, Maryland. "I am speaking for our children.
It is their future that is at stake. I hold in my hand a list.
The flash guns popped, and the minicams swept across the anxious gathering, then focused upon the waiting jumble of wooden blocks, doused with kerosene. Maycomber suddenly smiled, and his flock, their arms laden with books and magazines, videotapes and record albums, smiled with him. He thrust a paperback into the eye of the nearest camera.
"This one," he laughed, "shall truly be a fire-starter."
He tossed the book onto the waiting pyre and proclaimed, with the clarity of unbending conviction,
"Let there be light!"
And the flames burned long into the night. Just before dawn. As she rubbed at her eyes, the headache seemed to flare, then pass. She motioned to the graduate student waiting at the door. Cameron Blake saw herself 15 years before, comfortable in t-shirt and jeans, hair tossed wildly, full of herself and the knowledge that change lay just around the corner. She saw herself, and knew why she had left both a husband and a Wall Street law firm for the chance to teach the lessons of those 15 years. Change did not lie in wait. Change was wrought, often painfully, and never without a fight. In the student's hands were the crumpled sheets of an awkward polemic. Only women bleed, De Palma and the politics of voyeurism. In her eyes were the wet traces of self-doubt, but not tears. No, never tears. Cameron Blake smoothed the pages and unsheathed her red pen. Why don't we start with Body Double? The Keep. Tallis silenced the stereo and stared into the blank screen of his computer. He had tried to write for hours, but his typing produced only indecipherable codes, words, sentences, paragraphs without life or logic. Inside, he could feel only a mounting silence. He looked again to the newspaper clippings stacked neatly on his desk, a bloody testament to the power of words and images. Charles Manson's answer to the call of the Beatles' Helter Skelter, the obsession with Taxi Driver that had almost killed a president, the parents who had murdered countless infants in bedroom exorcisms. He drew his last novel, Jeremiad, from the bookshelf, and wondered what deaths had been rehearsed in its pages. The Last House on the Left. Congressman James Stodder overturned the cardboard box, scattering its contents before the young attorney from the American Civil Liberties Union. He carefully catalogued each item for the subcommittee. Black market photographs of the nude corpse of television actress Lauren Hayes, taken by her abductors moments after they had disemboweled her with a garden trowel. A videotape of Lucio Fulci's twice-banned Apoteosi del Mistero. An 8mm film loop entitled Little Boy Snuffed, confiscated by the FBI in the back room of an adult bookstore in Pensacola, Florida, and a copy of the Clive Barker novel Requiem, its pages clipped at its most infamous scenes.
"Now tell me,"
Stodder said, his voice shaking and rising to a shout,
"which is fact and which is fiction?"
Maniac. Rehnquist keyed the volume control, drawn to the montage of violent film clips that preceded the C-SPAN highlights of the Stodder subcommittee. A film critic waved a tattered poster, savoring his moment before the cameras. "This is," he exclaimed, "the single most reprehensible film ever made. The question that should be asked is, are people so upset because the murderer is so heinous, or because the murderer is being portrayed in such a positive and supportive light?" Rehnquist twisted the television dial, first to the top-rated police show, where fashionable vice cops pumped endless shotgun rounds into a drug dealer, then to the news reports of bodies stacked like cords of wood at a railhead in El Salvador, and finally to the solace of MTV, where Mick Jagger cavorted in the streets of a ruined city, singing of too much blood. Night of the Living Dead. In the beginning, he remembered, there were no videotapes. There were no X ratings, no labels warning of sex or violence, no seizures of books on library shelves, no committees or investigations. In the beginning, there were dreams without color. There was peace, it was said, and prosperity, and he slept in that innocent belief until the night he had awakened in the backseat of his car, transfixed by the black-and-white nightmare, the apocalypse alive on the drive-in movie screen.
"They're coming to get you, Barbara,"
the actor had warned. But Rehnquist knew that the zombies were coming for him, the windows shattering, the doors bursting inward. The dead, he had learned, were alive and hungry for him, and the dreams, ever after, were always the color red. Orgy of the Blood Parasites. The gavel thundered again, and as the shout subsided, Tallis returned to his prepared statement.
"Under the proposed legislation," he read without waiting for silence, "whether or not the depiction of violence constitutes pornography depends upon the perspective that the writer or the film director adopts. A story that is violent and that simply depicts women—" he winced at the renewed chorus of indignation— "that simply depicts women in positions of submission or even display is forbidden, regardless of the literary or political value of the work taken as a whole. On the other hand, a story that depicts women in positions of equality is lawful, no matter how graphic its violence. This—" He paused, looking first at James Stoddard, then at each other member of the subcommittee. "This is thought control." Profondo Rosso. Widmark led him through the gauntlet of reporters outside the Rayburn building. Tallis looked to the west, but saw only row after row of white marble facades. "This is suicide," Widmark said. "You realize that, don't you? Take a look at this." He flourished an envelope, stuffed with photocopies of news clippings and book reviews, then handed Tallis a letter detailing the lengthy cuts that Berkeley had requested for the new novel. Tallis tore the letter in half, unread. "I need a drink," he said, and waved to the blonde woman who waited for him on the steps below. No one noticed the young man in wire-rimmed glasses who stood across the street, washed in the deep red of the setting sun. Che la villa accanto il cimitero. Rehnquist had found the answer on the front page of the Washington Post, while reading its reports of the latest testimony before Stoddard's raging subcommittee. There, between bold-faced quotations from a Midwestern police chief and a psychoanalyst with the unlikely name of Freudstein, was a clouded news photograph labeled Georgetown Professor Cameron Blake. Its caption read, "Violence in fiction, film, may as well be real." His fingers had traced the outline of her face with nervous familiarity. The blonde hair, the thin lips, parted in anxious warning, the wide dark eyes of Barbara Steele. When he raised his hand, he saw only the dark blur of newsprint along its fingertips. He knew then what he had to do. Reanimator. They shared a booth at the Capitol Hilton coffee shop, trading Bloody Marys while searching for a common ground. The conversation veered from Lovecraft to the latest seafood restaurant in Old Town Alexandria. Then Tallis, working his third cocktail, told of his year in Italy with Dario Argento, drawing honest laughter with an anecdote about the mistranslated script for Lacrimi. She countered with the story of the graduate student who had called him the most dangerous writer since Norman Mailer. "That's quite a compliment," he said. "But what do you think?" Cameron Blake shook her head. "I told her to try reading you first." As they left the hotel, he paused at the newsstand to buy a paperback copy of Jeremiad. "A gift for your student," he said. But when he reached to take her hand, she hesitated. In a moment, he was alone. Suspiria. "Hello." It was his voice, hardly more than a sigh, that surprised Cameron Blake. The door slammed shut behind her, and he passed from the shadows into the light, barring her way. She stepped back, taking the measure of the drab young man who had invaded her home. She thought, for a moment, that they had once met, strangers in a sudden rain. "I want to show you something," Rehnquist said. But as she pushed past him, intent on reaching the telephone, the video cassette that he had offered to her slipped away, shattering on the hardwood floor. In that moment,
as the tape spooled lifelessly onto the floor. Their destiny was sealed. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Tallis hooked the telephone on the first ring. He had been waiting for her to call, but the voice at the other end, echoing in the hiss of long distance, was that of Gavin Widmark. It was his business voice, friendly but measured, and could herald only bad news. Berkeley, despite 3 million copies of Jeremiad in print, had declined to publish the new novel. If only he would consider the proposed cuts. If only he would mediate the level of violence. If only— Without a word, Tallis placed the receiver gently back onto its cradle. He tipped another finger of gin into his glass and stared into the widening depths of the empty computer screen. The Undertaker and his pals. She knew, as Rehnquist unfolded the straight-razor, that there would be no escape. A dark certainty inhabited his eyes as he advanced, the light shimmering on the blade, and she pressed against the wall, watching, waiting.
"For you, Cameron," he said.
The razor flashed, kissing his left wrist before licking evenly along the vein. She squeezed her eyes closed, but he called to her,
"For you, Cameron."
And she looked again as the fingers of his left hand toppled to the carpet in a rain of blood.
"For you, Cameron."
The razor poised at his throat, slashing a sudden grin that vomited crimson across his chest, and as he staggered out into the street, blood trailing in his wake, she found that she could not stop watching. Videodrome. Every picture tells a story, thought Detective Sergeant Richard Howe, stepping aside to clear the police photographer's field of vision. He knew that the prints on his desk tomorrow would seem to depict reality, their flattened images belying what he had sensed from the moment he arrived. The bloodstains splattering the floor of the Capitol Hill townhouse had been deeper and darker than any he had ever seen. He would not easily forget the woman's expression when he told her that the shorn fingertips were slabs of latex, the blood merely a concoction of corn syrup and food coloring. He looked again to the shattered videocassette, sealed in the plastic evidence bag. Directed by David Cronenberg, read the label. He couldn't wait for the search warrant to issue. Turning over this guy's apartment was going to be a scream. The Wizard of Gore. When the first knock sounded at the door, Rehnquist set aside his worn copy of Jeremiad, marked at its most frightening passage, and at dawn he would rise again, possessed of their hunger, their quenchless thirst, to view a grave new world through the vacant eyes of the dead next door. At his feet curled the thin plastic tubing stripped from his armpit and drained of stage blood.
"It's not real,"
he said, and the knocking stopped.
"It's never been real."
The window to his left shattered, glass spraying in all directions. Then the door burst inward, yawning on a single hinge, and the hands, the beckoning hands, thrust toward him. The long night had ended. The zombies had come for him at last. Extro. The Reverend Wilson Maycomer rose to face the Stoddard subcommittee, his deep voice echoing unamplified across the hearing room.
"I don't know if anybody else has done this for you all, but I want to pray for you right now, and I want to ask everyone in this room who fears God to bow their head."
He pressed a tiny New Testament to his heart.
"Dear Father, I pray that you would destroy wickedness in this city, and in every wicked city. I pray that you draw the line as it is written here, and those that are righteous, let them be righteous still, and they that are filthy, let them be filthy still."
At the back of the hearing room, his face etched in the shadows, Tallis shifted uneasily. In Maycomer's insectile stare, mirrored by the stony smile of James Stoddard, the haunted eyes of Cameron Blake, he knew that it was over. As the vote began on H.R. 1762, he turned and walked away, into the sudden light of a silent day. Les yeux sans visage. Months later, in another kind of theater, green-shirted medical students witnessed the drama of stereotactic procedures, Justice meted out in the final reel. "The target," announced the white-masked lecturer, gesturing with his scalpel, "is the cingulate gyrus." Here he paused for effect, glancing overhead to the video enlargement of the patient's exposed cerebral cortex. "Although some prefer to make lesions interrupting the fibers radiating to the frontal lobe." The blade moved with deceptive swiftness, neither in extreme close-up nor in slow motion, but the blood, which jetted for an instant across the neurosurgeon's steady right hand, was assuredly real. Zombie. In an hour like many other hours, Rehnquist smiled as the warder rolled his wheelchair along the endless white corridors of St. Elizabeth's Hospital. He smiled at his newfound friends, with their funny number names. He smiled at the darkened windows, crisscrossed with wire mesh to keep him safe. He smiled at the warmth of the urine puddling slowly beneath him. And as the wheelchair reached the end of another hallway, he smiled again and touched the angry scar along his forehead. He asked the warder, whose name he thought was Romero, if it was time to sleep again. He liked to sleep. In fact, he couldn't think of anything he would rather do than sleep. But sometimes, when he woke, smiling into the morning sun, he wondered why it was that he no longer dreamed. Film at 11 by John Skipp. It started out like just another Thursday in hell. She awoke in her bed at 8 a.m. The air was thick with heat and sweat. Dale was naked and snoring beside her, his fists unfurled in sleep. She heard the screen door at the front of the house scream open, then slam shut. Tiny footsteps hit the sidewalk and receded into the world. Nicky was safe, for now at least. And Dottie Neff was alone. With him. She let the day's pain seep back into her body gradually, let her memory piece together what it could. Sleep had put a buffer between Wednesday's hell and the new Wannabornin, but that mercy fried quickly in the sweet light of day. Then the damage began to itemize itself, meticulous, but in no particular order. This morning brought the skull ache first. It centered on the jaws, the temples, and the space immediately behind her eyes. By the time her brain began to throb, the rest of her body was catching up. The wrenched left arm, the throbbing nipples, the pummeled pussy, all on fire. Before she even began to move, the entire inventory had been laid out. Then she remembered poor old Buzz Royer, which reminded her of the plan, and the ghostly sweet, sweet taste of freedom came flooding back to warm and haunt her. It didn't make hell go away, of course. When she moved, the pain got instantly worse. "Oh, God," she moaned, but she did so quietly. There was much to do in the next hour or so. The last thing she wanted was to wake up Dale. Not with that flavor so close to her tongue. Not when she was so close. Her feet edged off the side of the bed and wobbled to the floor. The rest of her followed, wobbling naked toward the open bedroom door. He had not bothered to close it before launching into last night's hate-making ritual. So Nicky, as usual, had heard it all. "But for the last time," Dottie silently swore. "Baby, I promise. Today we say goodbye." She shuffled into the hallway and headed for the back of the house. There was a full-length mirror on the bathroom door at the end of the hall. She saw herself in it, could not look away. The woman who stared back was 32, 5'6", 169. She had big brown eyes with tiny pupils and dark puffy bruises around them. A stylus mop of mud-brown hair, limp as roadkill, crowned her head. There was no tone to the pale white flesh, just bulge and stoop and sag. In fact, there was nothing to commend this woman at all. Except that she was ready. And that, with every step she took, she seemed to grow.
June 17th. Dear Oprah Winfrey, don't know how to start this. I've never written to a big star like yourself before. I never thought I had anything that important to say, you know. But I watch your show all the time, and it moved me so much. You're so brave and strong and funny. I just wished that I was like you. I think you are the greatest woman in the whole world. I really mean that. But the problem is I'm not like you at all. I don't have any guts. I think the bravest thing I ever did was writing you this letter, and I bet I don't even have the nerve to mail it. You see, I have problems. Most of them are my fault, I know, but I just don't know how to get around them. When I think about how messed up my life has gotten, sometimes it doesn't seem like there's any hope at all. It's just too complicated, do you know what I mean? But then I watch your show and I get hope. I see all these women overcoming all these incredible things, just being so honest and open about their feelings, and I wish that I could do that, but I can't. Sometimes it gets me really scared, like when you had on the rapists for 2 days, or those people who wrote books about murderers, like Son of Sam. And sometimes you make me laugh, like when you had on Burt Reynolds or Mel Gibson and that black man. And then sometimes you really just make me think, like when you had Shirley MacLaine. I mean, that stuff was just so far out, I didn't know what to think. But most of the time it makes me cry. Not that I need any help, thank you. It's just that I see so much of my own life, things that help me explain what's going on in my own life, and I don't know why, but most of the time it just makes me more confused. I guess the reason I'm writing today is because you just had on that woman doctor, Susan Forward, again, you know, the one who wrote Men Who Hate Women and the Women Who Love Them. Had never heard the word misogyny before, but I'll never forget it now, because my boyfriend is just like that. He puts me down all the time. He doesn't let me have any friends. When I try to make myself look pretty, like I buy a new dress or put on makeup or get a haircut or something, he says things like, "What the blank is that supposed to be anyway?" I swear it drives me crazy sometimes. The problem is that I think I could fight him, except for my mind doesn't work too well. My doctor, Dr. Himmler, says that I get seizures in my brain, in the frontal lobe. That's why my thoughts race around so crazy. The drugs he gives me help a lot. 1,600 milligrams of lithium and 500 milligrams of a new drug called Tegretol, which he says suppresses the convulsions, but I still can't get a handle on what I'm doing. And besides, my boyfriend is even more messed up than me. He's got a different doctor than me, and he gets lots of Percodans and this cough syrup that I think is called Hycotus, and all I know is that it has a lot of codeine in it, and it makes him so crazy and mean once he gets going that a lot of times I'm afraid for my life. The worst part is that I've got a little daughter. Her name is Nicole, but I call her Nikki. She's only 6 years old, and she doesn't understand what's happening. But I know that she hates Dale, and I think she hates me for letting him live here, and would throw him out, except I'm afraid he wouldn't leave. He'd just beat me worse, and maybe hurt Nikki, too. I don't think that I could live if he ever did anything to Nikki. So you see what my problem is. I don't know what to do. Don't even know what I'm writing you for, except that if you were on my side, I know I could do anything. I guess that it's too much to ask, since I'm somebody off of the streets, but if I was on your show one day, I swear to God I'd spill my guts, and maybe somebody would know how bad I hurt and help me, and maybe other women who are in the same situation could get help. That's the most beautiful thing about your show. You find out that you're not alone. That's the most beautiful thing that anyone could ever give a person. I love you, Oprah, and I hope you read this letter. If you can't ever write back, I understand. I wish you all the happiness in the world, and thank you for what you've given me. All my love, Dorothy Abigail Neff. Marked as Exhibit A. After she had thrown up and taken her pills, control began to set in. She could feel it as a cool power running taut down her spine. She could feel it in her movements, the assuredness of them, the sense that she was moving herself and not just being dragged along behind. She was drawing on parts of herself that hadn't seen light in a long time. But they were still there, and they still worked. She checked herself out in the bathroom mirror. The swelling on her face was expansive and colorful.
It would look great on the Channel 8 news break, she felt quite sure. A picture's worth 1,000 words. And of course that took her back to poor Buzz Royer, the beetle-black flatness of his eyes in those, his final moments on screen. There was something in the way that he parted his lips to swallow death, not like an invasion, but like a lover's tongue. And then she was back in the bathroom, and the clock was ticking. 8:11. Time to move. She had started out okay enough. Dad was a $50,000 a year sales manager for York Caterpillar. Mom was up to her bouffant hairdo in garden clubs and church activities. They loved her just fine, albeit always from a distance. They taught her to be well-mannered, obedient, and clean, and above all to put on a happy face. Dottie had mediocred her way through school, never seeing the point, and not entirely wrong in that. She was bright enough, but it was hard to whip up much enthusiasm. The important thing was to make nicey nice, to not make waves, and to keep on smilin'. There were always friends, and there were always parties, and some day there'd be a man who would take care of her in style. But then the recreational drugs had begun to get serious, roughly 1 year after graduation. Time began to slide by on a moist trail of cheap wine, overpriced Colombian, angel dust, and lewds. It was the early 70s, and the mighty counterculture of the previous decade had shot its mighty wad. Left behind in archaeological splendor were the sex, the drugs, the rock and roll, the threadbare middle-class rebellion. But its lofty values were nowhere to be found, either driven underground or sputtered off into the ozone. It was an empty time to be young and white in America, and while some covered for it with a brave new cynicism, the Dotties of the world muddled en masse toward the center, where they had no fucking idea as to what was going on. Fake it. Hang out. Don't worry about tomorrow. It'll take care of itself. Don't bother building for it, either. Just gimme another hit. Her parents responded by throwing her out, after all the hand-wringing and shouting was through. She spent the next few years doing a retro tap dance of her father's footsteps, selling hot pretzels, silly shoes, and the last of the great black light posters, as the different jobs shuffled her from one York Mall emporium to the other. The party was dimming, but so was her soul. Despite a gnawing dissatisfaction, life appeared to go on. By the time she met her one true love, she was almost 27 years old. His name was Barry Strasbaugh, and he was tall and skinny, with a nose like a large kosher dill, but he treated her sweetly, and he had a steady job, and she knew for a fact that he wasn't fucking around behind her back. Most of all, he did not try to change her. He accepted her for what she was. There was no greater gift than that. She accepted it, and gave him all her love in return. A year of considerable happiness followed, the dream not decaying until after the marriage, roughly 5 months into her first-to-term pregnancy. That was when her inability to cut back on the drink and smoke and pills began to erode his patience. The fact that his habits remained unchanged was quite beside the point, he felt. After all, he wasn't the one who was pregnant. By the time Nicole arrived, Barry was yelling most of the time, and Dottie had made the big leap to tequila, vodka, and gin. Little Nicky was tiny indeed, a month premature, at 5 pounds 7 ounces, and there was some doubt as to whether she would live. But after 3 insurance-free and financially devastating weeks in the hospital, their daughter was released into the world of hurt. It was good of Barry to wait for the baby before he started to slap Dottie around. At that point, he didn't know what else to do. It didn't help matters, but it gave him something to do with his hands when he wasn't busy drinking, playing cards with the boys, or test-driving tanks out at Bowen McLaughlin. The marriage lasted for nearly 3 years. During that time, she made 7 trips to the hospital, 2 mild concussions, 1 slightly more serious one, a fractured rib, a badly sprained ankle, a stomach ulcer, and 1 rather lengthy stay in 3 Northeast, the psychiatric wing of York Hospital. It was during that sojourn that Barry took his leave for good, bestowing Nicky's sickly presence on Dottie's long-suffering parents. Under the expert care of the astoundingly named Dr. Himmler, Dottie went through 6 weeks that verified her residence in hell. She remembered very little of her stay, except in snatches that could just as easily have been dreams. She remembered long stretches of questions and answers, where next to none of the words made sense. She remembered AA meetings and sessions with priests. She remembered someone giving her injections in her feet. She remembered a number of strange locations, a slum where crumbling doorways were being rebuilt, a room where lots of teenagers were miffing around, a place distinguished by white walls and a steady rocking motion. She remembered waking up to sharp pain in her rectum, then fading out again. At the end, she was diagnosed as suffering from irregular brain seizures. This was not good news. Dr. Himmler, however, had just the thing for her: more drugs. He also set her up on the public dole through the Pennsylvania Department of Mental Health, which paid for everything from her house to her food stamps to her drugs and doctor's appointments. She left the hospital in a cerebrally passive state, free of every nasty habit but smoking, and the inability to hold a concrete thought for more than 3 minutes at a time. Time heals, and Dottie's seemed to stretch forever, so in 6 months down the road found her both drinking and thinking again. Nobody was too surprised. Though she couldn't find a steady job, or hold it if she did, there was a series of off-the-books house-cleaning assignments that kept her in margaritas and occasional clothes for Nicky. For a while, life was almost bearable again. And then, one night at the Gaslight Tavern, she met Dale, and hell resumed in earnest. July 20th. Dear Oprah, it's been a while since my last letter. Since then, things have gotten much worse. Sometimes Dale takes as many as 12 Percodans at a time, and if he isn't hitting me, then he's passed out in bed. He got fired from his job at Borg Warner, and the money I get from the state isn't enough to keep us all alive. Sometimes he goes out and tries to bum some, but his family and friends gave up on him a long time ago, just like mine did with me. I guess I can't blame them, but it's still so hard. I keep trying to think of something that will make this important, something that makes it different from every other sob story you ever heard. I can't. If there was anything special about me, I probably wouldn't be in this mess. No, maybe I'm wrong. I'm sitting here writing this, and suddenly it's all making sense somehow. I'm not just an ordinary person, because ordinary people don't sink this low. I'm a very special person in a very strange way. I'm God's own special fuck-up. You'll pardon my French. I'm as fucked up as a person can be. It's like everybody is born with their own special guardian angel, you know what I mean? And you live, but every time it comes down to the point of disaster, he's there for you. He sees you through it, and he kind of gives you a little pat on the head and says, "It's okay, Dottie. You made a couple wrong turns there, but I still love you." Now you still have yours. That's real clear. I watch you up there on the TV screen, and it's perfectly obvious that you know why you were born. You laugh and you cry and you ask all the right questions, and you bring millions of us together 5 days a week to help us remember why God bothered to make us in the first place. It's the little voice of the angel in your ear going, "Remember me? Come on, we got places to go and people to see." But I lost mine, I swear to God, and now I don't know what to do. It's like I went this way and he went that, and the next thing we knew we were out in the wilderness with thousands of miles between us and no way back, because there is no way back. Everybody always told me you can't go back, and I can't help but believe them now, because I'm totally, totally lost. So what can I think? I'll tell you what. I think that I was supposed to lose it. I think that I'm supposed to be an example of what not to do, you know what I'm saying? I feel like a soldier that's marching off to war, and he knows he's going to die, and he knows that there's no way out of it, and the only thing he can figure is that there's a bigger picture somewhere, and he'll be one of the details, one of the bodies in a pile on a page in a textbook on history that somebody will make their little kids read, so that maybe they won't make the same mistake. They'll hold on to that angel, and they'll never let go until it's time to die, and they fly away forever. Could that be what it's like? I don't know. Tell the truth, I probably never will.
I can't stop thinking that if I got on your show and 50 million people were watching, that maybe my guardian angel would see and get back to me in time. But I didn't have the guts to send my last letter, so I bet won't send this one either. Sometimes I don't think I'll see my angel again until I die, and all that makes me want to do is die faster. You know what I mean? I don't know what I mean. I have convulsions in my brain. How are you supposed to think with convulsions in your brain? So maybe I'm not so wrong after all. What do you think? I love you, Oprah. I'm sorry. Love, Dorothy Abigail Neff.
Mark as Exhibit B. Most of the hardest work had already been done last night, before Dale staggered home and raped and beat her. She had had her shit that much together, and so much of it was simple opportunism. The piles of clothing strewn about, the loose newspaper, the cheap furniture and carpet and paneling that constituted her home. Plus one other little thing. From there, it was largely a matter of strategic placement and timing. Yes, timing was clearly of the essence. That, and the purchase of 3 cans of lighter fluid. From there, all that remained was getting dressed. And making a phone call. And doing it up. Dottie slid into the green halter top and frayed cutoffs that she had left in the living room the night before. There was no shortage of footwear by the side of the front door. She opted for the tawny brown leather thongs. As she put them on, she thought, "These are the clothes that you're going to die in." The thought didn't bother her nearly as much as she felt it should have. Funny thing about that. When she thought about Buzz Royer with his jet-black suit and ridiculous striped tie and balding pate, she felt a burst of ugly pity that was quickly subsumed by the knowledge that he died just as he lived. And if that meant he was a fool, then at least he died consistent, and he didn't try to be somebody else as he went out. She hoped to achieve at least that much honesty. All the way down Lehman Street she was astounded by how bright everything was. Not just the sun, which had been scorching the poor long-suffering earth with record heat for the last 10 days. It was everything. The crisp green and brown of tree and lawn, the white and brick and tan of the houses that lined the street, the multicolored cars and flowers, the blue and white of the sky. She felt as if a thick swath of tinted film had been lifted from before her eyes. It was almost like tripping, euphoria and all. There was a payphone in the back of Jim and Nina's pizzeria. The massive air conditioner on the wall above kicked the 110 degrees around the little room with gargantuan futility, but its pointless roar more than shielded her words from the ears of the counter girl. Dottie unraveled the moist strip of paper from her back pocket, slipped a quarter in the slot, and dialed. 7 rings later, a man's voice informed her that she had reached the Channel 8 news department.
"I'd like to report a fire,"
she said. August 7th. Dear Oprah, if you're reading this, I must be dead. Don't feel bad. I certainly don't. Death can't be any worse than living has been, and I have a feeling that it's going to be a whole lot better. But I want you to know what happened because I want you to understand. Then maybe you can do a show without me, but people will still get the story, and maybe others won't have to do what I did just to let the world know that they can't take it anymore. It all started yesterday, when I was watching TV, during the morning. My station is Channel 2 from Baltimore. It shows you at 9, then Phil Donahue at 10. I like him, but he's not like you. Guess it's because he's not a woman. Sometimes I feel like he's talking down to me, and I get enough of that from Dale. Anyway, and then The Wheel comes on at 11, and I love Pat Sajak. I think he's so funny. So I watch straight through to 11:30, and by then Dale usually wakes up long enough to choke down some food before passing out again. But yesterday, just as they were going into the bonus round, they cut in with a special news report. You probably heard about it. This man named Buzz Royer shot himself in the head in front of national TV at a press conference. I don't know if you saw it, but it was pretty amazing. I mean, here was this poor man, and you could just see how bad he was hurting inside. I think they had caught him stealing money from the government,
He was state treasurer or something. Anyway, he was in some deep shit, you could tell right away. So there he was, standing behind his little podium, and all of a sudden he pulls this gun out of this manila envelope, and everybody starts yelling, and he sticks it in his mouth, and the next thing you know, there's this horrible noise, and he disappears behind the podium, and before I had a chance to think, it was over. But you know what I thought when I got the chance? I thought, I can do that. I mean, it was over so quickly. The worst part must have been the press conference, thinking about it, talking to all these people as if he was going to be around to have a drink with them later, pretending that he didn't know that it was all over but the shooting. Bad pun, I'm sorry. But pulling the trigger, that only took a second, and it was over. I mean, you couldn't even see him, that's how over it was, and I thought, God, if that's all it takes, then what the hell am I waiting for anyway? The worst part, of course, is thinking about Nikki, but I can't help but feel that she'll be happier with her real father, or maybe with my parents, or even if somebody has to adopt her, at least she won't be stuck with me and Dale anymore, and at least I know that I got her away before Dale did anything. God, if only you could have seen how Dale treated me back when we met. People warned me about him, but I couldn't believe it because he seemed like such a sweet guy. We used to go out drinking and to parties, and then we would come home and make love and just talk for hours and hours. Back then he used to listen to what I had to say. I think he was like me, just so blown away by the idea that someone could actually love him, that he would have given anything just to be with me. I know that's how it felt. But then once he had me, everything changed. It was like he was scared to be without me, scared that anyone else would find me attractive, scared that I would leave him. And then it got to the point where we would go to a party, and he couldn't even drink beer or heat up chuck, but he always had that bottle of cough syrup with him. Did you ever see someone just sit there and swig cough syrup? At first it's almost funny, and then you realize how sick it is. It's like that woman doctor said, self-esteem, pure and simple, just like the overeaters, the shoplifters, the adulterers, and even the rapists and murderers I've seen on your show. It always seems to come back to that. If he had any self-esteem, he wouldn't have to put me down. But he doesn't. I think that the only person he hates more than me is himself, and if he could just admit that, maybe he wouldn't have to hate either one of us. Of course, if I had any, I wouldn't put up with him either. I guess I should tell you that Dale was a singer. I hear that he was really great, though he'd stopped pretty much by the time I met him. He said he always knew he was going to be a star, but then he never left town, and after a while he started losing his hair, and his back started to give him trouble, and I guess he just got tired. But something must have died when he decided to give up, because everyone says that he's been fucked up ever since. Oh well, at any rate, I'll be gone sometime tomorrow morning, by way of the old Buzz Royer alternative. Dale and the rest of the world can straighten out their own goddamn act. Not that I blame him or anybody else. You get born, things happen, and eventually you die. That's just the way it goes. I love you, Oprah. I wish you all the best. Hope to see you on the other side, even though I wonder if we will wind up in the same place. You know what they say about suicide, after all. But I believe that if I can hear my angel's voice at all, he's telling me that it's time to go now. Goodbye. Love, Dorothy Abigail Neff. Mark as Exhibit C. Dale Snyder awoke to smoke and heat and the fog inside his brain. His first reaction was one of muddled alarm. His washed-out red, white, and blue eyes flew open. He began to cough. He fell backwards off the bed. There were 180 pounds of him spanning an even 6 feet. They hit the floorboards hard. Even through the drugs, it hurt like a bastard. "Dottie!" he yelled, dragging himself to hands and knees. His voice felt like stars of burning glass in his throat. "What the fuck is going on here? Dottie!" There was no answer, just a dull rumble of voices from somewhere in the house. Dale struggled to his feet, murkily assessed the state of the room and his own chances of survival. So far it didn't look too bad. There were no flames in the room, just a fair amount of smoke rolling in under the door.
He eyed the open windows for a second. In a pinch, they'd be all he needed for escape. But first he wanted to check the rest of the place out. There was a good chance, he reasoned now, that Dottie had simply fucked something up. She never cooked, so that couldn't be the problem. Most likely she had dumped a hot ashtray into the trash, or maybe passed out with a lit cigarette. Whatever it was, the dumb cunt was about to become very sorry. There was no fucking doubt about that. His toes caught on last night's discarded underwear, and he slipped them on awkwardly. He didn't want to be caught with his balls hanging out if the fire truck showed up. Then, his confidence bolstered, he made his wobbly way toward the door. The knob was room temperature. That was good news, at least. He fitted his sweaty palm around it, then twisted. It opened, no problem. The fleeting paranoia that she might have been trying to burn him alive vanished as quickly as it had flitted across his mind. And his mind was a madhouse. He hated to admit it, but it was the fucking truth, and had been for quite some time. This early in the morning it was a wonder that he could think at all, much less motivate himself across the floor. And though he knew it was absurd, he couldn't shake the idea that she had planned this. She had something up her sleeve. It would have been better if he really had killed her last night, or the night before that, or maybe even a year ago, instead of just beating her around all the time. It would have been better if he'd listened to the voice that never wanted to stop. And then he was in the hallway, and it was both better and worse than he had expected. The stretch between front door and back was relatively clear of everything but smoke, but there were licks of orange light in the kitchen, casting inverse shadows, and the living room wall was lined with flame. He stood there, indecisive, in the broiling hallway heat. The noise of voices was clearer now, clearly coming from the front. Maybe it was firemen. Maybe it was pigs. He was surprised to hear women's voices, but these days you never knew. Then the laughter began, and the theme music kicked in, and Dale's vision went as red as the reflections on the wall before him. It was the fucking TV. It was the fucking TV, and Dottie was probably passed out in front of it, curled up in the old brown ottoman with her big tits scraping the air, her wide mouth open, and her already useless brain turned to punkwood by smoke inhalation. It made him crazy just thinking about it. And that was the weird thing. He knew he should be gearing up to save her, to grab her ass up and cart her off to salvation. The good guy side of his brain knew just what to do, rationale complete down to the little tin good citizenship medal affixed to his righteously thudding chest. But there was another voice in his head, one that slid more easily through the codeine and Percodan murk. It was the one that could describe, in tiny detail, what her face would look like as it was held down to the flames. Her eyelids would be shut, of course, but he was willing to bet that the balls beneath would start to sizzle something fierce once those little flaps of skin baked away. Her hair would be a bicentennial celebration of colorful sparks by then, and with all the goddamn fat in her cheeks, the odds in favor of an unquenchable grease fire were good. Very good indeed. And the good guy voice told him to shut up, reminded him of why he hadn't killed her yet, or taken out a little frustration on her bitch of a daughter, and that reason was the law and the way it had of taking things into its own long arms. The law could fuck up your life forever. The law could bust right in through the door. All dipshit morality aside, the law was a very good reason to play nicey-nice and just keep smiling. But the pictures were too clear. He started thinking about his hands, what would happen to them if he held her down in the flames that long. Damage, that was what. Serious damage. Maybe it would be better if he kicked her into the flames. On the other hand, where was the fun in that? You wanted to see. You wanted to feel. There was a half-sane voice in his head, more biology than logic. It moved him forward, along the wall that was not burning. It moved him to the lip of the living room, bid his head poke around the corner and survey the scene. It could not believe what it bade his eyes see. Because she was not frying in the ottoman, though the ottoman was burning up a storm. She wasn't even fucking asleep. She was just standing there, by the open front door, with nothing but screen door separating her from the great outdoors. In her left hand she clenched her pocketbook tightly. In her right hand, She held his gun. And they hadn't come. They still hadn't come. Nearly 15 minutes later, and still the Channel 8 news team had yet to appear. She had run the 3 blocks back from Jim and Nina's, hastily checked to see that Dale was still out of it, and then doused strategic portions of the house with lighter fluid. The first match had been the hardest to light, but once things got going, it was hard to stop, which was why the place was now getting hotter than hell, which was why she wished they would please God hurry. She didn't hear the footsteps behind her until it was far too late. Between the crackle of flame and the laugh of Oprah Winfrey, she didn't have a chance. The grip on the gun barrel had twirled her around before she could start to turn on her own. All illusion of control vanished in an instant. As her boyfriend began to scream, and then he was hitting her, backhanded slaps to the face, the way he usually started. She fell back against the door, and it started to open, and before he could catch her, she had hit the concrete step outside, her purse flying off into the yard. She made a bad sound in landing, and her eyes unfocused, but it did not occur to him that she might not be able to hear what he had to say next.
"What the fuck is the matter with you?"
he bellowed. He bent over her, and the hand holding the gun came back across her lips, moving fast. He felt something give, and marveled at the sensation. He had never taken out teeth before, or made flesh tear to quite that extent. She coughed, and the blood sprayed back at him. He caught it on his tongue, and the taste wasn't bad.
"You heard me, you cow!"
he screamed again, and her eyes seemed to struggle toward focus. He was smiling now. He couldn't help it. He had gone too far, and there was no question of turning back, so he abandoned himself to the will of the voice that did not want to stop, the voice that said, "Now, baby, now." As the van pulled up to the curb and made its screeching halt, Dottie saw it upside down, a vision that fought its way through the blankness. She saw the words Channel 8 stenciled across its side, saw the 2 figures scurrying out the doors, saw the video camera that one of them hoisted to its shoulder, and she realized that this was it, except that maybe it wasn't. The gun was no longer in her hand, and she was choking on something hard and sharp, and the part of her brain that was not going into unprecedented spasms suffered a sudden and keen sense of loss as she was hoisted upright, and her eyes went back to seeing nothing again. And Dale put 2 and 2 together. It did not spell 4. It spelled something better. For the first time in too long to count, he thought that maybe Dottie had something there. She wasn't just the utterly stupid twat that she'd led him to believe she was. Maybe she'd gotten a glimpse of what it takes to hit the big time after all. You start a fire. The news team comes. You die in public. A star is born.
"This is great," he gushed. "This is fucking perfect. You stupid fucking bitch, you understand."
It was the chance of a lifetime. Now it was simply a matter of making it all pay off. He had dragged her inside where the flames were mounting. Those pretty old pictures of her still remained. He saw a can of lighter fluid, and the scenario was complete. He let her drop, picked up the can, spritzed her good, and kicked her into the flames. She came up quickly, animate and ablaze. She did a quick spin and collapsed at his feet. He flipped her over with his foot, and her face was on fire. The black hole of her open and screaming mouth was the only thing unlit. "Wee-haw!" he enthused. "Thank you, baby." Then he kicked her sparkling ass out into the yard. The camera missed nothing within its range. It locked on the crawling, burning body. The door opened again, and the skinny, balding, crazy man in the white BVDs came staggering out of the house, waving a gun, yelling something that the mic couldn't quite pick up. The gun was aimed and fired. A red explosion cascaded down from the flaming belly. Still the body continued to crawl, close enough now to distinguish as a woman. It reached out its hand to the camera lens, stretching fingers of fire from 10 yards away. Then the man fired again, and its head came apart in black, smoking chunks. The camera's perspective began to back away, its operator's voice droning, "Oh my God, oh my God." Too late. The man was running now, eyes huge, and smiling triumphantly as he screamed, "Oh no you don't!
My name is Dale Snyder, and I'm a fucking star!
Then the man began to sing, aiming his gun at the camera. When the camera moved, he fired again. Mark as Exhibit D. 2 things. When the pain was gone, the angel was waiting on the other side. It patted her on her little head and said, "It's okay, Dottie. You made a couple of wrong turns, but I still love you." Then it sent her back to do it again, until she got it right. And meanwhile, back in hell, there was a film at 11, substantially edited down, of course, for the sake of the children, and the meek in spirit. The Show Goes On, by Ramsey Campbell. The nails were worse than rusty. They had snapped. Under cover of several coats of paint, both the door and its frame had rotted. As Lee tugged at the door, it collapsed toward him with a sound like that of an old cork leaving a bottle. He hadn't used the storeroom since his father had nailed the door shut to keep the rats out of the shop. Both the shelves and the few items which had been left in the room, an open tin of paint, a broken-necked brush, looked merged into a single mass composed of grime and dust. He was turning away, having vaguely noticed a dark patch that covered much of the dim wall at the back of the room, when he saw that it wasn't dampness. Beyond it, he could just make out rows of regular outlines like teeth in a gaping mouth. Seats in the old cinema. He hadn't thought of the cinema for years. Old resurrected films on television, shrunken and packaged and robbed of flavor, never reminded him. It wasn't only that Cagney and Bogart and the rest had been larger than life, huge hovering faces like ancient idols. The cinema itself had had a personality. The screen framed by twin theater boxes from the days of the music hall, the faint smell and muttering of gaslights on the walls, the manager's wife and daughter serving in the auditorium and singing along with the musicals. In the years after the war, you could get in for an armful of lemonade bottles, or a bag of vegetables if you owned one of the nearby allotments. There had been a greengrocer's old weighing machine inside the pay box. These days you had to watch films in concrete warrens, if you could afford to go at all. Still, there was no point in reminiscing, for the old cinema was now a back entry for thieves. He was sure that was how they had robbed other shops on the block. At times he'd thought he heard them in the cinema. They sounded too large for rats. And now, by the look of the wall, they'd made themselves a secret entrance to his shop. Mrs. Entwistle was waiting at the counter. These days, she shopped here less from need than from loyalty, remembering when his mother used to bake bread at home to sell in the shop.
"Just a sliced loaf,"
she said apologetically.
"Will you be going past Frank's yard?"
Within its slippery wrapping, the loaf felt ready to deflate, not like his mother's bread at all.
"Could you tell him that my wall needs repairing urgently? I can't leave the shop."
Buses were carrying stragglers to work or to school. 90 minutes later, he could tell the time by the passengers, which meant he needn't have his watch repaired. The buses were ferrying shoppers down to Liverpool city centre, and Frank still hadn't come. Grumbling to himself, Lee closed the shop for 10 minutes. The February wind came slashing up the hill from the Mersey, trailing smoke like ghosts of the factory chimneys. Down the slope, a yellow machine clawed at the remains of houses. The liver buildings looked like a monument in a graveyard of concrete and stone. Beyond kitty gear and the Whole Food shop, Frank's yard was a maze of new timber. Frank was feeding the edge of a door to a shrieking circular blade. He gazed at Lee as though nobody had told him anything. When Lee kept his temper and explained, Frank said,
"No problem. Just give me a moan when you're ready."
"I'm ready now."
"Ah, well, as soon as I finish this job, I'll whiz round."
Lee had reached the exit when Frank said,
"I'll tell you something that'll amuse you."
15 minutes later, Lee arrived back, panting, at his shop. It was intact. He hurried around the outside of the cinema, but all the doors seemed immovable, and he couldn't find a secret entrance. Nevertheless, he was sure that the thieves, Children, probably, were sneaking in somehow. The buses were full of old people now, sitting stiffly as china. The lunchtime trade trickled into the shop, men who couldn't buy their brand of cigarettes in the pub across the road, children sent on errands while their lunches went cold on tables or dried in ovens. An empty bus raced along the deserted street, and a scrawny youth in a leather jacket came into the shop, while his companion loitered in the doorway. Would Lee have a chance to defend himself, or at least to shout for help? But they weren't planning theft, only making sure they didn't miss a bus. Lee's heart felt both violent and fragile. Since the robberies had begun, he'd felt that way too often. The shop was still worth it.
"Don't keep it up if you don't want to,"
his father had said, but it would have been admitting defeat to do anything else. Besides, he and his parents had been even closer here than at home. Since their death, he'd had to base his stock on items people wanted in a hurry or after the other shops had closed. Flashlights, canned food, light bulbs, cigarettes. Lee's home-baked bread was a thing of the past, but it was still Lee's shop. Packs of buses climbed the hill, carrying home the rush-hour crowds. When the newspaper van dumped a stack of the evening's Liverpool Echo on the doorstep, he knew Frank wasn't coming. He stormed round to the yard, but it was locked and deserted. Well, then, he would stay in the shop overnight. He'd nobody to go home for. Why, he had even made the thieves' job easier by helping the door to collapse. The sight of him in the lighted shop ought to deter thieves. It better had, for their sakes. He bought 2 pork pies and some bottles of beer from the pub. Empty buses moved off from the stop like a series of cars on a fairground ride. He drank from his mother's coronation mug, which always stood by the electric kettle. He might as well have closed the shop at 8 o'clock. Apart from an old lady who didn't like his stock of cat food, nobody came. Eventually he locked the door and sat reading the paper, which seemed almost to be written in a new language. "Head Raps Shock Axe," said a headline about the sudden closing of a school. Should he prop the storeroom door in place lest he fall asleep? No, he ought to stay visible from the cinema, in the hope of scaring off the thieves. In his childhood, they would hardly have dared sneak into the cinema, let alone steal, not in the last days of the cinema, when the old man had been roaming the aisles. Everyone, perhaps even the manager, had been scared of him. Nobody Lee knew had ever seen his face. You would see him fumbling at the dim gaslights to turn them lower. Then he'd begin to make sounds in the dark as though he was both muttering to himself and chewing something soft. He would creep up on talkative children and shine his flashlight into their eyes. As he hissed at them, a pale substance would spill from his mouth. But they were scared of nothing these days, short of Lee's sitting in the shop all night like a dummy. Already he felt irritable, frustrated. How much worse would he feel after a night of doing nothing except wasting electricity on the lights and the fire? He wasn't thinking straight. He might be able to do a great deal. He emptied the mug of beer, then he switched off the light and arranged himself on the chair as comfortably as possible. He might have to sit still for hours. He only hoped they would venture close enough for him to see their faces. A flashlight lay ready beside him. Surely they were cowards who would run when they saw he wasn't scared of them. Perhaps he could chase them and find their secret entrance. For a long time he heard nothing. Buses passed downhill, growing emptier and fewer. Through their growling, he heard faint voices, but they were fading away from the pub, which was closing. Now the streets were deserted, except for the run-down grumble of the city. Wind shivered the window. The edge of the glow of the last few buses trailed vaguely over the storeroom entrance, making the outlines of cinema seats appear to stir. Between their sounds he strained his ears. Soon the last bus had gone. He could just make out the outlines of the seats. If he gazed at them for long, they seemed to waver, as did the storeroom doorway. Whenever he closed his eyes to rest them, he heard faint tentative sounds, creaking, rattling. Perhaps the shop always sounded like that when there was nothing else to hear. His head jerked up. No, he was sure he hadn't dozed. There had been a sound like a whisper, quickly suppressed. He hunched himself forward, ears ringing with strain. The backs of the cinema seats, vague forms like charcoal sketches on a charcoal background, appeared to nod towards him. Was he visible by the glow of the electric fire? He switched it off stealthily and sat listening, eyes squeezed shut. The sudden chill held him back from dozing. Yes, there were stealthy movements in a large enclosed place. Were they creeping closer? His eyes sprang open to take them unawares, and he thought he glimpsed movement, dodging out of sight beyond the gap in the wall. He sat absolutely still, though the cold was beginning to insinuate a cramp into his right leg. He had no way of measuring the time that passed before he glimpsed movement again. Though it was so vague that he couldn't judge its speed, he had a nagging impression that someone had peered at him from the dark auditorium. He thought he heard floorboards creaking. Were the thieves mocking him? They must think it was fun to play games with him, to watch him gazing stupidly through the wall they'd wrecked. Rage sprang him to his feet. Grabbing the flashlight, he strode through the doorway. He had to slow down in the storeroom, for he didn't want to touch the shelves fattened by grime. As soon as he reached the wall, he flashed the light into the cinema. The light just managed to reach the walls, however dimly. There was nobody in sight. On either side of the screen, which looked like a rectangle of fog, the theater boxes were cups of darkness. It was hard to distinguish shadows from dim objects, which perhaps was why the rows of seats looked swollen. The thieves must have retreated into one of the corridors, towards their secret entrance. He could hear distant, muffled sounds. No doubt they were waiting for him to give up, but he would surprise them. He stepped over a pile of rubble just beyond the wall. They mustn't have had time to clear it away when they had made the gap. The flashlight was heavy, reassuring. They'd better not come too near. As soon as he reached the near end of a row of seats and saw that they were folded back out of his way, he switched off the light. Halfway down the row he touched a folding seat, which felt moist and puffy, fatter than it had looked. He didn't switch on the light, for he oughtn't to betray his presence more than was absolutely necessary. Besides, there was a faint sketchy glow from the road, through the shop. At least he would be able to find his way back easily, and he'd be damned if anyone else got there first. When he reached the central aisle, he risked another blink of light to make sure the way was clear. Shadows sat up in all the nearest seats. A few springs had broken, seats lolled, spilling their innards. He paced forward in the dark, stopping frequently to listen. Underfoot, the carpet felt like perished rubber. Occasionally it squelched. At the end of the aisle he halted, breathing inaudibly. After a while he heard movement resounding down a corridor to his left. All at once. Good Lord, he'd forgotten that. He was glad the sounds weren't coming from his right, where the gents had been, and still was, presumably. Surely even thieves would prefer to avoid the yard beyond that window, especially at night. Blinking the light at the floor, he moved to his left. The darkness hovering overhead seemed enormous, dwarfing his furtive sounds. He had an odd impression that the screen was almost visible, as an imperceptible lightening of the dark above him. He was reminded of the last days of the cinema, in particular one night when the projectionist must have been drunk or asleep. The film had slowed and dimmed very gradually, flickering. The huge, almost invisible figures had twitched and mouthed silently, unable to stop. It had seemed that the cinema was senile, but refusing to die, or incapable of dying. Another blink of light showed him the exit, a dark arch, a head taller than he. A few scraps of linoleum clung to the stone floor of a low corridor. He remembered the way. A few yards ahead the corridor branched. One short branch led to a pair of exit doors, while the other turned behind the screen, towards a warren of old dressing rooms. When he reached the pair of doors, he tested them, this time from within the building. Dim light drew a blurred sketch of their edges. The bars, which ought to snap apart and release the doors, felt like a single pole encrusted with harsh flakes. His rusty fingers scraped as he rubbed them together. Wind flung itself at the doors, as unable to move them as he was. He paced back to the junction of the corridors, feeling his way with the toes of his shoes. There was a faint sound far down the other branch. Perhaps the thieves were skulking near their secret entrance, ready to flee. One blink of the light showed him that the floor was clear. The corridor smelled dank and musty. He could tell when he strayed near the walls, for the chill intensified. The dark seemed to soak up those of his sounds that couldn't help being audible. The scrape of fallen plaster underfoot, the flap of a loose patch of linoleum which almost tripped him, and which set his heart palpitating. It seemed a very long time before he reached the bend, which he coped with by feeling his way along the damp, crumbling plaster of the wall. Then there was nothing but musty darkness for an even longer stretch, until something taller than he was loomed up in front of him. It was another pair of double doors. Though they were ajar, and their bars looked rusted in the open position, he was reluctant to step through. The nervous flare of his light had shown him a shovel leaning against the wall. Perhaps it had once been used to clear away fallen plaster. Thrusting the shovel between the doors, he squeezed through the gap, trying to make no noise. He couldn't quite make himself switch off the flashlight. There seemed to be no need. In the right-hand wall were several doorways. He was sure one led to the secret entrance. If the thieves fled, he'd be able to hear which doorway they were using. He crept along the passage. Shadows of dangling plaster moved with him. The first room was bare, and the color of dust. It would have been built as a dressing room, and perhaps the shapeless object, huddled in a corner and further blurred by wads of dust, had once been a costume. In the second deserted room another slumped, arms folded bonelessly. He had a hallucinatory impression that they were sleeping vagrants, stirring wakefully as his light touched them. There was only one movement worth his attention, the stealthy, restless movement he could hear somewhere ahead. Yes, it was beyond the last of the doorways, from which, he switched off the flashlight to be sure, a faint glow was emerging. That must come from the secret entrance. He paused just ahead of the doorway. Might they be lying in wait for him? When the sound came again, a leathery sound like the shifting of nervous feet in shoes, he could tell that it was at least as distant as the far side of the room. Creeping forward, he risked a glance within. Though the room was dimmer than fog, he could see that it was empty, not even a dusty remnant of clothing or anything else on the floor. The meager glow came from a window barred by a grill, beyond which he heard movement, fainter now. Were they waiting outside to open the grill as soon as he went away? Flashlight at the ready, he approached. When he peered through the window, he thought at first there was nothing to see except a cramped, empty yard, gray walls which looked furred by the dimness, gray flagstones, and, a little less dim, the sky. Another grill covered a window in an adjoining wall. Then a memory clenched on his guts. He had recognized the yard. Once, as a child, he had been meant to sneak into the gents and open the window so that his friends could get in without paying. He'd had to stand on the toilet seat in order to reach the window. Beyond a grill whose gaps were thin as matchsticks, he had just been able to make out a small dismal space enclosed by walls which looked coated with darkness or dirt. Even if he had been able to shift the grill, he wouldn't have dared to do so, for something had been staring at him from a corner of the yard. Of course, it couldn't really have been staring. Perhaps it had been a half-deflated football. It looked leathery. It must have been there for a long time, for the two socket-like dents near its top were full of cobwebs. He'd fled, not caring what his friends might do to him, but in fact they hadn't been able to find their way to the yard. For years he hadn't wanted to look out of that window, especially when he'd dreamed, or had seemed to remember, that something had moved, gleaming, behind the cobwebs. When he'd been old enough to look out of the window without climbing up, the object was still there, growing dustier. Now there had been a gap low down in it, widening as years passed. It had resembled a grin stuffed with dirt. Again he heard movement beyond the grill. He couldn't quite make out that corner of the yard and retreated, trying to make no noise, before he could. Nearly at the corridor, he saw that a door lay open against the wall. He dragged the door shut as he emerged. To trap the thieves, that was all. If they were in the yard, that might teach them a lesson. He would certainly have been uneasy if he had still been a child. Then he halted, wondering what else he'd heard. The scrape of the door on bare stone had almost covered up another sound from the direction of the cinema. Had the thieves outwitted him? Had they closed the double doors? When he switched on the flashlight, having fumbled and almost dropped it lens first, he couldn't tell. Perhaps the doors were ajar, but perhaps his nervousness was making the shadow between them appear wider than it was. As he ran, careless now of whether he was heard, shadows of dead gaslights splashed along the walls, swelling. Their pipes reminded him obscurely of breathing tubes, clogged with dust. In the bare rooms, slumped dusty forms shifted with his passing. The doors were still ajar and looked untouched. When he stepped between them, the ceiling rocked with shadows. Until he glanced up, he felt that it was closing down. He'd done what he could in here. He ought to get back to the shop. But if he went forward, he would have to think. If the doors hadn't moved, then the sound he had almost heard must have come from somewhere else. Perhaps the unlit cinema. Before he could help it, he was remembering. The last weeks of the cinema had been best forgotten. Half the audience had seemed to be there because there was nowhere else to go. Old men trying to warm themselves against the grudging radiators. Sometimes there would be the thud of an empty bottle or a fallen walking stick. The tattered films had jerked from scene to scene like dreams. On the last night Lee had been there, the gaslights had gone out halfway through the film and hadn't been lit at the end. He'd heard an old man falling and crying out as though he thought the darkness had come for him, a little girl screaming as if unable to wake from a nightmare, convinced perhaps that only the light had held the cinema in shape, prevented it from growing deformed. Then Lee had heard something else, a muttering mixed with soft chewing. It had sounded entirely at home in the dark. But if someone was in the cinema now, it must be the thieves. He ought to hurry before they reached his shop. He was hurrying towards the other branch of the corridor, which led to the exit doors. Might he head off the thieves that way? He would be out of the building more quickly. That was the main thing. It didn't matter why. The doors wouldn't budge. Though he wrenched at them until his palms smarted with rust, the bars didn't even quiver. Wind whined outside like a dog and emphasized the stuffy mustiness of the corridor. Suddenly he realized how much noise he was making. He desisted at once, for it would only make it more difficult for him to venture back into the cinema. Nor could he any longer avoid realizing why. Once before he'd sneaked out to this exit, to let in his friends who hadn't been able to find their way into the yard. Someone had told the usherette, who had come prowling down the central aisle, poking at people with her flashlight beam. As the light crept closer, he had been unable to move. The seat had seemed to box him in. His mouth and throat had felt choked with dust. Yet the panic he'd experienced then had been feeble compared to what he felt now, for if the cinema was still guarded against intruders, it was not by their manager's daughter. He found he was trembling and clawed at the wall. A large piece of plaster came away, crunching in his hand. The act of violence, mild though it was, went some way towards calming him. He wasn't a child. He was a shopkeeper who had managed to survive against the odds. He had no right to panic, as the little girl had in the dark. Was the knot that was twisting harder in his guts renewed panic, or disgust with himself? Hoping that it was the latter, he made himself hurry towards the auditorium. When he saw what he had already noticed but managed to ignore, he faltered. A faint glow had crept into the corridor from the auditorium. Could that mean that his eyes were adjusting? No, the glow was more than that. Gripping the edge of the archway so hard that his fingers twitched painfully, he peered into the cinema. The gaslights were burning. At least, blurred ovals hovered on the walls above their jets. Their light had always fallen short of the central aisle. Now the glow left a swath of dimness, half as wide as the auditorium which it divided. If the screen was faintly lit, if huge vague flattened forms were jerking there, rather than merely stains on the canvas, It failed to illuminate the cinema. He had no time to glance at the screen, for he could see that not all the seats were empty. Perhaps they were only a few heaps of rubbish which were propped there, heaps which he hadn't been able to distinguish on first entering. He had begun to convince himself that this was true, and that in any case it didn't matter, when he noticed that the dimness was not altogether still. Part of it was moving. No, it was not dimness. It was a glow, which was crawling jerkily over the rows of seats, towards the first of the objects propped up in them. Was the glow being carried along the central aisle? Thank God he couldn't quite distinguish its source. Perhaps that source was making a faint sound, a moist, somewhat rhythmic muttering that sounded worse than senile, or perhaps that was only the wind. Lee began to creep along the front of the cinema, just beneath the screen. Surely his legs wouldn't let him down, though they felt flimsy, almost boneless. Once he reached the side aisle, he would be safe and able to hurry. The gaslights would show him the way to the gap in his wall. Wouldn't they also make him more visible? That ought not to matter, for, his mind tried to flinch away from thinking, if anything was prowling in the central aisle, surely it couldn't outrun him. He had just reached the wall when he thought he heard movement in the theater box above him. It sounded dry as an insect, but much larger. Was it peering over the edge at him? He couldn't look up, only clatter along the bare floorboards beneath the gaslights, on which he could see no flames at all. He still had yards to go before he reached the gap when the roving glow touched one of the heaps in the seats. If he could have turned and run blindly, nothing would have stopped him. But a sickness that was panic weighed down his guts, and he couldn't move until he saw. Perhaps there wasn't much to see except an old coat full of lumps of dust or rubble that was lolling in the seat. Nothing to make the flashlight shudder in his hand and rap against the wall. But sunken in the gap between the lapels of the coat was what might have been an old Halloween mask, overgrown with dust. Surely it was dust that moved in the empty eyes. Yet as the flashlight rapped more loudly against the wall, the mask turned slowly and unsteadily towards him. Panic blinded him. He didn't know who he was nor where he was going. He knew only that he was very small and at bay in the vast dimness, through which a shape was directing a glow towards him. Behind the glow he could almost see a face from which something pale dangled. It wasn't a beard, for it was rooted in the gaping mouth. He was thumping the wall with the flashlight as though to remind himself that one or the other was there. Yes, there was a wall, and he was backing along it. Backing where? Towards the shop, his shop now, where he wouldn't need to use the flashlight, mustn't use the flashlight to illuminate whatever was pursuing him, mustn't see, for then he would never be able to move. Not far to go now. He wouldn't have to bear the dark much longer, must be nearly at the gap in the wall, for a glow was streaming from behind him. He was there now. All he had to do was turn his back on the cinema, turn quickly, just turn. He had managed to turn halfway, trying to be blind without closing his eyes, when his free hand touched the object which was lolling in the nearest seat. Both the overcoat and its contents felt lumpy, patched with damp and dust. Nevertheless, the arm stirred. The object at the end of it, which felt like a bundle of sticks wrapped in torn leather, tried to close on his hand. Choking, he pulled himself free. Some of the sticks came loose and plumped on the rotten carpet. The flashlight fell beside them, and he heard glass breaking. It didn't matter. He was at the gap. He could hear movement in the shop, cars and buses beyond. He had no time to wonder who was in there before he turned. The first thing he saw was that the light wasn't that of street lamps. It was daylight. At once he saw why he had made the mistake. The gap was no longer there, except for a single brick. The wall had been repaired. He was yelling desperately at the man beyond the wall and thumping the new bricks with his fists. He had begun to wonder why his voice was so faint and his blows so feeble, when the man's face appeared beyond the brick-sized gap. Lee staggered back as though he was fainting. Except that he had to stare up at the man's face, he might have been looking in a mirror. He hadn't time to think. Crying out, he stumbled forward and tried to wrench the new bricks loose. Perhaps his adult self beyond the wall was aware of him in some way, for his face peered through the gap, looking triumphantly contemptuous of whoever was in the dark. Then the brick fitted snugly into place, cutting off the light. Almost worse was the fact that it wasn't quite dark. As he began to claw at the bricks and mortar, he could see them far too clearly. Soon he might see what was holding the light, and that would be worst of all. The Cutter, by Edward Bryant. My memory is still intact. I remember the scene as well as I can recall any other episode from my childhood. The year was 1951, and I was 6 years old. I was right there with the men, the scientists and the soldiers, as they cautiously crept through the dark, close tunnels of the Arctic base. The steady metronome of the Geiger counter clicked ever faster, eventually crackling into a ripping canvas sound as the probe neared the metal storage locker. Captain Hendry paused a moment. The scientists, Carrington and Stern, exchanged glances. The tall, stork-like newspaperman, Scotty, didn't look happy at all. The other men leveled their guns at the cabinet. There was something in there, something from another world. It was ravenous for human blood, and it had already killed. Captain Hendry nodded. The man called Bob gingerly reached forward and flipped the door catch. The locker opened as the music crashed to a climax, and I jumped. The frozen carcass of a sled dog rolled out and thudded to the floor. I stared. So did the men. Dr. Stern looked disappointed. Dr. Carrington, I couldn't tell. Captain Hendry smiled grimly and shrugged. Crossing to the other side of the room, he motioned for the rest of us to follow. We were right behind him when he twisted the knob on the door to the next passageway. The door swung open without warning to reveal the creature standing on the other side. It raised its clawed hands and swiped at Captain Hendry. I wet my pants. As I said before, it was 1951 and I was 6. I hadn't read the publicity and hadn't heard Phil Harris sing about the thing on the radio. I had never heard of John W. Campbell's story. I didn't care whether Christian Nyby or Howard Hawks had really directed. All I knew was that I had lived through a scene up on the flickering screen that had branded itself in my brain far deeper than anything that was to come, until a few years later when I sat in the same theater and watched Janet Leigh's dark blood swirl down the drain in Psycho. 20 years after I first saw it, I watched the thing at a science fiction film festival in Los Angeles. I sat there as entranced as the first time, but now I didn't wet my pants. There was not even the temptation. The absolutely shocking scene I'd remembered wasn't there. Sure, there were the components, the dog falling out of the locker and the part where Kenneth Tobey's character opened the door to the greenhouse, and there was the thing waiting for him. But the juxtaposition that had left me with nightmares for months just wasn't there. I told a friend about it, but he laughed and reminded me that the human mind does that frequently with books and movies, not to mention the whole rest of human experience. We edit in our heads. We change things from reality. After a while, we accept the altered memories as gospel. It's a human thing. Yeah, right. What I didn't tell my friend was that I knew for a fact that I had once watched the scene I'd remembered, frame for frame. I didn't tell him, but I'd known the man who'd re-edited the movie. Little had Hawks, or Nyby for that matter, known. I used to work for that man. The Cutter. I had been there the final days. And worse, that last night. "Well, Robbie Valdez," said Mr. Carrigan, "you're early again." He paused and smiled. "You are always early." I never knew what I was supposed to say, so I said nothing and simply stared down at my sneakers. "So, how's your family?" said Mr. Carrigan. My dad was still down in Cheyenne drooling over the new Ford Thunderbird he'd never be able to afford in a million years. He was supposed to be looking for work. I knew my mother was cleaning up after supper and thinking how much money she could win if she could just get on the $64,000 question. My sister would be in her room listening to her Elvis Presley records and skipping her homework, humming through her cleft palate and dreaming of someone who would never want her. I had homework I needed to do, but I knew I'd rather be down here at the Ramona Theater helping out Mr. Carrigan. How was my sad family? Don't exaggerate, my mom would have cautioned me. Fine, I said. Mr. Carrigan wasn't listening, not really. He was staring over my head, and I guessed he was looking at the black crepe he'd draped over the posters for East of Eden and Rebel Without a Cause, bracketing the signed studio still of James Dean.
So senseless, he said softly. Such a terrible waste.
Did you ever do any work on those two movies? I said, meaning the Dean pictures. Mr. Carrigan looked mildly alarmed and darted quick looks around the lobby. Of course, there was no one here this early. The box office wasn't even open. The high school girl who ran the concession counter was probably still putting on her uniform and fixing her hair.
Say nothing of that, Robbie. It's our secret.
Right, I said. I knew very well I was supposed to tell no one of Mr. Carrigan's genius for changing things. I never confided in anyone. Not even later, after the thing with Barbara Kirkwood. After all, what good would it have done then?
All right, said Mr. Carrigan. Let's get to work. You get the fresh candy out of the storeroom and restock the counter. I've got things to do in the projection room.
He smiled.
Oh, and I like the coonskin cap very much, he said.
Davy Crockett, I said. My aunt and uncle gave it to me. It's early Christmas.
In September.
Mr. Carrigan stopped smiling.
Thanks for reminding me. Barbara's birthday is soon. I should get her something nice.
I said nothing. I knew he was talking about Barbara Kirkwood. He was in love with her. My mom talked about that, but then so did most of the people in town. Not about Mr. Carrigan and Barbara Kirkwood, but about just her and how she ran around. She worked at the dress shop and spent, so my mom said to my dad, her nights either at the bars or somewhere else. I didn't know what the somewhere else was, because my mother's voice always dropped lower then, and my father would laugh. It hurt me to think about Mr. Carrigan and Miss Kirkwood. Even at 10, I knew how much he loved her, and how little she thought of him. About the only thing they had in common was the movies. She came to just about every show at the Ramona. Usually she came with a date. Every week or two, the man she came with would be someone brand new. Even as young as I was, I had some idea that Mr. Carrigan was about the only man Miss Kirkwood would have nothing to do with, and it pained him a lot. But he kept on. Sometimes he'd talk to me about it. Think she'd want a Davy Crockett cap? I said. I don't think she came to see King of the Wild Frontier. Mr. Carrigan looked at me in a funny way.
I don't think so. Something a bit more grown up, perhaps.
His mouth got a little pinched.
King of the Wild Frontier. Now there is a film I could have done something with.
You didn't change it? He shook his head.
I was working on another project. A new thriller called Tarantula. I had to move the Disney film right along the circuit. But the monster movie, I was able to get my friend at the distributors to send me a print early. I've been working on it.
Oh, boy, I said. That's super. I've seen the ads for Tarantula in the Rocky Mountain News. I know it'll be good.
It was good, said
Mr. Carrigan. He looked down modestly.
Now it will be great.
I'm sorry I can't think of anything right for Miss Kirkwood, I said seriously.
I'll come up with something.
He went through the door to the projection room. I hauled a carton of stale guess-whats over to the candy case. It wasn't until I was an adult and moved away from my tiny hometown that I realized what a genius Mr. Carrigan must have been. Who else could have taken movies, including some really bad ones, and recut them into stranger, more ambitious forms? The score was sometimes a little choppy, but we were a small town and we didn't really notice or care. We were just there to be entertained. Little did we understand the novelty, the singularity of what we were seeing. Nobody but me knew what Mr. Carrigan did, and nobody but me knew how he reversed all that work, re-editing the movies into their original form, painfully chopping and splicing the film back into the way it had been, more or less, and sending it on the bus to its next stop, on the Wyoming small-town circuit. I guess if he'd stayed in Hollywood, he could have become a star. I mean, as a film editor. A cutter, he called it. But something had happened, I never knew what, and he'd come out here and started a whole new life. I always wanted to live in a small town, he'd told me. I'd grown up in one. I thought he was crazy for saying that. But he convinced me he was searching for the best of all possible worlds. One thing about Mr. Carrigan, he was an optimist. That's what he called himself.
"Robbie,"
he said to me many, many times,
"you can alter reality. If you don't like the way things are, you can change them."
I remember I wanted to believe him. I wanted to change things right enough. I wanted my dad not just to get a good job, but to keep it. I wanted my mom to get on a quiz show and win more than anybody. I thought, sometimes when I wasn't hating her, that I'd like my sister to be able to see Elvis on the Ed Sullivan Show. I mean all of Elvis, not just from the waist up like the camera showed. But I knew from a year of working after school and on weekends for Mr. Carrigan that it isn't often a person can really change things. And when you can edit something, sometimes the price is way too high. We were showing a double feature of Creature with the Atom Brain, and it came from beneath the sea that Friday night. After Polly, the high school junior who was selling popcorn and candy, showed up, and Mr. Carrigan turned on the marquee lights, and people started lining up to get tickets, I stood off to the side in the lobby and just watched. I was supposed to be an usher if some of the older patrons needed to be helped find their seats. I didn't think this double feature would bring in a lot of old people. There were some parents and a number of grown-ups who weren't here with kids at all. They were mostly talking about Ike. I knew vaguely that President Eisenhower had suffered a heart attack and was in a hospital down in Denver. It made me feel sort of strange to know that the President of the whole United States was just 170 miles south of me. Tonight, people were wearing jackets. This September was more like autumn than Indian summer. I noticed that the man with Barbara Kirkwood had on a leather jacket that must have come off 2 or 3 calves. He was a big man, and it was a large jacket. I didn't recognize him, which was a surprise, since just about everybody in this town knew everybody else. Anyhow, he bought the tickets, escorted Miss Kirkwood to the line at the concession counter, and then went into the men's room. I realized Mr. Carrigan was standing right beside me.
"Tell Polly to give Miss Kirkwood her candy for free. Her soda, too. Whatever she wants."
I stared up at him.
"Now, do it."
I did it. Miss Kirkwood got a large Coke, a giant popcorn, and a roll of Necco wafers. She didn't even blink when Polly told her it was a present from Mr. Carrigan. She turned from the counter, walking right by him, saying absolutely nothing.
"Barbara,"
Mr. Carrigan said. She stopped dead still.
"Your birthday is coming up."
"So?" she said, staring down at him. She shook her hair back. Miss Kirkwood was a funny kind of blonde. My mom said it came out of a bottle. She was tall and had what my friends later in junior high called big tits. Tonight she was dressed in a checkered skirt with a white blouse and pink sweater. Some people thought she was pretty. Me, I wasn't so sure. There was something about her that made me want to run. She reminded me of the cruel witch in Snow White. The hair color was wrong, but maybe if the witch had bleached it. Mr. Carrigan smiled at her.
"I thought maybe, if you weren't doing anything, well, perhaps on your birthday we might have supper at the Dewdrop Inn."
Miss Kirkwood actually giggled. Some of the people waiting to get popcorn stared. "You're kidding," she said, a little too loud.
"Actually,"
said Mr. Carrigan,
"I'm not."
"You're at least 10 years older than I am."
Mr. Carrigan smiled. "Perhaps 12.
"You're an old pervert." More people stared. Mr. Carrigan was starting to turn red.
"I think I'd better go see about preparing the projectors."
Miss Kirkwood sneered at him. "Nothing will change, you old creep." People in the lobby started to mumble to one another. Parents hurried their children past the popcorn and into the theater.
"Anything can be changed,"
said Mr. Carrigan. "Not how I feel about you."
"Even you could change."
"Not a chance," she said venomously.
Something wrong, sweetheart?
It was the big man, her date, back from the bathroom.
Is this old square bothering you?
He owns the theater, I squeaked. Both of them glanced down at me.
Go inside and see if anyone needs help finding seats,
Mr. Carrigan said to me. I looked from Miss Kirkwood and the big man to Mr. Carrigan and back again.
Now, I'll talk with you after the show.
His voice was firm. I did as I was told. I noticed that Miss Kirkwood and the man came into the auditorium about 3 minutes later. They took the stairs up to the balcony. The man was red-faced. Miss Kirkwood had tight hold of his arm. The people downstairs pointed and whispered to each other. I was glad when the lights went down, the curtains parted, and the previews of coming attractions began. But somehow I knew that when the double feature was over, I'd have a special mess to clean up by the big man's seat. There was. The floor was sticky with Coke, and bits of popcorn were scattered all over. Along with all the rest of it, there was something strange, half covered by the Necco wrapper. It was like a deflated balloon, 5 or 6 inches long, with something gooey inside. I didn't want to touch it, so I used the candy wrapper to pick it up and put it in the trash. I also suspected I shouldn't ask Mr. Carrigan about it, although I thought I saw him watching me as I looked at the thing. But he didn't say anything. After I'd finished cleaning up, Mr. Carrigan asked me to come to his office. He looked older. I'd never stopped to wonder before just how old he was. At that point in my life, I thought all adults were ancient. But now I realized Mr. Carrigan was at least as old as my father. He walked with a stoop I hadn't noticed before. He moved slowly, as though he were in pain. He asked me if I wanted a Coca-Cola. I shook my head. He asked me to sit down. I took the metal folding chair. He sat down then, too, on the other side of the desk, and looked at me for a long minute across the heaps of paper, splicing equipment, film canisters, and the cold, half-filled coffee cups.
I really love her, you know.
I looked back at him dumbly. Why was he telling me this?
Miss Kirkwood, Barbara, you know who I'm talking about.
I nodded, but still said nothing.
Do you think I'm not entirely rational about this all?
I kept perfectly still. Mr. Carrigan grimaced.
I know I'm not. It's an obsession. I have no explanation for it. All I know is what I feel for Barbara is love that transcends easy explanation, or perhaps any explanation at all.
He put his elbows on the cluttered desk, laced his fingers, and set his chin in the cradle.
She's not even what I want. Not really. I would prefer her to be shorter and more delicate. She's not. I love red-headed women. Barbara is a blonde. She is far too—
Mr. Carrigan hesitated.
Far too buxom. And there is more which is less apparent. Barbara wished to have no children. She told me this. I would like a family, but—
He closed his eyes. I wondered if he was going to cry. He didn't, but he kept his eyes closed for a long time.
She is everything I should loathe, yet I find myself fatally attracted.
Another minute went by. 2. I stirred restlessly on the hard metal seat. Mr. Carrigan looked up.
Ah, Robbie, I'm sorry I'm keeping you. I simply needed to talk, and you are my only friend.
He smiled.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, I said automatically, not really understanding what I had done for him.
I'm going to see Barbara on her birthday,
he said, still smiling.
She said so tonight.
I'm glad, I managed to say, wondering if I should be crossing my fingers for him.
Life is strange, isn't it, Robbie?
Mr. Carrigan stayed seated and motioned me toward the door.
If you wait long enough, you can change things the way you want. If you want things badly enough, if you're willing to do what needs to be done.
Later I tried to remember back, listening in my memory to tell if his voice had sounded odd. It hadn't, not as best I could recall. Mr. Carrigan had sounded cheerful, as happy as I'd ever heard him.
She's going to stay after the last show on her birthday, and then we will go to the Dewdrop Inn for a late supper. She told me so, when her Friend tried to argue. She told him to shut up, that she knew her mind, and this was what she wanted to do. I must admit it, I was amazed.
The smile spread across his face, the muscles visibly relaxing. He looked straight at me.
Thank you, Robbie.
For what? I said, a little bewildered.
For seeing me like this, for being someone who saw my happiness and will remember it.
I was very bewildered now.
Good night, Robbie. Please convey my best to your family.
I knew I was dismissed, and so I left, mumbling a still confused good night. All these years later, I've come to live in Los Angeles, and it's where I'll probably die. Southern California drew me away from my small town. It must have been the movies. I walk Hollywood Boulevard, ignore the sleaze, the tawdriness, and pretend I move among myths. I tread Sunset, and sometimes stop to look inside the windows of the restaurants and the shops. I soak up the sun, even while realizing that the smog-refracted rays must surely be mutating my tissues into something other than the flesh I grew up in. No one ever sees me, but I realize that must be because they are akin to the figures moving on the flickering screen, and I am the audience. But I am not only the audience. I control the projector, and like Mr. Carrigan, I am the cutter. Miss Kirkwood's birthday was Friday, the first night of Tarantula. The crowd was large, but I didn't notice. I was just impatient to see everyone seated so I could take my place in the far back row of the theater and watch the magic wand of the projector beam inscribe pictures on the screen. I did see Miss Kirkwood come down the sidewalk to the Ramona. I knew a ticket was waiting in her name at the box office. She was by herself. Her friend, the big man in the leather jacket, arrived 10 minutes later, just before the preview started. He sat on the other side of the theater from Miss Kirkwood. I noticed. I saw Mr. Carrigan paying attention to that, too. Then Tarantula started. I forgot about everything else until the movie was done. When the jet pilots, Clint Eastwood, John Wayne, and the others, were strafing the giant spider, the Russians could have dropped their H-bombs and I wouldn't have noticed. The lights came up, and the crowd seemed happy enough. I know I was. The people drifted out, and I lost track of the big man and his leather jacket. Miss Kirkwood was one of the last to get up and leave. She saw me and came across the row. "Where is Mr. Carrigan's office?" "Back down the hall past the women's restroom, just before the door for the supply room." I pointed. "This is very important," said Miss Kirkwood. "Tell Mr. Carrigan to come to the office in 20 minutes. No more, no less. Do you understand?" "I guess so." "Do you or don't you?" Her voice was hard. Her blue eyes looked like chips of ice. "Yes," I said. "Then go and tell him." I found Mr. Carrigan out in the lobby holding the door for the last of the patrons. I said to him what Miss Kirkwood had told me to say. "I see," said Mr. Carrigan. Then he told me to go home. "But what about the cleaning?" I said. "Tomorrow will be soon enough." "But the pop," I said, "will be all hardened on the floor." "The floor," said Mr. Carrigan, "needs a good mopping anyway." "But—" "Go," said Mr. Carrigan firmly. I left, but something made me wait just down the block. I watched from the shadows between dim streetlights as Mr. Carrigan locked the lobby doors. The marquee light blinked off, then the lights in the lobby. Another minute passed. A second. I heard something that sounded like gunshots. 5 of them. Somehow I knew they were shots, even though they were muffled, sounding nothing like what I'd heard in westerns and cops and robbers movies. For a moment I didn't know what to do. Then I went down to the alley and felt my way through the trash cans and stacked empty boxes to the Ramona's rear emergency exit. As usual, the latch hadn't completely caught, and so I slipped in. Past the heavy drapes, the inside of the auditorium was completely dark. I walked up the aisle, somehow sure I should make no noise. At the top of the inclined floor, I looked down the corridor and saw light spilling from Mr. Carrigan's office. I called his name. No one answered. "Mr. Carrigan?" I said again. This time a figure stepped from the office into the light. It was him.
"What are you doing here, Robbie?"
"I heard something weird. It sounded like shots." Mr. Carrigan looked very pale. The skin of his face was drawn tight across the bones.
"They were shots, Robbie."
"What happened?" I said. "Do you need some help?"
"No,"
he answered.
"I need no help at all, but thank you anyway."
He smiled in a funny sort of way. "What do you want me to do?"
"Go home,"
he said. He looked suddenly tired.
"Go home and call the sheriff and tell him to come down here to the theater right away. Can you do that?"
"Yes," I said without hesitation.
"Will you do that?"
"Yes."
"That's good. That's very good."
He started to turn back through the pooled light and into the office again, but hesitated.
"Robbie, remember what I've said so many times about how you can change things for the better?"
"Yes," I said again.
"Well, you can. Remember that."
And then he was gone. I stared at the wedge of light for a few seconds, and then walked back toward the rear of the theater. I didn't go outside. Instead, I just sat behind the screen, there on the dirty wooden floor, thinking about the larger-than-life figures I'd seen dance above me so many times. After 10 or 15 minutes, I heard another shot. This time it was louder, but I guess that's because I was inside the theater. I slowly walked back up the aisle. Once I'd reached the corridor, I turned toward the light. I looked inside. Then I went out to the lobby and put a nickel in the payphone and called the sheriff. I didn't want to phone him from Mr. Carrigan's office. My parents didn't want me to hear what was decided in the coroner's report, but that didn't matter because it was all over town. And besides, I'd seen it, and even at 10 I could figure some of it out. Miss Kirkwood had gone to Mr. Carrigan's office, as she'd said she would, but she had been joined by the big man with the leather jacket. They had taken everything off, the jacket, her dress, everything. They had lain down on the desk together, after shoving all the things lying on it to the floor. When Mr. Carrigan came into his office, they were both there to moan and laugh at him. If Mr. Carrigan had laughed too, there was no way of telling. But the sheriff did know Mr. Carrigan had taken a .45 revolver out of a desk drawer and fired 5 times. Some minutes later, he had pulled the trigger a 6th time, this time with the muzzle tight against his right eye. That was just before I'd phoned. What I knew, and what none of the other kids at school knew, not even the sheriff's bratty daughter, was that most people in town didn't know everything that must have been in the coroner's report originally. I remembered everything in detail, like a picture on the screen. I didn't know what it all meant, most of it, until long after, but the images were sharp and clear, waiting for my eventual knowledge. The first thing I saw when I poked my head through the light outside the office doorway was the big man and Mr. Carrigan, each of them lying in blood with parts of their heads gone. But what I really remember was Miss Kirkwood. Now I know truly how much she had become as Mr. Carrigan really wanted her. Her hair was no longer blonde. It was wet and red. She was not a buxom woman any longer, nor was she tall. Mr. Carrigan had carefully arranged her legs, but you couldn't ignore the sections that had been removed. There were other changes I hadn't realized he had wanted. September evenings are never as crisp and chilly in Los Angeles as they are back home. I miss that. I just got back from visiting my sister and her family. After Mom and Dad died, she moved out here and married a guy who works at some plant out in Garden Grove. They have a son and a daughter. The son is what the doctors call disturbed. He goes to special classes, but mainly he sits alone in his room. God only knows what he thinks. The daughter has run away from home 3 times. The first time they found her at Disneyland, the last 2 times with one guy or another in the valley. The family pictures look like my sister and me as kids. Everything reminds me of something or someone else. I bought a .45 revolver just like the one Mr. Carrigan kept in his desk. There are times I carry it with me to the movies. I sit in the back row and wonder whether the things I see on the screen are edited just as the director planned. Then I go back to my Hollywood apartment and try to sleep. I am the cutter of my own dreams. The fantasies here have never worked out as I'd hoped. Sometimes I think about changing my sister's life, and perhaps my own as well. After all, our parents' lives became better, thanks to a late Model T-Bird and a drunken real estate developer. With no dreams left to search for, I have only nightmares to anticipate. The thing waits for me on the other side of the door. That which I've never told anyone. The knowledge that behind every adult smile is an ivory rictus. Skeletal hardness underlies the warm flesh. My mother told all her friends I was such a happy child. Anyone can be wrong. I feel like I've built a cage of my own bones. Mr. Carrigan was right, of course, in the final and most profound analysis. You can make anything better. Life can be changed. It can become death. For Warren Zevon. Pilgrims to the Cathedral by Mark Arnold. God doesn't love a deconsecrated drive-in. This might be the moral of the story. It's certainly the conclusion. On the other hand, some outdoor theaters have converted to other uses without provoking any odd response, or have mellowed from XXX to G-rated fare while sprouting gangrenous little amusement parks, carny appendages for a clientele being shepherded about in their Pampers and PJs. So perhaps the message is an obverse comment on the life and soul of James Hearn Slavin. Or else there maybe just is no moral, only a chronicle about the unpleasant intersection of two belief systems. There's no getting around this point, and no particular suspense served in holding it back. This is the story of a collision course, and at the end of it, a lot of people are dead. It's also a story of an American curiosity, an architecture of kitsch and shabby dreams. As a conscious pursuit, it might have been doomed, but as serendipitous enterprise, an indifferently managed house of cards, the Zone was merely cursed by being in the wrong place. Granted, the Zone was ahead of its time and too intense to be truly commercial, evolving from a half-assed business into a work of obsessive art. In some locales, though, it might have flourished. In Oklahoma or Texas, maybe, as a blue-collar homeboy hurrah in parts of Georgia or North Carolina. Paradoxically, as a glam palace in Marin or Malibu. Solvent or not, it should have become notorious. Calvin Trillin and Charles Kuralt should have done pieces on it. It was the kind of Gothic oddity that Linda Ellerby and Lloyd Dobbins would have loved. But the Tri-Light Zone Drive-In could not have shown a high profile anywhere in Mad River County, not even in Charity, a hippie college town that had closed in upon itself like a blossom, awaiting a decade more to its liking. And the worst possible part of the county for this kind of whimsy was Leviticus. Leviticus, Ohio was not ever and will never be a village friendly to a 3-screen tri-triple-bill drive-in movie and bootleg White Lightning bar that decadent visionaries called the Cathedral of Sleaze. Not that Earl Bittner had any vision in mind when he bought the place. He was too fried. Shaggy, unwashed, and nearly incoherent beyond bemused whistles, perplexed shrugs, and nonplussed eye-rolls, Earl wasn't the sort normally tolerated around Leviticus. But this was about the time of the climax to Watergate. God, patriotism, and the presidency were dying, while hordes of drug-eyed freaks, trauma-shocked vets, fanatics, psychics, psychotics, and loonies seemed to be ever growing and spreading. It had been a rough few years, and even the folks of Leviticus were disposed to make allowances, so long as the crazies stayed quiet on the edge of town, which was the first serendipity, since Earl bought the site of the old Buckeye Drive-In because it was secluded, cheap, and barren, and he needed a place to park his butt without getting hassled. Indeed, the Buckeye seemed a good place to be left alone. Nearly 20 years defunct, after a single half-season's operation, Its inception hadn't even qualified as a folly, just a damned stupid idea. It was located in a hollow beneath a trash forest, an abandoned farm, and cornfields, 3 miles from the nearest 2-lane state route, and nearly a mile from any recognizable road. Nevertheless, some optimist had, once upon a time, poured enough money in high-quality cement to accommodate some 2,000 cars, built a 2-tiered flat-top pagoda snack bar projection booth, erected an electric marquee 40 feet long but only 8 feet high, and then gone broke so fast there hadn't been time to hawk the projectors or sell off the speaker poles. A tax loss so forgotten that it was never even scavenged, the derelict stoically weathered a generation of Southwest Ohio winters, as if awaiting another quixotic moron. It did not in fact occur to Earl to refurbish the Buckeye when he moved into the projection booth. He just wanted to veg out and grow seedier. His apparent life goal was to become a coot, but not a hermit, although whether Earl invited visitors or acquiesced to them wasn't certain. Still, they found him, as many as a dozen on any given evening, barflies needing a place to crash for a night, hitchhikers passing through the county on their way to wherever, backpacking college students, and teens who discovered Earl didn't much care if they used his parking lot to hang out in. Through social osmosis and alchemy, a low-life underground began reanimating the Buckeye. County and state patrols slithered by on occasion, causing a scurrying into cars filled with sullen young glares. Twice, village police got calls to investigate rumors of a cult. But Earl's place was private property just outside village limits on the Tecumseh Township border, and thus nobody's headache, and Earl Bittner could hardly be considered even a minimalist swami. He was at least as bewildered as anyone there. The parade of transients was healthy for Earl. While he never became, in his life, articulate, at least he retained the concept speech, and he expanded his repertoire of grimaces. He was home every night, galumphing aimlessly from party to party, the perfect nocturnal host. Earl's only commandments were no gunfire, no pit bull matches, no battering, no rape. The first 2 infractions occurred once apiece. The latter 2 would start to take place at times and progress as far as the first cry for help. In all instances, the perpetrators abruptly found themselves grabbed by dim, gentle Earl. Eyes knit together and squinting, he'd mutter,
"Well, shit on this, man. Shit on this."
Then lights would go out. Dim, gentle Earl was 6'7" and weighed about 4'10". Most guests, then, found 4 rules a reasonable number. Earl acquired a coterie, and his place acquired a nickname, the DMZ, or more commonly, the Zone. And that was the second serendipity. Meanwhile, in other parts of the nation, the vision of a People's Revolutionary America had precipitously fizzled, which left a lot of the radical vanguard without a hell of a lot to do. Typically distressed was James Hearn Slavin, who'd parlayed wrested leadership of a campus political alliance into control of both a large food co-op and small listener-sponsored radio station, only to see all 3 go belly up for lack of ideologically rigorous donors and volunteers. Most of his militant peers were drifting into law school, real estate, or cocaine. Some sat around waiting to discover Est. But Jim Slavin wanted a cause. He wanted to lead. He enjoyed people taking orders. He considered commandeering an alternative school, but it too was bankrupt. Then he essayed an abortive foray into grassroots electoral politics. Democracy proved too compromised and too risky. At length, Jim realized that he yearned to break his materialistic shackles and become enlightened. He decided the fast track was the New Age. Then Guru Maharaj Ji was proclaimed, by his own mother, to be the final avatar of God. When Jim Slavin first heard of Maharaj Ji, the Godhead was 14 years old, and often confused with the Maharishi. The differences were that one was a fat old man who giggled a lot, the other was fat, giggly, and young. One attracted rock stars, the other, for some reason, rad politicos. Now, a few years later, the young Messiah still claimed to be God, and 14. What intrigued Slavin was the reaction he got whenever he argued the hard reality of calendars to Maharajji disciples. He emphatically pointed out that if a person is 14, 365 days later he is 15. If God, then a 15-year-old God, and next year a 16-year-old God. Wrong, he was told. There was no good reason why God couldn't stay 14 for a few years if he damn well felt like it. The potency of such conviction swayed Jim Slavin. Changing his name to Chimoy Hanish, he found faith, if not in Maharajji, at least in the possibilities of organized religion. Time, in Mad River County, tends to be measured by the passing of seasons, which tends to obscure the passage of years, and 3 years, for Earl Bittner and the Zone, drifted until the advent of a wild-eyed cross between James Dean and Joey Ramone, a proto-post-punk from Montclair, New Jersey. Brandon Pugnally didn't remember where he'd been the day JFK was shot, and didn't care. He was 19, and he twitched. He'd survived 2 teen suicide attempts and a stress-induced nervous collapse. He'd decided the world was in an irreversible decline that would end in nuclear annihilation, and was convincing himself he didn't care about that either. Brandon felt that, being bright and young, he probably ought to embrace either revolting idealism or disgusting pragmatism, but lacked faith in both. The only thing Brandon believed in was trash: Lou Reed street people and championship wrestling, White Castles and Tico Tacos, plastic crucifix musical nightlights and 3D postcards, Art Deco cafeterias and black-painted walls. Trash was all Brandon Pugnally was willing to live for, the sublime essence that never betrayed him. But he had no hope of turning his belief into either a commitment or a career. Brandon discovered the Zone on a cold and drooling wet early April night. He'd just flunked his sophomore year as a business major at Kent State, and had about a month to figure his next move before the damage became evident. He didn't really wish to stay in Ohio, which was a piss-hole, but New Jersey was a piss-hole with parents. Montclair was near New York, which had CBGB and Max's, but the bands they booked were from Ohio. Brandon felt no desire for a quotidian world of leisure suits and singles clubs, and couldn't delude himself that the West Coast would be any better than the East. On impulse, he decided to cruise down through Charity and check out its college, which was reputed to be very weird, very expensive, and very desperate for students. But Charity didn't exist, or had moved, or the roadmap lied, or something. The village wasn't where it was supposed to be. The run down from Kent was longer than Brandon had thought. The rain got worse all day, and by the time he realized he'd lost his destination, he'd also lost the interstate. He found only hibernating farms, some incongruously fortress-like tract developments, and the spooky, whitewashed, distressingly Christian villages of Lamentations, Leviticus, and Judges. In all 3, his outsized Harley-Davidson jacket and unmufflered Yamaha 450 guaranteed glares and no directions to either a main road or motel. It was dark when Brandon saw the single light of a combination fire station and tavern a mile beyond Judges, Ohio. The bartender, and chief, would neither serve nor speak to Brandon, but there was a teenager feeding quarters to a decrepit Gottlieb table. The pinball machine hadn't been serviced in years. Half the rollovers were locked in place. The left flipper was lame, and most of the lights were burned out. So was the kid, for that matter. Aboriginally ignorant about the existence of highways and Holiday Inns, at least he successfully told Brandon how to find Earl Bittner's place. The rain led up to a drizzle. The turnoff lacked a street sign, but someone had considerately spray-painted the word Zone across the blacktop. Brandon liked the name. The drizzle ended, and the cloud cover lifted to the treetops as Brandon found the hollow and the darkened marquee. He wheeled toward a cluster of cars, then saw they were all junkers, neatly arranged to face the skeletal struts that had once borne the screen. Most drive-ins, like circuses and stage theaters, look small and tawdry when closed. Not the Zone. Immense even in daylight, by night it seemed infinite. acres of black tarmac spreading to merge with the hollow's false horizons. The dozen abandoned cars facing the phantom scream seemed huddled and vulnerable. Then Brandon heard a clomping, squelching tread in the silence. A megalithic shadow detached itself from the refreshment stand, and Brandon was seized by panicky déjà vu of being alone in terra incognita after following a retard's directions. Deliverance, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Hills Have Eyes.
Hi,
he tried. No response.
It's like, are you open?
Grateful that he'd not dismounted, Brandon edged his foot toward the bike's kickstand. The figure, not stopping, grunted. Brandon gripped the handlebar clutch.
Look, it's like I'm lost, see? And this kid a few miles from here said it's like people can crash at Earl Bittner's and told me to come here, but if it's not okay... It's okay,
the monolith mumbled, his voice high, nasal, and cracking. He rolled his eyes as if exasperated by an idiot question. The gesture and voice were oddly reassuring. The hulk seemed less ominous than a sea.
Well, okay then, thanks. Look, it's like, is there any place I can get something to eat? I've been on the road all day. Is there a Pizza Hut or deli or anything around?
Earl Bittner grunted, turned, and plodded back to the pagoda. Suddenly, banks of pink and yellow strip lighting lit the snack bar. Brandon stared, feeling vaguely surreal, then revved up and wheeled across the parking lot. Earl's hospitality was bachelor simplicity on a grand scale. A 6-gallon laundry tub of fearsome chili, perpetually simmering and replenished for nearly 3 years, cases of lunchbox-bagged Fritos, popcorn in the tank of the Buckeyes popper, a machine so antique it dispensed butter, crusted jars of instant coffee and creamer, and soda coolers filled with 140-proof bootleg corn liquor. Earl waved Brandon toward indifferently cleaned collections of bowls, mugs, and spoons. Dinner chat was limited to introductions, and Earl's refusal to accept money for his chili and moonshine. Accommodations would be any abandoned car on the lot, or the floor behind the refreshment stand. A pickup truck, horn honking, squealed past the snack bar and, splashing puddles, weaved around metal poles to a far corner of the lot. Earl clomped off to play host. The cloud front passed. Greenish-gray moonlight on the zone piqued Brandon's curiosity. Mad River County began to seem less hostile. Warmed and fed, Brandon decided to stick around for a day or two and continue his search for a college. He wandered across the lot, trying to envision the zone in what he imagined must have been its salad days. Jalopies, Elvis, ponytails, beach party bingo, I was a teenage scuzzball. He'd been born and raised in mall-dominated metro suburbia, long past the heyday of drive-ins and all their nasty glory. The evening chill offset by cayenne, white lightning kindled an alcoholic inkling of awe and revelation. Earl joined him, bearing mugs of hooch.
"This is a great place, man,"
Brandon said. Earl grunted, but Brandon was feeling enlightened and expansive.
"So, what are you, fixing this thing up or what? I mean, you own this place, right? So it's like, are you going to do business, going to reopen it, or what?"
Brandon had another drink.
"Reopen it?"
Earl looked around.
"Think it's already pretty open."
"What, are you kidding? You fucking kidding me? This is a fucking great place. So how come you're not turning it back into a drive-in?"
"Back into a drive-in?"
The idea had simply never been suggested to Earl. Brandon, drunk and arms swinging manically, barely noticed.
"Are you kidding me? I mean, show cheesy movies and horror and skin flicks, sell popcorn, beer. I mean, this is a fucking theater, man. It's all here, just use it. It's like you got your ticket booth, you got your projection booth, your snack bar, you got your marquee. It's like, how much more do you need?"
A bit more, as it turned out. But Earl squinted at the lot, quite possibly seeing it objectively for the first time since he'd bought it. His eyes began to gleam with wonder, and his right cheek began to spasm. At length, the tic firmed into a half-smile. Earl Bittner was finding something to believe in. He could believe in the zone. Still he shook his head and sighed.
Nah, I don't know shit. Shit about that stuff.
What are you? I mean, what, picking movies? I got a cousin does that.
Business?
That shit's easy, man. It's like, trust me, I'm an MBA. Really, all this stuff's nothing.
Earl stopped and rolled his eyes.
I don't know any of that stuff.
Yeah, but I do. I mean, it's like I could set you up
And Brandon Pugnally realized he'd just found an alternative to Kent and Montclair, a future embodying his vision of trash.
You know, I really could.
He looked up to the non-existent screen, filling in lurid scenes and splashes of color washing over a hot summer parking lot filled with Trans Ams and Camaros, teeming with teenage girls in misapplied makeup, halter tops, sweaty beer-stained jeans stretched across their oversized Ohio asses.
It could be real,
he admiringly whispered.
Real sick.
Brandon laughed, clapped his hand, and shouted,
"Oh, shit, man, we gotta do it, you know? It's like, we've just got to do this."
Then he threw up. Thus was the zone reborn and baptized. Drive-in movies were, at the time, adjudged to be endangered or already extinct. America was rocked by gas shortages, inflation, and threats of rationing. Entrepreneurs sought fuel substitutes in everything from rocks to grass clippings, and unnecessary motoring was considered almost sinful. Moreover, all movie receipts had been falling for nearly a decade, as bijous fissioned into puny screening rooms, managers hoping to half-fill 100-seat houses. Media pundits differed only in their choice of apocalypse. Either the economy would collapse, in which case everyone would stay home and watch TV, or the economy would improve, in which case everyone would stay home and watch pay TV. But Earl Bittner and Brandon Pugnally were unaware of fiscal forecasts. They were oblivious to Ohio's eroding industrial base and declining farmland prices. They didn't notice that, above their heads, for sale signs went up on the forsaken farm and forest, while the cornfields were optioned by a speculator from Dayton who never raised the capital for his housing development, but did persuade Tecumseh Township trustees to amend the area's building codes and permit construction of multi-unit dwellings. Earl and Brandon were too busy to care. By tinkering and triage, they managed to coax 51 speakers, 2 projectors, and the marquee into a guise of functionality. They obtained rolls of tickets, cases of soda, and kegs of beer. They tried to make a screen from billboard paper, but finally had to hire a Cincinnati theater supplier to erect and position the 35mm sheet. Films proved easy to obtain. Brandon simply essayed a hadge to his second cousin, Louis Capuch Capagianelli, overseer of 5 mob-owned cinemas in Times Square and Harlem, who could supply pirated prints of whatever happened to be on hand. Few of them movies likely to be reviewed by Gene Shalit or sneak previews, but all of them satisfying to Brandon's aesthetics. The issue of their labors, billed as the DMZ Drive-In, looked fairly pathetic, and pretty much like Earl Bittner's old place. Unpainted, cracked concrete, weeds. The junked cars stayed put. But to Earl and Brandon the site was transformed, and they officially opened on the last Tuesday in July with a triple feature of Bloody Pit of Horror, Sugar Hill's Zombie Hitmen, and The Devil in Miss Jones. Earl's regulars refused to pay for parking in a lot they'd always used for free. They just drove around Brandon's frantically waving arms, until Earl dimly, gently explained the new order. Earl sputtered and pouted at Brandon's insistence that they sell refreshments, which Earl had fully intended to include in the admission price. The projectors broke often. Ticket-taking and food vending were haphazard. They didn't advertise, since they never knew what or whether Cousin Capuch would be shipping. The madding crowds never materialized. The gate fluctuated between 2 and 10 cars a night. Brandon, who had moved into an abandoned van, scored no teen nookie. Even so, Meat Cleaver Massacre, The Incredible Torture Show, 3 on a Meat Hook played, then Barn of the Naked Dead, Ilsa She-Wolf of the SS, and El Topo, Blood Eaters, Revenge of Monkey Fists, House of Whipcord, Olga's Girls, Fists of Vengeance, and Let Me Die a Woman. When they closed the season in October, the Zone had garnered gross receipts of nearly $3,000, not counting expenses. Brandon was ecstatic. He called other drive-in managers, pestering them for secrets, subscribed to trade papers, and dragged Earl to exhibitors' shows. Earl was stunned by his summer viewing. He'd never dreamt that certain events could be, let alone be captured on film. Like any other convert, he'd beard strangers and proselytize.
And then this guy, rah, and a bunch of skinny Chinese with pigtails, whop, 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 whop. And he did this jig, and the other guy's head kaplomb.
Crudely miming ripsaws, psychokinetic explosions, and Shaolin Temple mixed crane mantis kung, Earl was, for the first time in memory, genuinely enthused, and Brandon learned how much paperwork he had yet to start. All told, it could have been enough knowledge, enough experience to have kept the Zone for a few seasons, another marginal Ohio enterprise staggering along on the edge of failure. But that winter, Brandon Pugnale attended a famous Monsters of Filmland convention in Minneapolis and returned to Leviticus with 2 inspirations. The first was seen on a highway near the airport. A drive-in, the better to compete with mall cinemas, had trisected its parking lot and erected 2 more screens, enclosing an open-sided pyramid of film. Brandon promptly grasped the implications. More movies, more money, more fun. The second inspiration followed Brandon to Ohio in a Winnebago crammed with cookware and cosmetics. She was 32, newly divorced, and had just changed her name to Anarchist Verlaine. Dissolving like a video space invader, Maharaj G's Millennium self-destructed in a muddy scandal that seemed to involve too many wristwatches, too many Indian customs guards, too many stewardesses, too many hidden marriages, and one very jealous mother of the Messiah, who unexpectedly declared that she had made a perfectly dreadful mistake. Maharaj G, she announced, was not God. His little brother was. By the time the mess was straightened out, if indeed it ever has been, most of the perpetually enlightened were drifting into neoconservative banking, posse comitatus, or Rajneeshpuram. Some sat around waiting to discover designer drugs. But Chimoy Hanish, née James Hem Slavin, surfaced in Missouri renewed and recycled as Reverend J. Hearn Sloan, pastor of the First Church of United Christian Life. Disdaining such old-timey relics as a church and congregation, Reverend Sloan purchased weekly radio hours for his self-ordained, self-promoting ministry in the wonderful news of Christ's coming. Which might be a terribly cynical way to describe acceptance of the eternal truth that cleansed a mortal soul in dramatic affirmation of faith. But then, Jim Slavin's vocation was suspect. He hawked indulgence. All media evangelists spend much of their airtime hustling tithes and blessings, but Reverend Sloan bribed nursing home attendants to tune in his show and slip him medically annotated patient lists, which inspired the texts of Jim Slavin's sermons. And in Springboro this beautiful morning, my heart is with all our friends at the Elmbrook home over there, like Esther Hubbard. Can you hear us this morning, Esther? Bless ya. How are you, darlin'? Esther, dear sister, Jesus has a blessing he wants me to give ya. The Lord God knows about the cancer, darlin'. He whose love blesses all has witnessed to me about the cancer that's eatin' you alive, that's causing you such affliction. Well, Esther, it brings me pain to see you suffer, darlin' sister, and it brings God pain. God won't let you die, dearest. God can't bear to see you suffer, and God wants to bless your troubled heart. Reverend Sloan would explain that God could intercede if Esther obtained a beautiful and inspirational praying hands blessing, which one by 3-inch card she should tuck beneath her pillow, thus letting Christ know whom to cure, which Esther would receive absolutely free upon receipt of her $75 offering. The more cards, the sooner God's arrival. Then on to Agnes Kreinslock's arthritis, and Maybelle Loteno's paralysis. Whether or not God approved, the terminally ill did. Jim Slavin had found his bandwagon. The market was bullish on Elmer Gantry. Bit-time preachers raked in millions per week. Reverend Jim Jones was building an expensive South American retreat. Jim and Tammy Baker sold salvation through eyeshadow. Ernest Ainsley one-upped psychics with over-the-air exorcisms. Billy James Hargis prophesied hellfire for sinners while he fucked the adolescent boys and girls of his traveling All-America choir. Reruns of Leroy Jenkins collected offerings while the good parson himself was in a Georgia lockup, convicted of complicity in an extortion and arson-for-profit ring that had caused a few deaths in some slums he owned. Prosperous, adored, tax-exempt, and nearly beyond all legal accountability, the ministries were understandably thankful to God and the American way. As soon as he could afford to, Jim Slavin made the jump to cable. Upon reaching age 30, Mrs. Donald Sims Jr. discovered David Bowie, Darkover novels, and her sexual prime. She decided what she didn't want to be when she grew up was a Minnesota farm girl turned Minnesota housefrau. So, rather than get pregnant with Donald III, Mrs. Sims dyed, shaved, and moosed her hair into a rainbow-spectrumed cockatoo crest, hung around Minneapolis clubs, and vanished on weekends to attend science fiction conventions. Mr. Sims was displeased. Mrs. Sims soon found herself free to resume her maiden name of Anne Verlaine. She was 5 foot 1 inch, 92 pounds. She had charm, enthusiasm, a wicked basilisk glare, and ever-changing hair and makeup. She was an avant-garde chameleon with no concrete plans, just a dwindling divorce settlement, an RV, and a powerful belief in Flash. Anne became an anarchist, and was bracing herself to try Soho or L.A. when she met Brandon Pugnale. Standing in the same convention registration line, they talked, touched, and almost instantly clung to each other without sleep for a week. They chattered all day, caroused all night, traded obscure rock tapes at dawn. Neither doubted it was it at first sight. Both tried their best to live in each other's arms, glow in each other's eyes, kiss till their lips went numb. Their attraction was amazing, exhilarating, public, thrilling. It was absolutely, totally disgusting. Belying all their pretense to their images of post-industrial cool, Brandon and anarchist coochied enough to smother a Smurf or render a Care Bear bilious. No logic could explain the Nouveau Flash Queen's subsequent move to a parking lot in semi-rural Ohio. Suffice to say, Brandon spoke to her condition. And she was the link, the fuel rod required for the zone to achieve critical mass. A trinity of beliefs came together into self-sustaining reaction. A strange magic began to stir. The magic was not apparent come springtime, but potholes were filled, fresh blacktop spread, parking lines and arrows painted along rows of leased speakers beneath a vast geometry of screens. Brandon and Earl built an expanded projection turret and acquired new used equipment. The ticket kiosk, bathrooms, and pagoda gleamed with fresh paint and chrome. The snack bar actually passed health department inspection. An electric Dr. Pepper clock menu listed variations on chili, popcorn, hot dogs, sweets, beer, and soft drinks, plain or, for $1.50 premium, plus. Earl was proud of his chili and moonshine and would part with neither. The corn liquor was, of course, against the law, and there was no way around that save to dollop it under a code name. Distribution contracts were signed, and Cousin Capuch expanded the illicit library with filched pre-release director's cuts of new and occasionally big-budget films. Brandon resprayed the faded Zone graffito on the state route and placed newspaper ads with the theater's new name. 9 movies for the price of 1 in the Twilight Zone. Each screen was usually reserved for its own specialty: horror, violence, and sex. The opening gala featured Eaten Alive, Zombie Flesh-Eaters, Dawn of the Dead, Make Them Die Slowly, Baby Cart at River Styx, Twitch of the Death Nerve, Insatiable, Lucifer Rising, Shanty Tramp. The 2,000-car lot wasn't filled, but the first week's receipts outgrossed the entire previous summer's. The drive-in was suddenly suffused with an incense of viability. Jubilation led to innovation. For the next few years, Anarchist, Brandon, and Earl seemed able to take the business in any direction. Every silly, gonzo, warped, drugged-out notion had its niche in the scheme of the zone. Ideas flowed from Anarchist, who, pursuant to nothing, would bounce as if goosed and cry,
"Oh, you know what we could do is..."
were caught by Brandon's,
"Yo, wait a minute. This could fucking be smooth. It's like it's real sick, sweet."
They'd hug each other, smooch, hold hands, tickle, giggle, and volley, spin, shape, kick the concept around, while Earl stood by, shaking his head, muttering,
"What the hell's that shit?"
happy to be involved. God told me to. Mutations. Suspiria. Anarchist piped punk and metal over the speakers before, between, and sometimes during shows. The not-ready-for airplay scores were like nothing broadcast in Mad River County, including, over the years, Anthrax to Zot, Bitch, Bad Brains, Butthole Surfers, Shock Slumania, Africa Bambaataa, Oingo Boingo, The Cramps, Screaming Hibiscus, Big Fat Hairy Pet Clams from Outer Space, The Dead Boys, The Voidoids, Mermaids on Heroin, Sick F*** CKS, Throbbing Gristle, and Country Porn. Dungeons of Horror, Nigger Lover, Mondo Magic. Anarchist hooked up a microphone to deliver color commentaries about the movies while they were shown, and started amateur theatrical contests, where audience volunteers improvised spontaneous redubbings of Filipino gore. Do Me Evil, Dracula Sucks, Take It All. Anarchist felt sorry for all the poor couples forced to screw in Civics and Chevettes. She rented out sleeping bags and pup tents, then created a cordoned-off intimacy section in a wedge between sex and violence, with flower beds, water beds, trampolines, a boxing ring. It came to be called the Fight or Fuck area, the FORF. Toxic zombies, humanoids from the deep, children shouldn't play with dead things. Anarchist, challenged by Rocky Horror, got Brandon to sell makeup kits, vampire fangs, ghoul masks, water pistols. She ran costume contests. Call him Mr. Shatter, Night of the Bloody Apes, Satan's Sadists. Anarchist appropriated the zone's borders for a vegetable garden, appointing Earl her serf. Earl groused until he bit into his first homegrown jalapenos and realized how their infusion would galvanize his chili. Henceforth the stuff would burn the patron's ass for days. The snack bar topped hot dogs with homemade relishes, mustards, and pickles. Caged Heat, barbed wire dolls, Wanda the Wicked Warden. Anarchist booked a Columbus noise band to play Dead Kennedys covers, got Brandon to set up spotlights and a sound system, but forgot to tell Earl, who projected Super Ninja and Drunk Masters across the concert. The result was so satisfying that Anarchist brought in as many acts as she could find, from headbangers to glam gloom, performance art to gelatin wrestling, all of whom played simultaneously with the movies. Breakfast at Manchester Morgue, The Honeymoon Killers, Slumber Party Massacre. The Big Bang, however, was Earl Bittner's genius, his tribute to his faith. One crystalline, -12-degree January night, Brandon and Anarchist awoke in the Winnebago as a projector flooded a screen, the light echoing across the snow-coated, ice-varnished lot. They roused in time to watch a power drill gore through an eye and turn into a striking rattlesnake that spat intestines over a headless cheerleader. They dressed, mufflered, dashed, and climbed to the booth where Earl, face twisted into a lopsided grin, gleefully hiked a thumb toward the screen. He had, with ham-fingered patience, joined splices, trailers, and shots from duplicate prints into 20 minutes of non-stop trash climaxes, shot cuts, cum shots, head rolls, blow-ups, boots, chops, thrusts, splashes, splats. By spring, Earl had assembled 2 more reels and sluiced all 3 screens with a fireworks display as hypnotically searing to the eye and brain as Earl's chili was to the tongue and gut. A fest of FX, a satiation of sleaze. The incredibly strange creatures who stopped living and became mixed-up zombies, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, Andy Warhol's 3D Flesh for Frankenstein, Cannibal Holocaust, Pay Them in Blood, Ramrod, Talk Dirty to Me, Flesh Gordon, Star Whores. Word of the zone spread to Midwestern campuses and air bases. Meanwhile, graphic cheapies and big-budget trash movies proliferated and grew more popular. Brandon subscribed to Gore Gazette, Sleazoid Express, and Splatter Times. He and Anarchist daydreamed about being the cutting edge of a cultural movement. Laughing, hugging, wrapped in each other, Brandon and Anarchist were crazy in love, and Earl Bittner had found a family without leaving his home. But beyond the underground, different forces propelled the social dynamic. Ohio was bashed by malaise, Iranian hostages, the collapse of smokestack industries. It slammed to a brief stop when a 21% prime interest rate collided with a 12% usury ceiling that made all loans illegal. Cleveland, International Harvester, and family farms went under. Many thought the rest of the state would soon follow. The same straits racked the entire country, opening the portal to sweeping political change. Governor Ronald Reagan, formerly buried by the press as a superannuated sad sack with too often repeated punchlines, snagged an interception and spiked one into the White House end zone. His tackles and offensive line were mystically transmogrified from knuckle-dragging fruitcakes and yahoos into respected mainstream conservatives and headline leaders of moral revivalism. And the Reverend J. Hearn Sloan was filmed shaking hands with Ron and hugging Nancy. The day after the election, he hired a Tony Madison Avenue firm to create a high-pressure opening credit sequence for his cable ministry. Less than 6 years after being a revolutionary Maoist dedicated to the violent extirpation of the capitalist bourgeoisie and American colonialistic imperialist hegemony, Jim now emerged on screen preaching, prophesying, shaking his head in sad judgment of sin, and setting down to a deep dish of apple pie amidst star-spangled banners and unsung heroes dying on freedom's shores. The video suggested that the Holy Triune of Reagan, Sloan, and Jesus marched, arms linked, to comfort and bless the needy of history's turning points, mixing hope with panic-peddling tirades against an endless series of buzzwords. Ratings soared. Cassettes were sold. More politicians shook his hand. Jim Slavin was joining the ranks of evangelic megastars. However, local chickens were seeking roosts. Jim Slavin, in his nursing home scam days, had personally converted several well-heeled matrons to United Christian Life. 4 had since divorced, and each sought to contractualize her Pentecostal passion. Reverend Sloan turned to the good book for guidance. Not the Bible, the Road Atlas. Meanwhile, Leviticus hired its first professional village manager. This was a major concession. Leviticus had never paid secular outsiders to attend civic matters, but the surging religious market had given rise to the career of Christian management, people whose executive skills were turned to the service of the Word. Only 2 years older than Brandon Pugnally, Peter Everett Lamar had a business and a public management degree from Tufts, religious certification from 2 Bible study colleges, and a resume citing town manager positions in Kansas and Wisconsin, as well as an assistant city manager stint in northern Michigan. Ev Lamar's credo might have been, "The good Lord loves a tough SOB," and Leviticus was primed for that message. The village elected a more aggressive council, realtors Buddy Romer and Dorothea Twaits, loan officer and retired Air Force Major Oric DeWine, pharmacist Abner L. Schluter, hog farmer Poole Niederhaus, and prepared for the challenge of the new decade. Leviticus' most galling problem was the village's loss of status to its rival, Revelations, Ohio. The two communities, founded in the schism of an apocalyptic frontier church 250 years earlier, had always competed. Leviticus opened a Bible college. Revelations was large and better endowed. Revelations attracted a religious book publisher, Leviticus, a Christian FM radio station. Revelations station had a bigger transmitter. Leviticus got an AM frequency. But now Leviticus' population was aging or inbred. Revelation scored a series of coups, recruiting a Christian software and gaming company, a cluster of Christian condominiums, a Christian direct mail service, and, most public of all, Revelations opened a 16-hour-a-day Christian TV station, UHF Channel 59. Leviticus was humiliated. Ev Lamar's specific charge was to catch up. Lamar authored a land development package combining condos, tennis courts, retirement housing, telecommunications relay, and television broadcast studios connected to a church reflection garden revival complex, with room for a light industrial park, all to be built under an attractive bond and tax abatement plan. The best location was a 112-acre site. 3 adjacent and long unsold properties listed with Romer Realty and Thwaites Realty, but not actually within village limits. Leviticus had no trouble extending its border via an annexation order. All Lamar needed was a buyer or investment syndicate. That problem was solved by Bryce McGaw of Kugler McGaw Construction. His nephew was an associate co-pastor for J. Hearn Sloan. Anarchist Verlaine's crowning achievement was La Rouf, the inspiration that elevated the Twilight Zone from idiosyncratic grindhouse into the Cathedral of Sleaze. It was a magnet for Ohio's true decadent aesthetes, the region's finest nouvelle cuisine and exploitation. Anarchist and Brandon had taken to throwing midnight champagne picnics. They'd climb onto the roof of the projection booth for poached duck breast with orange mayonnaise, or crawfish fettuccine verdi salad, or hibachied pork sates, while waiting for Earl's big bangs to fill the screens. Inevitably, anarchists said,
"Oh, you know what we could do is—"
The pagoda grew a gazebo. The projection booth roof was tiled, railed, and enclosed with movable plexi windows. Tables were adorned with damask, flowers, candles, and speakers that could be tuned to any screen. Free mixers were chilled for a BYOB cocktail lounge, and, for voyeurs, Cousin Capuch liberated half a dozen 251-a-minute stereo telescopes from the prows of the Staten Island ferries. Paying a table d'hôte charge, patrons would scale ladders to La Rouf and sample anarchists' buffet fancy of the evening, from hors d'oeuvres, whether cognac-infused pâté en croûte or avocado mousse with caviar, through entrees like boned quail in puff pastry, or beef mignonettes with tarragon cornichon cream reduction, or pistachioed veal ballantine with Madeira sauce. Such side dishes as wax beans chilled with fresh dill, or vermouth-steamed broccoli with horseradish mousseline sauce, to frozen raspberry Chambord soufflé with burgundy sauce, or triple lime chiffon cheesecake, or chocolate Grand Marnier divinity for dessert. The diners were tuppenny lords of low-rent creation, clinking tulips to the riot of sights around and below. One slumming regular, a grantless archaeologist turned mystery bookstore owner, would pluck at her stud bracelets, twirl her champagne, and say to her guests as the big bang went off, "That's what I enjoy about this place. It's everything I used to adore about Bangkok and Beirut." The cathedral was ordained. In neon, strip lights, moon, and stars, the acolytes came and the revels throbbed. Beneath Videodrome, Eraserhead, Liquid Sky, Ms. 45, Avenging Angel, Repo Man, Caligula, Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll, Cafe Flesh, dancers swirled and whirled, bikers postured and squared off in the rings, costumed monsters charged knights in tinfoil armor, country boys and women played tag with beer-filled balloons, and teens unself-consciously scampered naked from the Forth, amid a carnival of creatures capering from darkness to dawn, 7 nights a week, spring and hot summer and fall. It was a sculpted orison of lunacy, centered on 3 people who loved each other, loved the zone, and believed in the architecture they had brought to life. And that life acquired spirit. Magic, amorphous and weirdly innocent, glowed. Film buffs first noticed that all the movies were untouched by studios or distributors. Some of this was due to Cousin Capuch's unorthodox acquisitions, which might explain the return of never-before-shown censored shots. But something else arranged the screening of films that had never been made. The marathon 16-hour Jodorowsky-Lynch collaboration of Dune, Alan Ormsby's direction of Paul Schrader's script for Cat People, starring Nasty Kinski and David Bowie, David Cronenberg's Ghost Story, Roman Polanski's The Shining, Herschel Gordon Lewis' Titus Andronicus, and Ed Wood Jr.'s Cleopatra. The magic grew into a playful prankster, a partying Puck. Sometimes bestial howls on screen were chorused from the woods. Sometimes mummers were joined by dancers with too many arms and too few heads. Sometimes cars bounced like hobby horses, while unseen teeth nipped at bottoms, or tentacles tripped passers-by. And sometimes, during a big bang, everyone in the Forth experienced simultaneous orgasms, powerful enough to ripple through the asphalt, tingling with a metal sigh up to La Roof. The zone drained just enough ectoplasm from its celebrants to keep the scene from boiling over. The ground held vitality like a battery. On screen, the effect seemed more convincing, the colored corn syrup more sanguine, but on the lot, Earl's 4 commandments were never challenged. Fights never grew too brutal, wounds were never serious, groping never got threatening, cars were never broken into, money never stolen. And despite the bacchanalian, seemingly lethal quantities and mixtures of inebriants poured down people's throats, no one ever drove away from the zone smashed. The most determined substance abusers were always overpowered by a need to dance, screw, or puke in time to get straight. Even cleaning was easy. Every morning, the food, fluids, and detritus vanished, as if scoured by pixies or sucked into the ground as offerings. Earl, Brandon, and Anarchist were convinced the zone was blessed. Recognizing spiritual kinship, Ev Lamar and Jim Slavin liked each other on sight. Slavin needed only an introductory meeting to decide Leviticus was a place to do business and God's work. Reverend Sloane and the village council shared the deep camaraderie of those who stood to make each other millions. The only fly in the soup was Minton Eggets, the new and very young chief of the village's 4-man police force. Eggets was pious and not too bright, a premature ejaculator of the law who'd bust the high school the day before a marijuana deal, or openly follow one carload of teens while another boosted unlocked bicycles. And since annexation, Minton had been squirming for a chance to swoop down on the zone.
"Reverend, don't you worry about that pit,"
Minton blurted, vehemently disrupting a presentation on sewage and waterline extensions and easements.
"They won't trouble you one bit, sir. There are a dozen ways illegal, and I can clean out that nest like that. Like that!"
He snapped his fingers. Slavin raised an eyebrow. Lamar aimed a pointer at a wall map.
"There's a dirty movie house at that location,"
Lamar drawled, circling the hollow.
"Out of our jurisdiction until recently."
"Organized crime?" Slavin asked.
Ev snorted. "Hardly. An old drunk, some punk kid, and their girlfriend. There are numerous infractions we can cite them for. Just a question of finding the most apropos timing."
"Tomorrow. I could have those so-and-sos on a rail tomorrow, Reverend."
"Minton,"
Ev sighed.
"I'm sure Reverend Sloane appreciates that, but sometimes, when the victory against Satan is too easily won, some folks don't see it for the victory it is."
Eggets wrinkled his nose. Lost.
"Brother Minton,"
Jim murmured.
"you know, a few years ago my mother suffered from a cataract in her eye. She was in anguish, but neither doctors nor God would heal that eye until the cataract reached a size. Ripened, a medical doctor would say. Well, friend, we prayed every day with all our hearts, and in time the good Lord's blessing healed that dear lady, and today she can see like a young girl. But God tells us that to all things comes there a season. Minton, sometimes that old cataract has to grow. The fever must run its course, and the devil be given the rope with which God will scourge him."
Or, even if the match is fixed, the crowd likes to see the champ bounce off the ropes before getting the pinfall. A carefully choreographed campaign would pay off in publicity, units sold, donations secured, investors committed. And Reverend J. Hearn Sloane pulled higher ratings when he mixed the word of hope with the witness of dire herald.
Well, you just keep it in mind, Reverend. I can close 'em down like that.
Snap. Reverend Sloane smiled at Ev Lamar.
Perhaps you'd be kind enough to run me over to the site tonight so we can get a look at the problem.
Forestalling Minton's offer of a lift, Slavin raised a finger.
And we can finish discussing easements on the way. When the money starts flowing,
Reverend Sloane said that evening,
your police chief's gonna be a little out of place.
Cigar smoke whisked into the air conditioning of Lamar's Pontiac. Ev shrugged.
There's a lot of agates around here, so as long as he wants the job, he'll keep it. But the situation should solve itself. Minton's got an ambition, you see, wants to be sheriff. Seems his daddy told him 3 county sheriffs have gone up to the State House or Congress, and Minton's sure he'll be the 4th. Of course he wants to close his only big case a good 15 months before the election. But with God's grace, I think we can keep him from screwing up. Then he can spend the rest of his life running for the legislature. And frankly, it will be a positive moral act to put this place out of business.
But it doesn't violate your town's smut ordinance?
This town, Lamar smiled, has never needed one. We could pass a bill easily enough, but I'd rather not kick up some ACLU hornet's nest when we can finesse the issue.
He glanced over.
I imagine you're thinking bunch of hicks getting lathered over some place that shows Debbie Does Dallas.
They turned down an overgrown tractor path running along the cornfields and strolled to the edge of the hollow.
Good location for an amphitheater,
Sloane mentioned.
Yes, sir, I'd noticed. It also connects the property quite nicely.
Lamar handed Sloane a pair of binoculars.
Happy viewing. What the hell is that? A cocktail lounge? And French restaurant, I hear. This place is a 3-ring circus, regular bona fide zoo.
Jim Slavin scanned twined legs stuck out of pup tents, aerobic dancers who bumped and ground to a band playing Too Drunk to Fuck, while a group of jocks in college jackets sang Buona Dick. In a boxing ring, a taekwondo match was taking place. A tangible smog of body musk, perfume, weed, and liquor swirled up the hollow. On 2 screens he could see a tree ripping off an actress' clothes, and a mohawked blonde sticking his mailed fist through the windshield of an armored hot rod doing 200 miles per hour. Eyes glued, Slavin threaded his way through cornstalks to get an open view of the occluded 3rd screen. He cleared the line of sight just as 14 inches of Johnny Wad Holmes torpedoed up Vanessa Del Rio's trembling butt, and Jay Hearn had an epiphany. His soul swelled with a rising tide of wrath against the cankerous Spector arrayed in the pit below. The zone was everything Ev Lamar had hinted at, and more. A perfect dragon for a latter-day St. George, a media vehicle rare beyond price. Years had passed, but once again he would lead more than a flock. He would lead a movement. Slavin started to recall his old revolutionary tactics. The construction of Christian Life Heights was announced in the Leviticus Weekly Witness, and the drive-in's demise was fated. More canny defenders might have seen the threat and angled for time, challenging annexation, demanding environmental impact and traffic studies, filing injunctions and appeals. Even so, red tape maneuvers could only have stalled for a graceful exit. The conflict was to be of the moral center versus the obscene fringe. Leviticus wanted Reverend Sloane, and didn't want the zone. But Anarchist, Brandon, and Earl had no scent of the wind. They were engrossed in plans for the coming season. They'd started new hobbies over the summer, which they naturally applied to the zone. Brandon and Anarchist refined the art of the multimedia theme night, while Earl found he liked attending auctions. Earl's auctioneering was like automatic writing. He never knew when he'd speak up or raise his hand, never was quite sure what he was buying, but his choices were always great. At his first auction, Earl bought a tractor-trailer load of processed food. The shipment was delivered while Anarchist and Brandon were discussing one of their fascinations, the film festival. They stared at the mountain of junk food in dismayed shock for a minute. Then Anarchist cried,
"Oh, you know what we could do is..."
and created, on the spot, Retro-Roni. It was the zone event of the year. Teenagers from outer space, Robot Monster, the Beast of Yucca Flats, the Beast that Killed Women, Mesa of Lost Women, Swamp Women, Truck Stop Woman, Angel's Wild Woman, Rebels on Wheels, bracketed with vintage stage loops, driver's ed films, nudie volleyball shorts, and the worst 50s pop music they could scrounge. The snack bar served only bologna and oleo on Wonder White, Kool-Aid and T-Bird. Maroof featured shredded carrots in green jello, Franco-American Velveeta melts, and tuna fish mushroom soup potato chip casserole, all of which served as ammunition in a 10-hour-long food fight. The Jackson Pollock effect of pasta, cheese, wine, and tomato sauce against the blacktop was outrageous. Earl, urged to attend more auctions, amassed 300 picture tubes, 1,000 cases of rolled pistol caps, 10,000 cutout LPs, and a boxcar of canned novelties called Slime, Coo, and Glop. They had no idea they were the targets of a TV preacher's attacks, vilified coast to coast. They didn't feel the growing hostility in Leviticus because they never went into the village. A burg with no place for Brandon's leather had never tolerated anarchists' radical hair and clothes. Unwarned, unarmed, they were blindsided by the assault that began in April, when opening night unexpectedly featured enraged pickets and voracious television coverage. The result was drive-in auto-da-fe. The demonstrators were righteous, humorless, and tearful to discover such filth in their backyards. Their hair-raising yarns of brushes with depravity were lies. None of the protesters had ever patronized the zone, and many, in fact, lived outside Ohio. But like all zealots, they believed themselves, which played well on the tube. In contrast, Earl Bittner glared apoplectically, balled his fists, and tromped back and forth before the mob, hollering,
"What's that shit? What's that shit? What's that shit?"
Brandon, crowded by a cameraman, shoved back, yelling,
"Get out of here, fucking asshole, you fucking asshole, get out of my face!"
While Anarchist looked struck and shell-shocked, alternately shouting,
"What? Get out! What are you doing? We didn't do anything! What do you want? Get out!"
and breaking into tears before hecklers. On the news, profanities conspicuously excised, they seemed dangerous, deranged, and drugged. As bulldozers began to shape Christian Life Heights, the Second Front deployed. Although no brick had been laid, television eloquently portrayed the distress of young condo-purchasing couples and helpless retirees, whose infants and/or golden years were suddenly menaced by perverts. Other churches eagerly joined the demonstrators. Anti-porn activists, merely learning film titles, yearned to lynch anyone connected with the zone. The land of the free had no place for deviants who showed blood-sucking freaks, lethal injection, hell's orgy. No reporter noted that this threat to the local quality of life had been peaceably operating for nearly a decade. Unmentioned were the deluge of vitriolic hate mail to the zone, the death threats, the bomb scares. The ticket kiosk was knocked over and splintered. Bricks broke snack bar equipment. Molotov cocktails were thrown at the screens. Vandals swarmed down the unfenced hillsides, cut speaker wires, shrieked at patrons, tried to storm the projection booth. But on the evening news, the pickets stayed civil and off the lot. Business plummeted through spring and early summer. Anarchist, Brandon, and Earl weathered the siege badly. They argued, bickered, and found fault with each other's weaknesses as, in the crucible, the core of their love began to falter. Anarchist wanted to create a cause célèbre. Had her pleas been planned, she might have enlisted Nat Hentoff and Bob Guccione, Stephen King and Joe Bob Briggs. Instead, she sent hand-scrawled appeals to people whom Anarchist wanted to think sympathetic: David Letterman, David Lee Roth, Jamie Lee Curtis, Sid Vicious, John Belushi, Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. Some were inappropriate, some fictional, some deceased. None replied. Brandon went to Cousin Capuch for muscle and was rebuffed. Louis Capagianelli wanted no territorial disputes nor grief from either New York or Ohio bosses. He kicked Brandon out of his office, ordering him to never reveal their kinship. Earl Bittner sank into himself. He bought a shotgun and divided his time between cleaning it and compulsively stirring the chili tub. Then, in the beginning of July, the furor quieted. The cameras were gone, the few pickets who returned each night seemed laughably ineffectual, and the zone's summer crowds returned. It seemed that an astrological disjunction had ended and life could continue, which was what Jim Slavin and Ev Lamar intended. Spirits perked up through Women's Prison Night, the Staten Island Grade Z Film Festival, and I Night, I Eat Your Skin, I Drink Your Blood, I Dismember Mama. The LPs were frisbeed during Smash UFOs Night, the caps set off during All Western Story Night, the TV tubes were built into Flyvision banks in La Roof. Brandon and Anarchist regained enough confidence to prepare the first annual H.G. Lewis Gorama. They meant to rent fire hoses, pumps, and 2 huge tanks, one filled with crimson-dyed Caro syrup, the other with slime, glop, and goo, and at intervals douse the crowd while showing a tri-screen glut of infamy by Splatter's foremost auteur, 2000 Maniacs, Feast of Blood, A Taste of Blood, Color Me Blood Red, Something Weird, Gruesome Twosome, The Wizard of Gore, The Gore Girls, She-Devils on Wheels. It was to be the season finale in late October. The hammer came down Labor Day weekend. Minton Eggets finally got Ev Lamar's leave to raid the zone. Earl, Brandon, and Anarchist were hauled to the Leviticus jail, but typically, Chief Eggets had forgotten to obtain search warrants and could only charge them with local misdemeanors. As Ev Lamar expected, he felt no great desire to destroy Earl Bittner. He played to win, but thought a good executive should try to not let anyone walk away from the table humiliated. J. Hearn Sloan had his ratings, Christian Life Heights its publicity, Minton Eggets would be elected sheriff. So Lamar met the zone staff with an olive branch. Leviticus would, after the election, drop all charges and fines if the zone showed only features acceptable to the community. He doubted the drive-in could survive as a C-rated business, and had arranged for a front to offer a buyout. Compromise, a face-saving gesture, fast cash, and a one-way ticket out of town. Unfortunately, Lamar assumed Earl was a tawdry schlockmeister, sly enough to know when the gravy train stopped. Lamar presumed Earl, Brandon, and Anarchist understood the zone was just another lowly dive subject to the dictates of proper society. He simply failed to imagine that they could see the drive-in as a pride-worthy achievement, a work of art, failed to see in their refusal and anger conviction as deeply religious as his own. Finding them unreasonable, Lamar persuaded the state attorney general's office to prepare indictments and warrants, and unleashed Chief Eggets again. The second raid came down at 1:15 a.m. on the third Saturday in September. Village, county, state police, and federal agents seized the drive-in's financial records and film library and arrested Earl Bittner. He was arraigned for possession and sale of contraband alcohol, violation of liquor laws and licensing, federal racketeering in the theft, interstate transport, and unlawful use of copyrighted films, tax evasion, from illicit gains to sale of the garden produce, pandering, and failure to maintain adequate insurance and performance permits. Film distributors, juvenile welfare officers, and various regulatory agencies filed complaints, and, covering all bases, the zone's owner was cited for failure to pay residuals on the music piped through the speakers. The court-appointed lawyer thought she'd be lucky to keep her inarticulate client out of prison through the initial appeals. Most of the zone's receipts had always gone to pay for new ideas and games. On a balance sheet, the drive-in had never been profitable. Even when Oric DeWine agreed to float a small mortgage on the lot, 3 months passed before Earl made bail. By then, Brandon and Anarchist were hurting each other. After years of monogamy, Anarchist had a 2-week fling resulting in yeast and bladder infections and a tubal pregnancy that required surgery. She felt guilty and unable to explain to Brandon why she couldn't be intimate. He, feeling rejected, haunted area bars, frantically failing to pick up women. And their crucified spirits were no longer in sync. one prepared to fight for the zone whenever the other was giving in. Anarchist wanted to stay and compromise. She decided they were all contemptible vermin as charged, and promoted the idea of a complete reform to showing PG films, while expanding the restaurant into a family dinner theater. Brandon knew Leviticus wouldn't accept them under any conditions. Privately, he was afraid of even contemplating change. Openly, he wanted to sell the drive-in and start it intact, somewhere friendlier, in another state if need be. Both positions were lost on Earl. Shaking his head dolefully and saying, "Maybe I oughta, he seemed to agree with whomever was speaking. Then he'd say, "Maybe I oughta, to no one and nothing at all. Earl kept his loaded shotgun in the booth, where he spent days at a time drinking, missed by the police, and splicing random scraps of film. He fixated on the coming season. Their distribution was cancelled, and they had no money, but Earl insisted on opening the zone. Word went out to regulars that, without license, liquor, food, or features, they would run an all-big bang night. When Earl started the projectors, police arrived and arrested him for disturbing the peace. Brandon and Anarchist used the final receipts for bail. Earl Bittner came home and, for the only time in over 12 years, blew out the flame beneath his chili. Then he turned all the snack bars on lit gas jets on full, got a jug of Plus, and tried to drink himself to death. After a half-gallon of 140-proof moonshine, Earl climbed to the booth, took his shotgun back to the gas-flooded snack bar, and fired into the chili tub, breaking one of his own commandments. The zone's only phones were in the pagoda. By the time Brandon found a way to call the volunteer emergency squad, the building was beyond salvage. In shock, facing burial arrangements, Brandon and Anarchist fought that night in the cramped Winnebago. Each was almost unable to make sense of the other, as if they were screaming in different languages. Only insults communicated clearly. Hysterical, frustrated, ironically trying to get through, Brandon backhanded Anarchist. She shrieked, outraged, reflexively grabbed their cast-iron tea kettle and swung it against his skull, shearing open his scalp. Brandon staggered and blindly lashed back, punching her in the eye, then breaking her nose. She went into frenzy, his violence leaving her unaware of her own, and battered him repeatedly before Brandon got a door open and fell from the camper, fracturing his ankle. Heaving, thinking only of escape, Anarchist gunned the engine, and, leaving Brandon hobbling in her dust, leaving another broken commandment, pulled away from the zone in fury, never to reconcile, nor give nor accept apology. The county, without funeral, disposed of Earl Bittner. Then a paper surfaced, allegedly dated 2 days before Earl's death, selling his assets and mortgage to Miss Kathleen Daskalakis, town librarian and realtor Dorothea Twaite's spinster sister. The document's authenticity was irrelevant. Earl had died intestate, broke, and under multiple indictment. His only property owed to the bank. His death only expedited the inevitable. Brandon tried to stay, camping in the Forth, but with no money and not so much as an abandoned car for shelter. He didn't even complain when Miss Daskalakis ordered him off her land, which she soon sold to Christian Life Heights. Brandon headed east, Anarchist west. Had they stayed together, they might have found the strength to pursue new visions. Anarchist wanted to open the next Chez Panisse, but had nobody to flame her ideas or help her put them into action. She wound up clerking at a hair salon. Brandon planned to recreate the zone, but had nobody to spark his notions or challenge him to make them real. He wound up running a peep show for Cousin Capuch. Apart, they were incomplete. Dreams vanquished, they gradually collapsed into wounded routines of stagnant apathy, so shrunken that it might cause one to ponder whether the punishment was worth the crime of having dreamt at all. Making peace with his Missouri divorcees, Reverend Sloane reconsidered the move to Ohio. The location of the planned new headquarters seemed, on reflection, impractical. Still, Jim Slavin recognized his Christian and realpolitik obligations. The development plan was an investment, years from completion. There was still profit to be accrued. The Witness Revival Amphitheater, won so publicly, would have to be built and used for some time to come, which would demand still more fundraising. So Jim Slavin announced a formal groundbreaking from Christian Life Heights, to be telecast from the site of the future arena. On a Sunday morning in late October, a crew erected a control platform over the bare concrete where the pagoda's ashes had, like other debris, disappeared. They set up cameras, recorders, microphones, mixers. They set up projectors to turn the drive-in screens into monitors. The fourth was covered with a grandstand for honored guests, the Inspiration Choir of Seattle and the Dallas Sonny Kalb Family Singers. Chairs were unfolded beside speaker poles. Latecomers and the handicapped could see and hear from their cars. The event drew nearly 2,000 believers from 8 states, most of them specially invited loyal contributors. When Reverend Sloane's helicopter landed, Ev Lamar and the council were seated in the grandstand alongside contractors Bryce McGaw and Vernon Kugler, plus Chief Eggetts, plus all their families. They were the ones responsible for the celebration, and, in a way, this evening's events. The audience, though, were Bible thumpers all. Gretchen Bowers, Todd Critchlow, Christopher Gijic, Dewey Fouts, Harton Funderbeck, Lois Gilligan, Noyce Hunkeler, Sandy Kessler, Joyce Leonard, Carl Lofino, Jackson Masarvi, Lily Nonemacher, Hiram Spruce, Constance Tritzhauser, and Lyndon Upthegrove, plus dozens more. Overly ardent right-wing couch potato Pentecostals who had made the doctrinal error of placing their faith in Jim Slavin. This proved unforgivable. It reduced them all from complex souls of intricate history, intrinsic sinfulness, innate worth, into cannon fodder. The first salvo was fired at sundown. The giant screens lit, filled with triplicate rippling American flags, and the superimposed smiling faces of the Reverend J. Hearn Sloane and the President of the United States, then dissolved into the familiar uplifting credit montage. The program director readied camera number 1 on the choir, number 2 on the dignitaries, number 3 on the podium. He cued the choirmaster. When the choir stood, hands clasped, the ground heaved. Earth bellowed a thunderous lowering. A behemoth stretched in its unquiet lair. Jim Slavin preempted the chorus, taking up the microphone to offer prayers and witness of reassurance. Metal voices howled and sniggered. The cameras overrode their controls, killing the satellite feed and cutting to an enormous extreme close shot of Sloane's face. On all 3 screens his vast eyes were blinding red, without irises. Pus and lymph drained from festering boils on his cheeks, and from his open mouth spewed gouts of peppled diarrhea that booted from the screens to rain in real torrents on the crowd below. Although Jim Slavin was prepared to bless the drive-in, it had not occurred to him to perform the rite of exorcism. But then exorcism wouldn't have helped. The zone was not possessed. It was sacred. It had been the venue for every weird picture, no matter how artistic, avant-garde, vulgar, or loathsome, ever filmed or dreamed of, and for that it had been revered. It had been consecrated, time and again, in blood and liquor, sweat and sperm. It had been the altar where scores were settled, gays turned out, and virgins deflowered in droves, until a communion of orgone, hormones, and dark fantasy churned within the pyramid of screens. It had been fed, it had been nurtured, it had been magic, it had been believed. It had an anima, and that anima was being defiled. The commandments had been shattered, life had been sacrificed, love had been withdrawn. The acolytes had been shut out while an army of enemies stood in their place. Neither malignant nor benign, the zone reacted, defending itself with the weapons and tactics at its command, with the only knowledge and imagery it had ever learned. Sleaze manifested as a quasi-sentient force. Jim Slavin's demonic faces faded into a wash of salmon-pink flesh tones, with dark purple slits at the centers. The slits flared, and the circles of color retreated to reveal that the crowd was staring at dead-center footage of a male erection. Hysterical moaning blared from the speakers. The phalluses lunged forward, mashing against the screens, which bulged under the impact, the metal struts warping. Carnal groans rose in volume as the thrusting accelerated. Bolts sheared, and the screens rocked on their braces. Immense reluctant hymens. The organs drew back, throbbing, fully engorged, dribbling seminal fluid, shifted position, and slammed upward. Space between and above the screens flashed into nuclear light. A fireball arced over the zone, paused, and settled back, congealing into a pulsing vaginal pink dome of radiant plasm, a literal overturned flesh pot, fraught with random lightnings. The strobing burlesque dazzle sent Todd Critchlow and Lois Gilligan into convulsive seizures as 2,000 pole speakers burst into 2,000 different songs. Most of the crowd ran for exits or their cars, and the blacktop rose in a circular ripple, fluid as water, plastic as a trampoline, firm as marble. The wave flung runners and cars in its swell, cracked open the helicopter, flowed harmlessly past the screens, and expended itself with a crashing upward fillip that froze into a concave 20-foot-high wall surrounding the lot. Tarmac bubbled into sudden gravy. Spasming arthritic hands wrenched up out of the cement, clawing emptiness like midwinter groundhogs testing the air. Apparently finding conditions to their liking, mutant cannibal corpses scrabbled through the concrete, littering the lot with scraped chunks of putrescent muscle. Evangelic ghouls, they shuffled toward the living to win converts to the army of ambulatory rot. The Big Bang starts. Kaleidoscopes of unsettling scenes swirled across the screens, but the action has shifted to audience participation. Unaware that she's burst into flame, Sandy Kessler wonders why she can hear and smell her clothes, hair, and nails scorch, see her arms and legs blistering into spitting coals that sear the air with shimmering mirages. Ev Lamar spreads himself against the blacktop wall, seeking a weak spot. Then he shrieks, his right hand crucified by a 3-inch-long 10-penny nail. Lamar hears a sputter behind him. More spikes drill through his hand. He is grabbed by the shoulder, twisted around, and casually slammed against the wall. His tendons and wrist bones part loudly. His arm and pinioned hand fold together, neat as a carpenter's rule. Lamar slumps, sight blurring. Through a teary haze, he sees a button-eyed scarecrow in drool-stained coveralls carrying a pneumatic nail gun and a toolbox. Chief Eggets empties his revolver at dragon-sized talons that stab through the top of the strobing pink dome. The talons withdraw, but Eggets, staring up, fails to notice the kappa at his feet. The Asian vampire, a ropey turd-hued snake with a monkey's torso and chittering head, chews its way up Eggets' pants, its tiny hands using Minton's leg hairs as a ladder. The kappa penetrates anally, viciously, fangs sucking as they bite, and little hands sinking filth-envenomed needle claws into his rectal flesh. Joyce Leonard and Constance Triftshauser conceive immaculately and come to term within 30 seconds, their bellies splitting like the skins of overripe tomatoes, insufficiently elastic for their ballooning wombs. Their pelvises shatter and perineums tear as they fall to the ground in simultaneous labor. Like spectral fungi, spongy phantom knobs sprout, unnoticed. The ghosts of the pagoda and ticket booth retumesce. They bob, squat and squishy. Then, aroused, the kiosk springs to attention. The gazebo pagoda twitches, elongates, fills and firms into place. One moment the television crew perches on a raised open platform, then they are in the zone's projection booth as the pagoda reforms around them. the TV electronics becoming the drive-in's old equipment and film library. The 5 men blink or shake their heads, aware first of the quiet, the howling below them shut out by thick glass and walls. Then that silence ceases as the projectors start, ratcheting and whirring, the vibrations rattling the shelves of movie canisters. One can shakes loose, hits the floor, clanging, and cracks open, spraying the walls and ceiling with blood. The tin rolls to a stop, spouting a red fountain. More canisters reel from the wall, crash, blurt geysers. The projectors mask the sound of the door locking. Kathleen Daskalakis feels slime on her temple and cheeks. She pats her head and retches. A mass of live worms is tangled in her hair. Miss Daskalakis tries to pull the nightcrawlers off. She discovers the worms aren't falling on her head. They're emerging from it. Frantically ripping her scalp, Miss Daskalakis stumbles into Buddy Romer, who is running from the roaring pursuit of cycle-riding skeletons with jet-black bones and day-glow tattooed skulls. The android has no eyes, no face at all, nor needs any. Its 6 spider-jointed arms have blades and axes in place of hands, while grappling cords swirl around its hips. It moves faster than the human mind can track, and it is programmed to collect. It has already collected Dewey Fouts, Gretchen Bowers, Christopher Gijic, Vernon Kugler and wife, and the Dallas Sunnykalb family. Their bodies lay where they have fallen, but their heads, dripping blood, sinus fluid, and organs, float behind the collector like a swarm of obedient bumblebee doobies, grimacing, grinning, and bobbing in the air. Noyce Hunkeler, Carl Ofino, Lily Nonemacher, Hiram Spruance, and Jackson Masarvi race, panting, to the pagoda, praying for shelter. Each clambers over the snack bar counter and blacks out. Poole Niederhaus dashes toward the resurrected ticket kiosk, aiming to scale the wall from its roof. Abruptly, his path is blocked by a dwarfish, bearded, white-robed old Chinese priest, and a 7-foot-tall Nubian, clad in a leopard's hide, swinging a 2-handed morning star. Niederhaus stops. From the moment the services has been disrupted, Poole has been enraged. He deeply wants to hit something, smack someone around. The huge colored buck is too well armed, but the old gook looks frail and winded. Niederhaus has at least 100-pound advantage. He bunches his fists and charges, hollering. The priest barely moves, but the heel of his hand brushes Niederhaus' face. Poole's jaw splashes from its hinges, plows through the side of his head, and clatters to the ground, teeth scattering. His tongue, ripped clean from its roots, slides through the gap in his cheek. Gibbering, Minton Eggets drops his pants, grabs the serpent tube hanging from his abdomen, and tries to yank the kappa out of him. The vampire clenches its fangs and claws into Eggets' colon, feeding as it anchors itself. It reaches up into Eggets' intestines, shredding and sucking choice tidbits. The inspiration choir is consumed by rutting fury. They grab each other, tumbling across the grandstand in an orgiastic mound of bodies. Every orifice is receptive and female. Every extremity is virile and male. Each body joins to 2, 4, 8, 10 more, until identity and identification are lost in lust. Slots and tabs flow, glue, weld into undifferentiated tissue. 5 tons of cancer. The director and sound engineer climb aboard tables, pounding the booth's windows with metal splicing blocks and moviolas, but the 3 assistants are standing, trying to force the door, when the blood pool reaches the electric outlets. Lights explode. The booth fills with stenches of gasified hemoglobin and short-circuited flesh. In dusk, the tide rises, bubbling from the floating film cans. The tables lift, corpses bumping into them. When the blood reaches a depth of 5 feet, fins briefly break the surface. Dozens of chitinous football-sized claws with serrated pincers close on the corpses and pull them under the rippling flood. The straw handyman braces Lamar's left hand steady against the wall, aims his nail gun, and fires stigmata into the palm. Then he rivets Ev's feet to the ground. The worker stands back and contemplates his next shot, sighting artistically along his gloved thumb. The scarecrow chortles mouthlessly while he works, sounding quite like Disneyland's Goofy. Nodding amiably, he cross-stitches Lamar's knees, inner elbows, and groin. Auric DeWine watches his fingers stretch and twist into sharp, unhuman daggers. He has always harbored a secret wish to become a wolf, a tiger, a merciless night hunter. Now his darkest desire is coming true. He quickly strips, paws shredding his clothes, and awaits a rush of unholy power. The ancient priest knocks Poole Niederhaus to his knees, legs locked and paralyzed, tailbone destroyed. He barely feels the priest's fingers poke holes in his sternum, puncturing his lungs. The priest bows, and the mace-wielding barbarian steps up, his crotch planted before Niederhaus' face. Poole feels an overwhelming need to fillet the black giant, then realizes with incredulous self-pity that, jawless, he can't. He looks up, pleading forgiveness, in time to see the iron ball swing down. His head pulps nicely for yards in all directions. Carl Lofino awakens in a gargantuan chamber, its horizons fading into mist. Sticky pale shapes move in slow motion, forms against dimly lit waist-high blue gas jets. Lofino takes a step forward, and his hand raps against a glass wall. Lofino discovers he is trapped in a jar, the approximate size of an elevator cage. Pungent gravel crunches beneath his feet. Lofino reaches into it, finds he is standing on an inches-thick layer of spices. Savory aromas drift into his prison. Lofino turns to study two bubbling, steaming cauldrons. Doughy shapes stir one vat, filled with thick chili-con pieces of Jackson Masarvi and Hiram Spruance. The other, by the smell, holds gallons of boiling brined vinegar. Lofino whimpers as a half-dozen dough things pour the boiling vinegar into his jar, which is then vacuum-sealed and left to ferment, Lofino pickling within, still alive. Joyce Leonard births a hoofed and goat-headed mannequin. Constance Triftshauser, a flippered atrocity whose neck ends in sea urchin cilia surrounding a sucking maw. The infants scramble up their mother's ravaged bodies, ripping blouses and bras to latch onto milk-laden breasts. The two women lie panting with exhaustion, nausea, and a chilling surge of maternal love. Then both gasp as fresh eggs are fertilized and their uteruses swell. Several 100 feet away, but in much the same way, Harton Funderburk and Bryce McGaw, too, are spawning tiny monsters. Dorothea Twaits takes refuge in her country squire station wagon, where she unsuccessfully tries to raise help on her GB and car phone. The thing that crawls up the hood of her car is so alien that Dorothea, a stolid and unimaginative realtor, can't convince her mind to register its existence. A 20 questions creature, torso like a globby cluster of smushed-together liver balls, head a conical sampler of bruises and sores. Droopy sensory clusters on stalks bounce aimlessly from the top of the cone, while appendages, some like feather ferns and some like four-sided cheese graters with sucker pads, strip and masticate the wagon's chrome trim. A thin, bubbling nozzle on the side of its head suddenly reminds Dorothea of the cappuccino extension on her espresso maker. As she thinks that, a wart on the thing's head bursts. A ribbony tentacle unreels with hydraulic speed, smashes through the windshield, and plucks out both of Dorothea's eyeballs, skewering them on barbed hooks that eject from its tip. The ribbon coils like high-speed footage of a bullfrog's tongue snagging a nymph fly, and pops Dorothea Twait's sinew and nerve-trailing eyes into its wart-like wound. The action is so rapid that the thing gums and swallows before Mrs. Twaits realizes it had moved. She only notices when the first pain hits, and blood squirts from her empty sockets. By then the tongue has come back for the rest of her face. Buddy Romer staggers and falls, circled by jeering dead bikers, the noise of their cycles deafening. Buddy wants to fight, but instead blubbers and begs, which incites the skeletons, who howl insults and pelt him with hot dog feces. As each bit of excrement strikes, it instantly turns to stone. Romer is soon encased. He suffocates in petrified shit. The Scarecrow has Ev Lamar well secured. Chuckling and whistling, he takes some turpentine and a paint stripper from his toolbox and commences renovations. Something heavy and powerful crashes into the sound engineer's raft, flipping it. He screams as a rubbery limb wraps around his legs. The director's table is slivered by pincers attacking from the swirling blood. His back is pressing against the ceiling. Blood laps at his face. The exquisite agony of Auric de Wine's metamorphosis hits full force. He writhes on the ground, puling, as his skull pulls, cracks, reforms into a snout. A too long snout. His teeth shrink. His sight dims. His limbs shorten into stubs, forcing his chest to the ground. His back hunches, spine and ribs prodding through his skin to blend into a segmented shell. The weight presses his bladder and he urinates on himself, his penis aimed at his belly. Rock and roll whams in Abner L. Schluter's head, a hateful tinnitus ringing, and Schluter is, against his will, dancing. Slam, hip-hop, thrash. Invisible cavorters surround him, knocking him to the ground. When he falls, he is dragged back up, shoved back into motion. His hips, ankles, wrists are broken. His ribs, collarbone, cheekbones splinter, spearing and hemorrhaging him. He dances. An unseen reveler crashes into him and he falls, snapping his neck. Shards poke through his skin like ornaments. Abner bounces up again, dancing, dancing, long after he is pulverized into a flopping, spineless meat bag. Chefs with white toques and gleaming knives serve a festive champagne buffet at La Rouf. Tonight's appetizer, lisping waiters purr, is a nice carpaccio di Lillinonamacher. That's paper-thin slices of choice filet from the living breast of thigh, and tonight there's a lovely selection of freshly ground steak tartare de noise hunkeler, or some nice variety cuts grilled al dente. Kathleen Daskalakis rolls on the ground, ripping her flesh, smashing her head, slapping herself, wailing. All her body hair has turned into worms, wet, glistening, nipping and nibbling, wiggling from her pores. Maggots dip from her eyelids and ears, all of them gnawing as they flail in her heart and breed in her brain. Young girls with glowing eyes take Jim Slavin by the hand, lead him from Gehenna to a quiet place at the edge of the hollow, behind the screens. With dreamlike wonder, Slavin sees glimpses of ideals lost, goals unfulfilled, and the faces of women he wanted but never won. Bewildered and dizzy, he sits back against a tree, letting the girls untie his shoes. One child, perhaps 9 years old, firmly holds his little finger. "Loves me?" she murmurs, and tugs the flesh and bone from the top joint of his finger, leaving nearly invisible filaments of nerve. "Loves me not," and pulls off the next joint, again leaving only raw ganglia. "Loves me?" and finishes the finger. "Loves me not," and turns to his ring finger as the other girls shred his feet, hands, teeth like roses, leaving only thin wires of torment, all the while whispering, "Loves me not," their lilting voices badly dubbed, not matching their lip movement. "Loves me not, loves not, loves me. His arms and legs fall away like old socks, muscles and bones easily removed. The children idly braid and swish the fragile threads that remain, negligently letting the ends trail in the dirt. The Scarecrow, approving his work, polyurethanes Eve Lamar. The grandstand collapses as the throbbing inspiration malignancy bloats, stiffens in climax, and dissolves into a lake of scum and stray cells. Lois Gilligan and Todd Critchlow dismember themselves, but still convulse, flipping like beached fish, beaten by their own severed limbs. The projection booth windows explode into bright cascading waterfalls of blood. Hideous and helpless, Auric de Wine, a half-human were-armadillo, waddles in circles. Hiram Spruance's body fat glazes the top of the chili as Sandy Kessler stumbles into the kitchen. Her flaming body ignites a grease fire that spreads through the pagoda. Punched into puree, Abner L. Schluter's insides gush through his sieved holes. Joyce Leonard and Constance Triftshauser slip into coma, their faces coated with sweat and spittle. Rows of multi-nippled breasts erupt along their ribs. teats too few to suckle the litters of hatchlings fighting to feed. The kappa finishes Minton Eggets and crawls off in search of its next meal, leaving behind a parched dandruff of skin.
Loves me, me, loves not me, not me.
Their cool, soft fingers peel Slavin's torso and face, crack open his skull and chest, and, working vertebra by vertebra, pull the rata through his loosened spine. Slavin remains alert and in pain beyond comprehension as the ultimate unanesthetized surgery proceeds, as the little girls free his nervous system from its home. They plait the ganglia into cat's cradles, slapping each other with the braided whisks while they giggle and whisper. They play catch with Jim Slavin's still conscious brain, the nerves soaring in a halo and running along the ground, until one toss goes wild, and the brain snags on a tree branch. There they leave it, an abandoned kite, its tail of threads and snips of agony catching each stray breeze. The Joe Bob totals: 651 head rolls, 5,083 lobbed limbs, 47 reamed. Enough. Morals, if any, are difficult to discern. Certainly, most of the zone's victims were comparative innocents who deserved neither death nor defilement, which suggests dynamic evil. But the magic was not deliberate nor wroth, merely reactive. When hundreds are killed by earthquakes, monsoons, famine, they are thought felled by acts of nature or heaven, and are no less unfairly dead. No less unfair than Earl Bittner's destruction, Brandon's, anarchists. Yet to conclude that even Jim Slavin's fate was judgment raises an uncomfortable notion, a question of faith. It implies that the existence of sleaze is a proof to the existence of God, and that, if true, renders moral niceties even murkier. Still, the disappearance of a couple thousand followers of a televangelist, and of the minister, a county officer, a village government, caused private grief, but no outcry. By the time police linked 10 states' worth of missing persons reports, there were no clues. Reverend Sloane's parishioners delivered themselves to the next charming preacher who bought Sloane's airtime. Mad River County voters figured their sheriff had taken personal leave under cover of night, such events not being unheard of in Ohio. And the faithful of Leviticus, accustomed to denying reality, did so. Realtors, bankers, librarians, counsels, and managers are all societal byproducts, disposable and easily replaced. Weeds soon covered Christian life heights, and weather faded the graffito on the state route. No angelic retribution was exacted against the zone, unless being deprived of believers causes a temple pain. The spirit born in the cathedral may have starved, dissipated of its own accord, or, as folk tales go, if it hasn't yet died, it's living there still. Unless it's grown restless, hungering, seeking love or a new party, in which case it might be flowing through the topsoil, unseen, inexorable and dreadful, creeping, sending out amoebic podia of sin and decadence, nearer, creeping nearer. No, it was a strictly provincial phenomenon. The zone was its womb, its shrine, its crypt. It would never escape from Mad River County. But let this enter local lore, that there's some corner of a forlorn field that is forever sleaze. By false dawn, the last cars and corpses were sinking into the subsiding tarmac. A few aerials, one hand frozen in a contorted rigor of supplication. The flesh dome evaporated in the gathering light, revealing that the screens canted at angles, most of the speakers were vandalized, and the Pagoda Snack Bar projection booth had again burned down during the night. Jim Slavin's brain hung on a hidden branch. Suet for the squirrels. By sunrise, the evidence had vanished. The site of the old Buckeye was quiet, save for the crows and crickets of an Ohio Indian summer. The ashy settling of charred timbers. Rare, heartfelt subterranean screams. And of course, occasional chomping. San Francisco, Yellow Springs. Endsticks by David J. Schow. Silver Scream was born on Halloween. Thus did I begin this afterword in 1987, and by 1998, fashion insisted that we delete the apostrophe and run with the generic spelling Halloween. Though I detest that permutation, I cannot deny that this morsel of lingual evolution was largely due to the influence of a single movie, namely Halloween, 1978, written and directed by John Carpenter, from the two-word premise, babysitter murders. It'll probably wind up in the dictionary that way, too, if it hasn't already, this being the 21st century and all. The drawback to becoming historically notable is that you never get to select the thing for which you will be remembered. Clichés, preconceptions, however misguided, happenstance, and other people get to do it for you. This little epilogue to Silver Scream has been remade once already, to perpetuate the cinema metaphor. It was heavily revised for the Italian edition, Lo schermo dell'incubo, Einaudi, 1998. But you'll never see that one unless you can read Italian. And here we are, remaking the remake, just like a big Hollywood studio. 1986. I meet my editor at Tor Books, Melissa Singer, for one of those publisher lunches of myth and legend in the midst of a World Fantasy Con in Providence, Rhode Island. Writers, readers, editors, publishers, and the usual hangers-on magnetized to a free feed by company plastic. Our table very quickly waxes to 6, and the glacially slow service of the hotel restaurant's so-called staff affords plenty of time for talk and idea bashing. Melissa notes that she is a fan of the bunch of short stories I'd written concerning assorted nasty things that just might transpire in dark auditoria under the flicker of magic lanterns. One for the horrors, coming soon to a theater near you, blood rape of the lust ghouls, and so forth. She calls these tales cinema horror. By 1998, and the first of many proposed resurrections of this book, I could only bring myself to recycle tiny chunks of that original sprawling afterword, which one noted critic quite rightly called ridiculous. He should have said, 10,000 words of hinkty trivia and character assassination that spoilage dated faster than sushi left in sunlight. Chet Williamson suggests the title Silver Scream, and lo, an anthology is born in the company of knives, forks, dead meat, and lots of alcohol. The first thing I learned as an anthology editor, thanks to that line above, was never attempt to have a sense of humor, and most especially, don't give a critic without portfolio a free shot at your book by providing him, her, or it with a handy straight line. But you know what? Those reviewers are gone to well-deserved dust, ignominy, and obscurity now, and Silver Scream is still here. Everybody who crashed that lunch is in this book, and if you check magazines with horror content circa 1986 to 88, you'll see embarrassing group photos of a lot of the contributors at that Providence convention. Unavoidably, a shot or two has leaked onto the internet, but they only provide a sad, dusty, distant echo of what was a pretty exciting time if you were sitting right in the middle of it. They fail to capture the heat of the moment. Back to lunch. Melissa pointed at me. You can edit it. Well, as the Navy SEALs teach us, the best way to learn is to hold your nose, shield your balls, and jump in. From the jump, it was an experiment in terror. For one thing, literature had too many goddamned many genres already, and fiction labeled horror was prejudged as harshly as music labeled rock. The two forms were not dissimilar, but if you take the time to listen, you'll find all sorts of flavors, and the last thing the neighborhood needed was more subdivision. At the time, I favored Rick McCammon's contention that horror writing is the fundamental literature of humanity. I'll stick to it until I find a kind of literature that speaks more strongly about the human condition. I don't think there is one. Quite a few anthologies are unleashed and muzzled by their own vaunted themes, and this invites trivial writing. I don't have to be good, I just have to be about vampire lowriders, if you follow. Other books overemphasize bad fiction by big names, with no regard for quality. Still others are tinkered together by wannabes who deftly eliminate the need for their own writing to pass editorial muster by becoming editors themselves. Which is why you won't find my fiction in this mix. The original concept was for Silver Scream to spawn a second volume, a sequel, get it, to be titled Silver Scream 2 Shock Cuts, and directed by another editor, at which point I could submit a story without feeling like a complete poseur. SS2 never came to pass, and neither did a planned splatterpunk anthology called The New Flesh, which is a shame, because they would have been good grody fun, as opposed to all the rip-offs and conceptual shoplifts that later bobbed to the surface. Between 1980 and 2015, at least 8 other books bore this title or a variant. Our only temporal predecessor, The Silver Scream by David Lord Porter, is sure enough about horror movies, but it's a poetry collection for kids. And, as always, anthologist Peter Haining blazed the trail with his 1971 compilations The Ghouls and The Hollywood Nightmare, but even as the stories therein were the basis of films or TV episodes, they were all reprints. Early in his career, Haining developed the peculiar yet lucrative skill of finding works that were either public domain or had fallen out of copyright, and built anthologies out of them, which was terrific for outlets like Scholastic Press, and eager young minds hungry for book covers featuring monster art, like me. I later sold Peter a couple of my own reprints as well. In the years since this Silver Scream first appeared, our obviously tempting concept has been recycled more than once for original anthologies as well. Sometimes you get a hat tip, sometimes you don't. That's showbiz. But I believe Silver Scream remains in the vanguard of its admittedly specific type of anthology, with one foot in the world of reprints, 7 herein, and the other pushing against the serial thriller quicksand of originals written at my behest, 13, ahem, to provide the broadest palette of cinema horror possible for what Norma Desmond called those wonderful people out there in the dark. On the plus side, in 2018, Ice Nine Kills did a concept album called The Silver Scream, in which each track was derived from a different horror film. Frontman Spencer Charnas told me that they were cooking up a sequel as well, very much like my original plan. Title, The Silver Scream 2, Welcome to Horrorwood. 1987. Silver Scream is a themed book, but to avoid hitting a single note repeatedly until good migraine came home to roost, I tried to broaden cinema horror past the obvious, i.e. haunted theater stories, to umbrella stuff about grindhouses, 3-for-1 flea pits, porn castles, werewolf circuit drive-ins, snuff movies, peep shows, fly-by-night video rental shacks, has-been actors, never-was ingenues, Tinseltown burnouts, film cults, immortal stars, film school dorks, media mutants, and even that bastard little brother, television. A wide variety of nightmares, all predicated in some fashion on the cinema experience as life experience. Or what used to be called the cinema experience. Since the original publication of Silver Scream, the Combat Zone movie houses of the Deuce, near New York City's Times Square, have bellied up and become Disney sanitized. The ex-Pussycat Theater on Hollywood Boulevard now hosts religious revivals en Espanol. Drive-ins leapfrogged from endangered species status straight to hell. By 2007, DVD was the medium by which most people watched most movies, at home. By 2019, darkness, decay, and streaming services held illimitable dominion over all, just like the Red Death. The cherry on top was just another form of plague that forced fate to become even more academic. 1987. Most of the stories are original to this volume. Some aren't. It would be redundant to ask Carl Wagner for a better cinema horror story than More Sinned Against. It was Carl who actually conceived the kernel idea for this whole book. In a letter to me dated December 1984, he mentioned that, someday, I'll edit an anthology exclusively of theater stories. He never did. but he sure as hell godfathered this one, and deserves credit for that. Carl died in 1994. He once told me the following object lesson story about his contribution to this book. It was written in the spring of 1984 for an anthology of original horror stories whose editor claimed to have read the Wagner collection in a lonely place, and who asked me for a story. No guidelines, just my interpretation of contemporary horror. The story was rejected with sincere regrets on the fundamental grounds that my heroine had been able to profit from her ordeal with drugs, and that this might tempt some young reader to experiment with drugs. Personally, I thought I was putting the exact opposite message across in the story, but no matter. And was it voodoo or was it drugs? A writer shouldn't have to tell a reader anything. Or an editor. It will distress this editor to see this immoral work further disseminated. He will pray for you. Carl died, and the other guy lived, but not for too much longer. It got grimmer. Robert Bloch also died in 1994. John Ford died in 2006. Ed Bryant died in 2017. So did Toby Hooper. They were my friends. They remain my friends. I wish they could have enjoyed this long-overdue resurrection. 1987. Real hardcore terror, the unwelcome kind, was embodied in the prospect of daring to play editor to friends and peers, trying to blue pencil, yet not castrate, push for clarity, while leaving individual voice and style unsuffocated. Unless I could somehow better what I saw as the shortcomings of editors past, there was no compelling reason to don the hat. I had a writer's responsibility to each author involved. F. Paul Wilson wrote back, "So you're going to be one of those editors who really edits, eh?" Paul, I call him Dr. Flip, was, in fact, my first editorial victim. I forced him to reword the climax of his story, and stopped the action in a different place. He liked the nastiness of it so much that he left it that way, in all its subsequent reprints. In the original Endsticks... Wait. About that title, another micro-point of contention. To comprehend it, you have to know how shots are slated within a movie's principal photography. This particular wrinkle of shooting is also known by the rubric tail sticks. Several know-nothings promptly protested that the afterword really ought to be titled End Credits, which is too obvious. It blithers. It thuds upon the ear. It embarrasses readers who really ought to stick to letting writers do the writing. There, I said it. And since you asked, Endsticks are also known as tail slates or end markers. New slate numbers are required every time a camera is repositioned, a lens is changed, even in the same shot, even if the camera does not move, or a pickup shot is needed after cut is called. If any of the data on the head slate, the clapper seen at the beginning of the shot, is incorrect, the slate is revised and held upside down at the end of the shot without the noisy clapper biz. Most of this effort is for the benefit of the film editor later. I'll leave it to you to dope out its cunning relevance to this written piece. So, in the original Endsticks, I wrote that my gang of writers was fabulously accommodating, a bit of politic soft soap, but now it just emphasizes the diversity of the book. In spite of the usual minor behind-the-scenes drama, the stories still came out great, and that's what matters. I originally sought to provide oddball new information on each contributor, in order to detour around the usual dry-as-dead dog-shit statistical credit roll. You know, a whole bunch of titles, genetic disposition, and talk show plugorama. I quizzed them on weird habits, favorite recipes, and, just to stay on topic, asked what their favorite horror films were, to avoid freeze-drying them and serving them up anonymously, like microwaved roadkill. 1987. Here are the stats that matter. In Silver Screen, you'll find New York Times bestsellers and World Fantasy Award winners, people who also write novels, TV, scripts, music, people who have been consistently publishing short fiction for years, a hell of a feat in today's market, plus a couple of first sales. The mix runs 50-50 between stories that feature paranormal goings-on and those that don't. The range is broad and passionate enough, I hope, to permanently entomb idiot subcategories like magic realism, dark fantasy, and psychological horror, whatever the hell those are. Looking back, that sentiment was a strong start with a lame finish, because one thing the ensuing decade and a half taught us was that people just love labels. Then Big Daddy time arrived to kick me in the ass again on that last point. At that very same 1986 fete, on the stomping grounds of Lovecraft, the word splatterpunk was coined. Today you can find it in Webster's Unabridged Dictionary and the OED, a feat for which I reserve a modest degree of pride. It doesn't matter what you think the word means. It's there, and I dare you to try cracking Webster's someday. It's arguably the toughest market of all. Will Smith made it in too, with Jiggy, and the mutilations wrought on language since then, particularly online, are torture porn next to our modest little buzzy words. In the wake of Providence, several publishers asked me to edit what they thought would be an official anthology of splatterpunk tales. I declined, mostly on the grounds that I'd already done it in Silver Scream, when the concept was still fresh and unlumbered. In due course, John Skipp and Craig Spector scared up the first Book of the Dead anthology, and Joe Lansdale assembled another one, brazenly titled Razored Saddles. Past those 3 fundamental tomes, it's all pretty much chewed food. Just witness the way those 3 books were all cherry-picked later. Tappan King, then editor of the late-lamented Rod Serling's The Twilight Zone magazine, correctly called such works contemporary fantasy. That's not a bad way to delineate this sort of writing for people who watch Entertainment Tonight too much, provided you can get anyone to remember the primary definition of fantasy as the free play of creative imagination. Go ahead. Look it up. Let's all go to the lobby. Here are some hits from the favorite movie poll. Remember, this was 1987 to 88, not far from what Video Watchdog called the dawn of video time. I asked each contributor for a top 3. F. Paul Wilson, the F is for Francis, used to sneak off to the Oratani Theater in Hackensack, New Jersey to catch monster movies. Then he'd dash home to tune in more on Shock Theater with Zachary. When King Kong hit $1 Million Movie, he watched it 11 times in a single week. Today, he can still recite most of the dialogue. He cited his faves, The Exorcist, Alien, and The Bride of Frankenstein. The first, because like Blatty, I was raised Catholic and attended Georgetown. That movie followed me home and stayed for weeks. The second, because I came out of the theater utterly drained. The third, because it's pure movie magic. And Paul's soft spot for Kong persists. That would have been number 4. Chet Williamson said, "After thinking long and hard, I came up with Psycho, an indispensable film, the great-granddaddy of 'em all. It scared the hell out of me when I was 12. My parents were warped enough, God bless 'em, to take me. King Kong, maybe more fantasy than horror, but a great film nonetheless, with some nice scary and gross moments, especially in the complete version. And Carnival of Souls, it's literally haunting, if more than a bit primitive, but damn it, it works." Update note. Chet was subsequently chosen to write the first estate-authorized sequel to Robert Bloch's Psycho, Psycho Sanitarium, which appeared in 2016. Doug Winter's choices are obvious from the text of Splatter, A Cautionary Tale. Being an attorney, Doug returned his Silver Scream contract with a rider attached to practically every clause. Having written Splatter, likewise, he got to wedge in more than 3 choices. Only true zealots are expected to know the American titles of the films given in Italian, he said. But then again, only true zealots are expected to sit through such films. And while seeing such films is a lot easier now than it was circa 1988, only true hardcore terminal A-list zealots will know what Doug and I know, who the hell Otto Brandenburg was, and why he is important to monster movie lounge music. Robert Bloch said, "There are many horror movies I like for obscure or eclectic reasons, such as Murder at the Zoo, for Lionel Atwill's performance. But how about the Chaney Phantom of the Opera, and Mad Love, certainly, and what has to be one of the most subsequently plagiarized movies ever, Les Diaboliques." Born during the boom days of the silence, Bob Bloch was always one of their greatest advocates. In fact, my first conscious memory is of seeing Buster Keaton in the boat when I was 5 years old. During Bob's work on the Thriller TV series, Boris Karloff was a frequent guest in the Bloch household. At one of those memorable dinners, Karloff was introduced to Fritz Lang, who told him, "We are the last of the dinosaurs." And if you don't know who Karloff or Fritz Lang were, it's time to go do some homework. Bob was eminently qualified to chronicle old-time Hollywood from his unique and encyclopedic perspective, and he set out to achieve this with a trilogy of novels to be titled Colossal, Amazing, and Stupendous, after the hype seen on movie posters. The ignoramuses at Pyramid Books published Colossal as The Star Stalker, under a cover intended to mislead readers into thinking this was a potboiler about scantily clad vixens getting carved. The Star Stalker concludes in 1931 as its protagonist, a screenwriter who got his start in the silence, chucks the movie biz to open a used car lot. This character makes a cameo appearance in Bloch's Psycho 2, running a Studio City motel in 1982. The latter two volumes of the trilogy were to trace this writer's stop-start career through the golden age of talkies up to the advent of television. "Now those are the books I'd like to write," Bob told me. But Bob died in 1994, leaving Amazing and Stupendous forever unwritten, just as assorted small and independent presses were becoming capable of providing a home for them. A huge opportunity missed there. Ramsey Campbell revealed that the movie house in The Show Goes On was based on an old Liverpool cinema called the Hippodrome, now demolished. "It was formerly a music hall," he said. "Any number of corridors behind the screen led to abandoned dressing rooms and even a stable for horses. Once, back in the early 60s, I lost my way in those corridors while looking for an exit, and The Show Goes On eventually came from that experience." Ramsey's picks: Vampire, for its unexcelled evocation of the supernatural; Repulsion, which is the most terrifying horror film I've ever seen; and Eraserhead, which is the most uncompromisingly nightmarish. If it was a question of which film to live with on a desert island, I'd select Vampire. Even if I dared be alone with the others, they'd probably be crowded out by Laurel and Hardy movies. Rick McCammon, a.k.a. Robert, did not provide a list, but did point out that he once tried to crash the set of Stay Hungry by posing as a reporter from Rolling Stone, and that the highlight of his college journalism career was interviewing Linda Lovelace during her porn heyday. She was wearing a transparent blouse. John Ford, his intimates called him Mike, picked The Haunting for Best Old-Fashioned, Videodrome for Best New-Fashioned, and Theater of Blood for Best Guilty Pleasure. I reserve the right to alter this list every 5 minutes if necessary. Carl Wagner logged a list of completely invented titles: Plan 10 from Outer Space, Night of the Leaping Dead, a Creature from the Black Lagoon ripoff featuring live frogs tied to zombie costumes, Curse of the Stone Shriek, and King Kong Excretes. Mark Allen Arnold didn't pick anything because we spent such an enormous amount of time flaying his story down to size on the editorial whipping post. My call, my fault. I convinced him to shorten it by about a third of its original length. I even truncated the title, originally Pilgrims to the Cathedral of Sleaze. He unfurled a passionate defense in favor of what I considered to be an overlong prologue section. "Here comes far more analysis than the whole damn story, let alone one passage, merits," he wrote. He bamboozled me by writing what amounted to a novelette, to justify his novella, but the process was fun, laden with sidebars and digressions and asides aplenty. Like, "Wait a minute, fucker, you knew that. You knew that because you quite properly corrected my capitalization of America, spelled Amerikka, a rad dementoid spelling that hasn't been used in over a decade." Like Winter's picks, Mark's are plain in the telling of the tale. Now if only I could get him to commit Night on Davis Mountain, which he performed extemporaneously for me one night into my tape recorder as we stayed up late in a coffee shop, to paper, then the unsuspecting world would have two Mark Arnold epics to deal with. As is, Pilgrims was Mark's debut fiction sale. A woman of our mutual acquaintance once described Ed Bryant to me by saying, without touching me, "He's the most intimate man I've ever met." To which Ed responded, Maybe I should use this as a blurb on my next book. As a DJ, Ed founded Wyoming's first ever underground rock radio show. We were the first to broadcast the long version of The End by The Doors, he said. From our 1988 perspective, Ed cherished Pasolino's Salo, or the 120 Days of Sodom. Certainly, he said, for its sheer power to drive people screaming from the theater. And Alien is one of the finest sexual horror movies ever made. Repulsion scared the bejesus out of me. Add Rock and Roll High School to that list, and you've got a pretty fair representation of my personality. Never would I argue against the inclusion of any film that highlights rats which explode when exposed to the music of the Ramones. Even the Ramones succumbed to the death march of time since then. Clive Barker noted that the sight of his own blood can put him away. I'm squeamish. If I cut myself, I faint. Wham! Out. Gone. I've passed out in pictures, movies, okay? His choices were good and coffee strong. Salo, again. Viva la Muerta, and Les Yeux Sans Visage, this last getting his vote as one of the best horror movies ever made. You'll perceive a certain amount of recurrence here, but form all these recs into a viewing list, and you've got a pretty comprehensive primer of scary movies, just as important as for all the films not cited. I'll throw in one, on the theory that you may have missed it. Tras el Cristal, a.k.a. In a Glass Cage, a Spanish film made in 1986 by Agustín Villarronga, one of the most disturbing and unsettling bits of business ever spooled to film. Totally fitting it was that Mick Garris delivered his manuscript to me in a movie theater on Hollywood Boulevard during a preview showing of, what else, Clive Barker's Hellraiser. That theater, the Pacific, is boarded up today. This was a first-story sale for Mick. Insert proud chest-thumping of your editor here, and he has since expanded the misadventures of his hapless protagonist into a novel titled Development Hell, Gauntlet Press, 2006. Other books followed in due course, including the brand-spanking new novella collection, The Evil Things We Do, 2020. Jay Sheckley, the only Silver Screen contributor who submitted her measurements, 36, 24, 36, admired the Murnau version of Nosferatu for beauty alone, as she said. She added Camp Gru like Return of the Living Dead, and bright creepies with desire such as The Stuff and Eraserhead. In the case of collaborators John Skipp and Craig Spector, I thought, what better challenge than to split them up? And they outfoxed me anyway. John went overboard, frantically spilling titles like Day of the Dead, Francis, The Ruling Class, and Salvador, while Craig picked only one, Threads, which he said was so devastating that I had to take another hour and a half just to reassemble myself. I found myself in a store, staring at cans of Pac-Man SpaghettiOs, thinking that maybe I should stock up. Needless to say, Skipp and Spector have since gone their separate ways. My favorite fright scene in any movie, said Ray Garton, is when John Wayne looks up in The Greatest Story Ever Told and says, "Truly this man was the Son of God." Once, a book of Steve Boyette's found its way onto a recommended reading list, and it had never been published. I have no clue as to what his favorite horror movies might be, or if he even has any favorites. I had a chance to ask again when I kept bumping into him at the Ralph supermarket in Burbank during the first decade of the 2000s. Having enjoyed no small popularity with his 1988 debut novel Ariel, he wanted you all to know that he would never, ever write a sequel to it, no matter how much you liked it. He changed his mind circa 2009. See his novel Elegy Beach. I spent nearly 10 whole minutes on the phone with Richard Christian Matheson, debating whether a single word should be dropped from Hell. Typical for someone whose most famous short stories are merely 400 words long. His style has always been a search for literary concision, or, as he put it, an experiment, distilling phrases, short-forming emotions, and simmering descriptions down to their essence to yield a contemporary voice with a punch of blank verse. His picks are obscure, since his preferred form of video watching would be a Flyvision multi-screen TV on which everything could be run on fast-forward. Since double features are another movie conceit, and since Richard's fictions are famous for their brevity, he got Silver Scream in stereo, one speaker in each car window. But double features have mostly gone the way of the Tasmanian tiger, while the last few drive-ins hover at condition critical status, like the star-nosed mole. Such misty talk of drive-ins brings us, inevitably, to Silver Scream's major stylist. To ask his picks would get us into a whole nother bookful of chatter. Joe Lansdale and I first met under the watchful eye of Fritz Leiber, and if you don't know what that means, then the mystic science of portents will be lost upon you. Besides, neither of us wrote like Fritz. What were the cinema connections? Well, Joe was from Texas, home of the Chainsaw Massacre, and I was from Hollywood, and Joe liked to watch movies. We worked our way toward common ground pretty much like two derelicts grabbing for the same chicken wing in a dumpster. Pretty soon, he was having me read the novels from which movies were made, such as, believe it or don't, The Shootist, and I was writing a Chainsaw Massacre sequel in his basement office. Because of Joe as editor, I've written a few stories that might not have come into the world otherwise, and as payback, Joe responded to Silver Scream with Night They Missed the Horror Show, which, I'm happy to report, is still kicking ass decades later. It went on to become one of Lansdale's most wanted, and is perhaps the most cited and most reprinted of Silver Scream's originals. Joe was also the victim of one of the original edition's worst typos, but not anymore. Egregious Nostalgia, or What Happened Next. When the limited edition of Silver Scream was published in hardcover by the now-defunct Dark Harvest Books, it held the dubious distinction of being the largest signed edition yet attempted, 21 signatures. That outer limit has since been exceeded, often to absurd lengths. Director Tobe Hooper, who also signed, immediately indicated an interest in developing both of the McCammon and Garton stories for the big screen. Night Calls the Green Falcon fell under perpetual option. The Scream Factory magazine retroactively voted Silver Scream Best Original Anthology of the 80s, although it contained reprints, 7 out of 20 stories. When the 1989 World Fantasy Awards rolled around, Silver Scream was up against Doug Winter's own powerhouse anthology, Primeval. We both lost out to the very first volume of Ellen Datlow and Terry Windling's essential Year's Best Fantasy, which became Year's Best Fantasy and Horror, 1990 to 2007, and then Best Horror of the Year, 2008 to present. For her second volume, Ellen chose no fewer than 3 stories from Silver Scream, Bryant, Ford, and Lansdale. Night Calls the Green Falcon was also read on cassette by William Wyndham for a McCammon audiobook titled Nightcrawlers. At the first World Horror Convention in Nashville in 1991, I had the good sense to record many of my Silver Scream contributors reading their stories for a live audience. We went far past our allotted time. In the decades that ensued, most of our wily crew managed to amass their own short story collections, so some of these tales might enjoy an afterlife. Others of these stories became much reprinted. If you really need that depth of nitpicked hardcore data, fulfillment awaits you via the nearest shiny mobile device. Today, end credit rolls in movies are longer than ever. Fittingly, a few additional names need to be added to Silver Scream's original roster of thank yous, which consisted of Melissa Singer, Stanley Wyatter, Tappan King, and David B. Silva. Without the help of the late Scott Holton, 1940 to 1991, the Tobe Hooper intro never would have made it into the book. Fortunately, Scott knew how grateful I was, and remained to him. Robert Sabat, former editorial associate of Twilight Zone alongside T.E.D. Klein, provided his usual able stealth support. Marcus Nickerson supplied some very tasty illustrations indeed, utilized for a series of Silver Scream updates, bulletins, and flyers. Anna McGee did a lot of the elementary spadework at Tor that aided the project in getting real. A very fine New York artist named Michelle Spark evinced enormous patience while being robbed of a credit. I was committed to using her evocative painting, The Late Show, as a jacket illustration for the limited edition hardcover. Predictably, the most idiotic circumstances imaginable prevented this. One contributor to this book rightly summed up the entry-level artwork ultimately used for the dust jacket as looking like one of those kids' placemats you get at Pizza Hut. At long last, The Late Show has flown home to grace the cover of the volume you now hold. John Scolari of Cimarron Street needs to be thanked again for grace under fire, i.e. the endless carpet bombing of nitpicky micro-changes. Peter Infantino provided much-needed corrections and suggestions. The completely fabulous Carrie Fitzmaurice brought her eagle eye to bear at the 11th hour, and spotted things ordinary people would just never perceive, ever, with the help of our unflinching cookie wrangler, Muggsy. Final update. A quick shout-out to a dirty dozen friends, colleagues, and attentive others who flew to my rescue when a minor last-minute contractual matter threatened to burst and spray the audience like one of those zit-popping videos in 3D. Some of them are already Silver Scream residents, but a double dozen extra special thanks to Ramsey Campbell, Barry Hoffman, Del and Sue Howison, Stephen Jones, Brian Lipson, Richard Christian Matheson, Kim Newman, William Schaefer, Dwayne Swierczynski, Douglas Winter, and especially Peter Atkins. We ride together, we die together. Kirkus Reviews pilloried the text of the original afterward as gushy. What you've just finished reading is the trim diet version, with 50% less wind, which means you can go back and read the stories again that much more quickly. Today, I prefer to log Silver Scream in memory with the adjectives ascribed to it by Publishers Weekly: exceptional, excellent, tense, and well done. David J. Schow, July 2020. This book is dedicated to David Cronenberg. Long live the new flesh. Introduction. Copyright 1988 by Toby Hooper. Pre-Flash. Copyright 1988 by John M. Ford. Cuts. Copyright 1988 by F. Paul Wilson. The Movie People by Robert Bloch. Copyright 1969 by the Mercury Press Incorporated. Originally published in Fantasy and Science Fiction. Cinema. Copyright 1988 by Ray Garton. Son of Celluloid. Copyright 1984 by Clive Barker. Originally published in Clive Barker's Books of Blood, Volume 3, Sphere Books Limited, 1984. The Answer Tree. Copyright 1988 by Stephen R. Boyette. Night They Missed the Horror Show. Copyright 1988 by Joe R. Lansdale. More Sinned Against. Copyright 1984 by Carl Edward Wagner. Originally published in a Lonely Place, Scream Press, 1984. Return of the Neon Fireball. Copyright 1988 by Chet Williamson. Night Calls the Green Falcon. Copyright 1988 by Robert McCammon. Bargain Cinema by J. Sheckley. Copyright 1985 by TZ Publications. Originally published in Nightcry magazine. Lifecast. Copyright 1988 by Craig Spector. Sirens. Copyright 1988 by Richard Christian Matheson. Hell. Copyright 1986 by Richard Christian Matheson. Originally published in a slightly different form in Scars, Scream, Press, 1987. A Life in the Cinema. Copyright 1988 by Mick Garris. Splatter, A Cautionary Tale. Copyright 1987 by Douglas E. Winter. Originally published in Masks 2, Maclay & Associates, 1987. Film at 11. Copyright 1988 by John Skipp. The Show Goes On. Copyright 1982 by Ramsey Campbell. Originally published in Dark Companions, Macmillan, 1982. The Cutter. Copyright 1988 by Edward Bryant. Pilgrims to the Cathedral. Copyright 1988 by Mark Arnold. Endsticks. Copyright 1988, 2020 by David J. Schow. End of Silver Scream. Edited by David J. Schow. DAVID J. SCHOW. Read by Stephen Carpenter in the studios of Potomac Talking Books Incorporated for the Library of Congress, February 2022. Published by Cimarron Street Books, 461 Saratoga Avenue, Santa Clara, California, 95050, www.cimarronstreetbooks.com. Further reproduction or distribution in other than an accessible format is prohibited. If you found this book to be defective, please contact your cooperating network library.
End of book.